but maybe falling a little bit out of favor for those reasons.
Yeah, Pokemon Go is often about momentum. And how do you get momentum? And Tapu Fini does something a little bit different with Water Gun. It can Water Gun down a matchup and gain momentum. Like you saw, it finished off the Trevenant with just Water Guns. You could never bubble down a Trevenant. You would have to use an Ice Beam. The way that a Zoom Roll could gain momentum is possibly winning a matchup because of its bulk and typing and saving an Ice Beam or a Play Rough for a really impactful matchup later against maybe something like a Sableye. But it just seems like it just soft wins some matchup unless you're in a Zoom Roll mass.
那等一下有2个留言，等一下啊。恭喜上3000，等我一下，我现在稍微再调整一下，因为今天真的杀得我措手不及啊。
Onto something here, Butters yourself.
Hi, my name is kiengiv. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm a Pokemon Go top trainer.
好，然后对，总之我们今天还有直播到对战的时候，我们就来转播，就来看对战。如果没有的话，就是他那个赛评在聊天讲话的时候，我们就来打对战。然后今天列班。哦对，然后不知道，因为我刚才发现哦，他好像是同时好几组一起进行，就一起在打。然后直播的话，可能他就挑其中一个，我不知道官方怎么挑的，但对，我希望他可以挑到R杀的场啊，不然我们今天开这台好像意义就不大了，对吧？R杀几点出来？这我不知道啊。
Or at least I try to be always aware of where my opponent's energy is, what potential moves they're throwing, but also how far away I am from a particular move.
Super strong sky attack off, super effective. It gets the knockout. King is your champion. Wow.
I have several hundred different Pokemon that I've built over the course of time that I like to use in various formats, especially in the online battling.
他看起来是要快开打了吗？
Pokemon is
如果没有，我们就先来打
One of
对
my
战。
friends that I played Pokemon Go early on said that it was my Pokemon because I'm very good at helping people rise from the ashes.
这个是不是有延迟一点是吧？好啊，那我
It's the jersey that I wore for the
重
2019
新整理一下。
show at Pokemon World. So my biggest competition from preventing me from winning would be my desire for all the competitors to have fun and enjoy and put on a really great show. I play Pokemon Go for the community. It's very diverse. You get people from all walks of life. I met people that there's absolutely no way in any other form or fashion of my life that I would be able to meet.
2倍速
I'm
看下
a big
去。
believer as a teacher that there's
他不是
always
直
more
播
to
吗？
learn.
直播2倍速也没有用吧？
Accomplishments are. I always believe that you can always get
安
better.
安
You can always learn.
有 Go Game 吗？安安。OK， 看起来是要开打了。
What an incredible feature video there of kiengiv, one of the
我不知道我觉得
players in
他多
PvP
多少少应该会跟
in the
他
community.
直接在
Also, a very
他的
dedicated
直播页
player
面
of
看的
Pokemon Go outside
多
of
少有
PvP
点
too. I
延
had the
迟
pleasure
吧
of。speaking with him recently about his history with the game. And he was dedicated right off the
有在灌
bat
插
here
友神
too.
兽吗？没
And
有，
I would say if anyone's
没有
the
在练
people's
神兽，
champion of Pokemon Go
因为
PvP,
插友
it's
神兽都是
kiengiv.
用来大
I
死
couldn't
嘛。
agree more. And
我不打大
can't
死啊
wait to see what King has to teach us today in the Pokemon Go World Championships. Will he bring that famous meta line that he brought in the Indianapolis Regionals to win it? Reverse sweeping
对，是
in
说
the
国安
Indianapolis Regionals. It was an amazing
国安
performance. Does he bring the
第二
same
轮
line,
输
which
掉了。
I believe is the line that kind of started the meta in these play Pokemon tournaments, or has he adapted? Does he have a new lesson for us?
I think you're taking a few lessons from me here too, making the psychic read that you're talking about King's Azumarill here, and then all of a sudden we have kiengiv being featured, and now here comes kiengiv's Azumarill here. We see on the screen here too, kiengiv running the Shadow Wall Rain, the Metachamp, the Azumarill, the Mandibuzz, Galarian Stunfisk, and the Shadow Beedrill. Maybe paying a little homage to Evan from North America International Championships, who ran that Shadow Beedrill into the top 8, finishing, I believe, in the 5th spot, just missing out on World Championships qualifications.
You know, I had no inside info, but when you're probably the best Azumarill player in the world, why not bring it? And I didn't even realize that that's what the Pokemon he used back in those World Championships before against Poke AK. So, amazing.
我没有打大师，因为大师我听大家说每个都在镜像啊。说话小声一点是吗？好的。
And we'll be running Registeel, Trevenant, Shadow Walrein, Altaria, Metacham, and Alolan Ninetales, 2 ice types. Really interesting there.
Yeah, definitely interesting too. Pretty strong meta picks from JBYang, but you know, does have that Altaria, which is a very strong Pokemon. A lot of future matches. Also super weak to ice, super weak to steel, weak to fairy as well too. So kind of a risky Pokemon to bring. You have kiengiv having 3 Pokemon very strong against the Altaria there. But both trainers are locking in. We're gonna get straight into the battles here. We have kiengiv versus JBYang 4, and we have the Trevenant versus Shadow Beedrill. Shadow Beedrill making an appearance right in the first battle.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup. It looks like King is running X-Scissor, not Fellslinger. So you go straight for X-Scissors here, and you have to, oh wow. It looks like JBYang was trying to go for a Seed Bomb bait, but the X-Scissor got there first. If it's Seed Bomb, it's double resisted.
And so Seed Bomb, this could be a big no-shield here too. kiengiv is going to respect the potential Shadow Ball and is going to shield this Seed Bomb here too. You know, I could have guessed that maybe kiengiv would let that move go through, but look at the precision here, throwing the X-Scissor right on charge priority, but actually catching the X-Scissor on the Metacham. Actually a really great read from JBYang there too, knowing that kiengiv would have the X-Scissor but wouldn't throw it until he was at the Shadow Ball.
Right, and Trevenant loses charge move priority to Beedrill, which is one of the few Pokemon it does lose to. And now this Drill Run's going to be coming out. Forces a Protect Shield. Wow! Shadow Beedrill not only took a lot out of Trevenant, look, it took another Protect Shield out of Metacham and like 70% of its health.
Yeah. So definitely going to be an interesting position here. kiengiv doesn't really have a great answer to this Metacham, but does still have a shield remaining and has a lot of health on this Galarian Stunfisk. I think this is a really great call to no shield. Unless it's a dynamic punch, the Galarian Stunfisk could handle most of these charge moves from the Metacham. It's going to build up a lot of energy here now and just building up even more energy, expecting maybe the Ice Punch to land before being able to throw this Earthquake.
And the goal here from King is to get this Metacham within Rock Slide range. How does he do that? He wants the Rock Slide and not have to use all that energy. Here comes the Rock Slide. This is resisted. Metacham is so bulky. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. It's going to be super close. It's not enough. You might have to get out of here. And he does! And he swats on the Ice Punch!
He catches a double resisted Ice Punch on the Shadow Wall Rain. What a calculated play. The Galarian Stunfisk is still having energy here too. And Wall Rain being very strong, especially when shields are down. And here comes JBYang's Wall Rain here too. Now, kiengiv's Wall Rain has a shield remaining, so this is going to be a really great spot. JBYang will have to bait out a shield here in order to have a chance in this matchup.
And we saw earlier, JBYang was willing to go for a double resisted bait. Will he do it again with the Icicle Spear? No, this time he switches it up. He goes straight for the Quake. Can King call it? Will he call this most impactful bait? No, the Earthquake goes through and knocks out the Shadow Wall Rain.
We see Earthquake go through here, but going to farm up to 2 Rock Slides here, and unfortunately, the Icicle Spear is going to come out first here. We do see the last shield coming out from kiengiv. Now, can King's Galarian Stunfisk get to a Rock Slide in time for that Trevenant? This is going to be Charge Moon priority, so not able to get off enough energy for another Rock Slide right away, but you probably can't even risk it because the Power Snow is going to take you out.
And I think Trevenant has energy, and there it is. The Seed Bomb is available, throwing it against the Galarian Stunfisk to take out King. And game number 1, JBYang wins it.
Wow, JBYang find the only win condition there is going for that Earthquake and hoping that kiengiv does not shield. If JBYang, I think, played it any differently there, kiengiv would win that matchup because if he baits with the Icicle Spear, kiengiv should still reach their Icicle Spear before JBYang reaches the Earthquake.
Right, JBYang earlier in that matchup did go for the Seed Bomb, which is double resisted against the Shadow Beedrill. So he showed that he's willing to go for these double resisted baits. And then in the very same game, goes for the actual Earthquake. And King thought, if you did it once, you'll probably do it again. No shields it. But the difference was that Shadow Wall Rain was in range of Earthquake because he did make that amazing swap to catch the Ice Punch. And JBYang's Shadow Wall Rain was not in range of Earthquake.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there too. What a calculated play by JBYang. And that's one of the situations where really experienced players recognize their win condition. And you know, it's kind of like a favorite one of my favorite quotes from a movie here. You know, it's how many? I'm going to paraphrase it, but no, they're asking what's the win condition here? How many options do we have? And there's only one win condition there, and JBYang found it. And played it out
yeah, the precision we have from these
我没办法啊。 他们口才很好，我没有办法直接讲啊。如果我可以直接讲，我平常影片就不用写稿了。
With the Shadow Beedrill, first of all, it wins charge move priority against that Trevenant, so it looked like it was gonna win that one shield matchup no matter what, because it just goes straight X scissors with its neutral with the poison jab damage. And look how much it took out of the Metacham. That Shadow Beedrill was super impactful.
如果归家在1轮应该吧？哦，对啊，而且好像我昨天有稍微看了一下，好像大部分都那几只在轮哦。什么勾魂焰、朽木妖海狮，感觉这几只根本就必备的。哦，不过说怎么讲，我最近有在想说要不要 DC 群自己来办一个小规模的比赛玩玩，赶在那个暑假的尾声，台湾选手打完了。
experienced players
你要看一下赛程表。
Yeah, the precision is on point. And
OK，
once again, the Beedrill is on point because it is the lead here for
King 还是用一样的阵容。
Try to swap again, once again. If you throw an ice move, I'm gonna catch it on my Shadow Wall Rain.
Dude, this is incredible because again, JBYang is not even at the Icicle Spear. JBYang has more than the energy for Icicle Spear.
这个刚才看那个伤害是海狮直接一发地震可以把对面收掉。
Even when there was more than enough energy for it, and now going for a bait here.
压力山大
Let's see if kiengiv.
哇
That's a tough situation, right? You got hit by the Earthquake last game. You don't want to make the same mistake again, and that's where those mind games start.
OK， 哇，这边很亏哎，地震来真的，亏大了。
JBYang going for the bait early in the game. Maybe he'll switch it up late game as well. Is he going to go for the Earthquake here, or is he going to double bait?
这样感觉那个 JBYang 是要逼2盾了。
Such a tough call. In the shield.
先把盾拿掉，后面比较好发挥吧。
But the thing is, you still have to throw an Earthquake to finish off this wall rain, I believe.
You go for Earthquake, you actually see the Metacham actually swaps in here. Now these are interesting plays because these switch timers again misaligned more and more with every single swap here. Now we see the Beedrill coming back in here. Now there is no shields on the Beedrill side here, but Beedrill has a lot of energy here to expend.
直冲钻可以收掉，时间可能不行。
From the Metacham, and now no one has a protect shield. But the thing is, I think you'll get to the next drill run or the next X.
哇，输 CMP， 这个能收掉吗
？Will be able to survive this to land the psychic though.
Yeah, but
时
this
减
is so
伤
tough
害
because now KiengiV can
不
farm
行
down。 this Metacham unless there's going to be a big
那大阵
uncharge
风就
here,
下
which I
去
don't
了。
think you can even risk here, going straight for the full-on psychic damage. But now KiengiV's might feeling pretty good because now you can shield, you can farm down this Metacham with probably the Glaring Stunfisk to come out with a lot of
感觉茄鱼
energy.
上来
Which Pokemon do you choose?
应该有
You know
机
you
会
can go
赢
for
下
the
来
mud
哦。
shots, but you might have to take an Ice Punch, and it looks like that King does want to go for the
弄
mud
下
shots.
去
It
嘛
probably will have to take an Ice Punch. No, the mud shots are enough. Now this Galarian Stunfisk has a lot of energy. We know that Wall Rain has a little bit of energy, and look, Registeel in the
茄
back
鱼要
doesn't
发
want
挥
any
关
part
键的
of
角
these
关
earthquakes.
键角
Yeah,
色
and this is the thing with Galarian Stunfisk too. One of the strongest Pokemon in Great League as well. A lot of people talk
只
about that
是
Registeel, but
茄
Galarian
鱼这个
Stunfisk
血量蒸汽弹是不是会收掉啊？
being able to hit most targets for at least neutral or
这
super
样
effective, and Registeel is definitely
可
one
能
of
需要个
them
挡
here
切
too.
哦。
Registeel is the focus blast
没有
enough
吗
to take out this Galarian Stunfisk. JBYang's going to
所
try
以
and see
打
and
场
find
靠
out.
海是打
Now
到
it's
底了吧？
Wall Rain versus Wall Rain. I don't know if this will be enough, but I think it's barely going to knock out. It does. The Focus Blast takes out, and now
哦，
Wall
海狮
Rain
能量还很
not
多，
only
那
has to
难
finish
怪
off
不
this
挡切
Registeel, but has
那
to
是蛮合理的。
beat the Wall Rain as well. Swap into Wall Run. Here comes the Earthquake. This Earthquake will easily knock out, but the problem is King has no time to get to another Earthquake. Will Icicle Spear be enough for for the Registeel.
Yeah, we're gonna see here.
哇，这个好像只能丢冰锥啦。
kiengiv shaking his head, knowing cannot.
要被2比0了吗？
Earthquake, but let's see how strong this Registeel is. Can it handle the resistance?
可以吗？可以吗？点下去吗？没有办法哇！太极限了，太极限了，还是不够毒瘤啊！
Wow, and the Focus Blast finishes off that Shadow Wall Rain there, and JBYang takes it 2-0 versus King in
哪里有赛程表
impressive play by JBYang. I mean, just from the way he's playing.
有人有在 DC 可以贴一下那个吗？那个早上有一个人传的赛程表。
He's making amazing plays on his own. He's catching every ice move on his Wall Rain, but it's still not enough. 2-0 by JBYang.
Yeah, very good.
我找到了
Even though it's a 2-0 victory there too, those were
我直接把它贴在 聊天室吧。
From both trainers there too. Honestly, there was so much going on there. There's so much high-level cerebral plays from both trainers, and the most impressive part is these trainers are doing everything on the fly. It takes very fast reaction skills to catch these moves, to catch moves even when there's more than enough energy for the move. Like some of these things, it's almost like they're tapping into the force. They just know what's going to happen, even though it doesn't make
对啊，但他刚才那个被那个恰姆揍掉，升到那一些刚好撑不了，因为我记得一发真心丢下去，好像血量好像还剩一小段距离这样。但是刚才那个恰姆真的打那个泥巴鱼打太多了，撑不住。
I'll wait for that. I know this. And then now I saw with the Earthquake, it's just like you have the Earthquake, but I know my opponent knows it. He thinks I'm gonna swap. I think you're not gonna swap. It's just so many mind games. I've never felt it so much like I did in this match.
OK， 那现在对，没有错。现在我们不用听，先不用听赛评讲，我们来打对战吧。把握时间打对战，切换一下。 然后有人如果有在看，就是另外额外开一个那个直播网页的话，他如果回到对战了，叫我们一下，好不好？还是我需要自己再开一个来看？好了，我自己开一个好了。等我一下，我点一下直播。 OK， 找啊，3文鱼找啊，2场都很艰辛，对吧？尤其第2场那个只差最后那么一咪咪血，真的亏大了。好，来吧，咱们今天主角是猎斑鱼啊。是说这个 BGM 声音大小还可以吧？因为我今天有稍微调了一下，没有什么问题，我们就开打了。好，看起来没问题。我这一队呢，从2700多分，昨天打到2900了，感觉还不错。好，5层楼。哇，这个刚草直接压制吧！怎么一直播就开始大逆风了？别闹了！然后盔甲鸟直接把它弄下去吧。傻豆这次厉害券给谁？没有，我还没有买啊。你是说的是那个礼包吗？好像4000块礼包还是多少礼包那个吗？还是有别的厉害券？我刚才是不是好像应该要稍微等一下冷却的感觉？哦，还好了，还可以，没事。5层楼吧，对啊。啊，这是什么直播魔咒吗？任务有免费厉害券2张。哦，这个哦，还没领，没有啦，我通常都会先囤起来，对，之后有需要才会拿出来用。
哦，对，要填表，对，哎，这次有记得。逆风才有直播效果，不是我真的打逆风打到很神了，你知道吗？我现在已经顺风场我都不会打了，我都不知道顺风场是什么滋味了。你现在叫我打逆风场，可能胜率还比顺风场还高哎，真觉得很夸张，被系统锻炼成这个样子。热带龙跟朽木。OK， 啊！突然发现我这边哦，好像不能移掉，移掉会那个跑掉哦。OK， 我们来第二场。系统想让你早点休。不是，我现在平常真的已经越来越没有动力打了。我之前都还会那个上去刷个行程，就每天坚持把25场打完。但我现在都算了，反正进去又是逆风，不太想打了。哎，某某某啊！哦，是说下礼拜是不是那个超级联盟的那个？哦，不是超级联盟，3联盟全开的那一个。我那一周想要来当个守门员哎。哦，怎么又是逆风啊？1、2、3、4、5、6、7，哎嘿，会打吗？哎呀，他知道哎，怎么会这样？他知道哎。这一招我明明在昨天练习的时候屡试不爽啊，怎么直播就开始让我落亏了嘞？暗影球，好的，我自己觉得又是另外一队刚草草啦，所以是不是好像也没有认真打的必要了？暗影球，直接把它弄下去吧。3、4、5。上去送信，没有，我昨天想到这个我就觉得很抱歉。昨天有一个2985的，然后遇到我用猎斑鱼，然后他的阵容是9尾加上勾魂眼跟那个绝地兔那一组，就是比较没创意的那一组啦。然后我就觉得说，哇，这队伍太没创意了，我还是不要让你上去好，我就用队伍把他打爆了，又阻止一个人攻顶，收得掉吗？地震，差一点 ，OK。可是刚出那边好像也收不掉哎。2、3、6，哎，他蒸汽弹了。哦，对，他开场换人的时候有农啊，笑死，顾聊天，都忘记这件事情了。GG。OK， 赶快再一场啊！忘记填表。挡住。朽木，对啊，他朽木怎么会知道我会咬碎啊？他的知识量有点太庞大了吧？最后一只是勾魂眼。OK。配不到对手，对吧？地震1%收不到对吧？应该还会惨一点点哦。 怎么又是逆风啦？好，这场该赢一把了吧？我昨天打得很顺，今天怎么就这样了 ？OK， 这个开盾了，他可能会怕哦，怕冰光哦，对，这只有冰光哦，对。他不出招是想帮我弄下去，是不是啊？哦，2阶防御下降，下降在一个没有什么鸟用的地方，不过也没关系。哇，对战要开始了呢！希望我们这场可以打快一点。这边他应该还会再丢一个，没错。月亮之力想拼降攻吗？没降到。然后这里我们弄好一招再下去好了。2、3、4、5、6、7、8，是不是好像应该要丢坚持啊？坚持如果可以过半，那其实不用丢到地震。岩崩或10万伏特吧，他也不会想要在这里降攻吧？2、3、4、5、6，待会可能会被逼到一顿，不过应该还好。7、8、9、10，好像会被逼到2顿欸。这个血量有点太惨了。没关系，给他。还换吗？没有换。3、4、5。哇，他还被他换走了，哇！而且他好像还有一招精神途径吧？这样怎么打？只要一个很精准的 under charge 哎，然后对面还 under charge 我，坏透了。他应该是蒸汽弹了啦，对啊，存到了，对啊，哎，没有办法啊。生无可恋啊！好，一开始就吞了3败，惨啊！对，勾魂也要抓，勾魂也一只星辰700，蛮补的啦。青鸟跟戴欧 ，OK， 然后我们要切回去看，当你没说，没事，因为我也没有想到他会，我就重点就是在于说，他的戴欧那边留了一招，就被他溜走了。不然他如果没有那一招的话，我们有鸟砸下去，当助身上稍微给他扣血之后，地震出来应该就可以收。所以重点是那只戴欧，那个时候不应该让他跑掉的。哎，那个被他跑掉真的太亏了。各位觉得他们要开打了吗？我们该切回去了吗？我不知道他们要聊多久哎。安安啊。 看一下哦。有人说可以拿，有人讲差不多，这样好难做。好了，没关系，我们切回去了。
Into your brain, so that when you come to a tournament like this, you see the 6 Pokemon, you know, okay, these are how these are all going to fit together, and you can begin solving that puzzle.
No, you're exactly right. Speaking of solving puzzles, a lot of trainers will identify their win conditions and then work towards them throughout the duration of the match. We were discussing the King versus JBYang match backstage, and with the Trevenant having the energy for the Shadow Ball and the Seed Bomb versus the Galarian Stunfisk, knowledge of not only how much damage those charges
他们昨天不是刚开始4点直播的时候，然后聊了超级久吧，1个多小时还是2个小时吧。然后我今天原本设6点半要直播，就想说啊，今天一定也是开那个直播开起来之后就开始聊天啦，一定是这样子的啦。然后刚才4点多的时候我就回来运动完回来，然后就在那边稍微看一下那个，想到他们应该是在开始聊，就我就把它摆着，我就把网页给它摆着，然后声音还在播，然后呢，我的耳机就听到了几个宝可梦的关键字，然后呢就听到主播非常激烈的在讲评对战，然后我转过来才发现啊，居然开打了！要回去打吗？要回去打加1好不好？觉得他们快结束了，打个加1，我要打个加2。如果觉得还很久，打个加1，我们就回去再打一场对战。好啊，加1都加1。那我们就回去打对战啊。差一点就被看到密码，等我一下。OK， 来速度。是说大家有打格斗杯吗？格斗杯目前听起来好像感觉也是蛮那种类似飞行杯，感觉好像都是永远都那几只的感觉，对吧？大家有实际去打过吗？我自己是没有碰格斗杯啦。OK， 博彦说 OK， 在他们介绍双方角色的时候再切回去比较刚好。好的，了解。我们待会就用这个模式吧。1、2、3、4。暗球，哇，这个来真的很凶哎！那感觉我们需要先换一只，好，找吧。1、2、3、4、5、6、7下，抽到7下。哇，怎么挡了？你怎么挡了？9、10，我觉得他撑得住了，应该撑得住了。1、2、3、4、5、6，这个是不是一个 CMP？ 好像是吧。Boom， 漂亮 CMP。如果是欺诈就更好了。神强拳，哇，这个人很坏呢。他这样2下，挥脚按钮上去，3、4、5，这是真强吗？不要骗我欺诈呢。应该不会数错吧？哦，没事。1、2、3、4，感觉这场有机会赢下来哦。可以先不挡吧？很痛吧？很痛啊！1、2、3、4。好，这些血量我不知道他撑不撑得下来。 1、2。它这边一定是泡沫光线，泡沫好，泡沫满啊，所以这边他应该会先挡最痛的这一下啦，所以这边骗个盾吧。OK， 好像不行欸，不行了，不行了啊，差一点。哇，今天真的各种不友善呐！胖嘟嘟，头巾，米多。哦，格斗杯一堆毒窟啊！那不就每个都毒窟在那边互揍？哦，对，继续打，他们还在聊天，没错没错。不过他们也真的聊太久了吧？没有到25败，我昨天很顺，是直播魔咒的问题。我昨天真的爬到2900了，各位要相信我，我真的有爬到2900，我真的爬了150分。而且今天的朽木妖兽也很奇怪啊，怎么会都知道我们会咬碎嘞？会不会今天50场不够我们消耗啊？他们也聊太久了。奇鸟，哎呀，顺风了哦，我们不擅长的哦。啊，我切错了，2、3、4、5、6、7，我切错了。应该9下吗？还我记得我少传。OK， 我觉得这场凉了，我觉得我切错了，我应该要切那个猎斑鱼出来的。1、2、3、4。哦。1、2、3。哇，他真的要顺位哦！真的要顺位的话，好像只能把猎斑鱼卖掉了。1、2、3、1、3、4、7、8、9、10、11、12。哇，他们开始了，快了。这一场就是 R 杀的啊，大家挑到 R 杀的直播啦，终于啊！各位，我们很快就输了，各位放心，我们一定可以来得及看到全部的。他怎么还出招了啦？好啊，投降吧。来，回来吧，来看 R 杀。
defense than their normal counterparts, and it makes it very difficult to kind of pace yourself through the matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see how Fish is going to manage his Pokemon and his HP throughout this set.
Yeah, I do like seeing the Lickitung on this team for that reason, though, as that is one of the bulkier Pokemon in the format. As well. You know, looking at how the World Championships have played out so far, you know, Arachnid, Lickitung, Registeel, probably the 3 bulkiest Pokemon I've seen. And we got 2 of them on the field right now with a Lickitung versus Lickitung showdown for Game 1 of this set.
And you know what? I think both of these Lickitung also had that best buddy ribbon. They've been walking out on the map with their trainers ready for this World's competition. Look at this backline of the teams as well. We've got the Galarian Stunfisk on the left and that Shadow Kanto Ninetales on the right side.
Yeah, and both have their Shadow Nidoqueen as well. So it looks like we're just going to have these Lickitung face off against each other. Maybe try and bait some enemies for later. Galarian Stunfisk catching a body slam from Vicious Lickitung. That is going to be a nice resisted attack for him.
What an incredible catch. And these one-turn fast attacks are so hard to catch against, but we do see a little bit of a punishing switch here as the Fire-type Shadow Kanto Ninetales with Ember is going to start to turn up the heat.
Yeah, thankfully this Galarian Stunfisk does already have a rock slide available to it, which will hit the Ninetales super effectively, but that Weather Ball forces Roger to use one of his 2 shields, and doesn't quite get to the double rock slide, I think, just yet to force the double shields from Vish.
We've seen a lot of these Galarian Stunfisk throw that same type of attack bonus Earthquake, but Rock Slide is still super effective against these Fire-type Pokemon. And like you said, Gabby, not quite there, but now reaching the double Rock Slides here. This will apply a lot of shield pressure, and we don't see the shield here, trusting in the Ninetales, and it hangs on.
It's able to hang on and throw that Weather Ball. Roger could choose to use his last shield here to protect that Galarian Stunfisk, but it's at such low health it doesn't have much energy. It's better to save it for later and hope that that Lickitung or the Nidoqueen in the back of your party can finish off that Ninetales, as it is at such low health.
尼多上来，那他尼多就有点能量优势了。对手开始苦恼。
potential mirror match here, but one Poison Jab lead on the left side, and that is so critical in the Nidoqueen mirror matchup. Oh, we actually see the Lickitung come in. This is fascinating to me. Maybe you see an early Power Whip. No, a switch in.
Okay.
Attempted catch up another Body Slam, perhaps.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to me is that both these trainers are left with almost the exact same Pokemon at this point in time. 2 Shadow Nidoqueens, 2 Lickitungs, and now they're both paired up so that they're facing the opposites. You know, there's no mirrors, but both these trainers have essentially the same win condition.
No, you're exactly right. I think the only difference here is the energy management. Still one shield for both trainers. We see a no shield here on a potential Power Whip, which is a great call. Do we see a heavy Earth Power coming through here? Reaching right for it, pulling the trigger here on the ground type attack.
Roger does still have 1 shield available to him, but he decides to forego it. This Lickitung is able to hold on, but the defense drop comes through.
And look at this Nidoqueen just withering away at that Lickitung's HP after the defense drop. Nidoqueen is so oppressive, but now the Body Slam will connect, and that Nidoqueen just got Body Slammed out of here.
All right, so this Lickitung comes back onto the field with Vish at almost 2 Power Whips, has plenty of Body Slams to spare. So should be an interesting matchup, as it can just start throwing those attacks, but yet another no shield here for the Poison Fang.
Well, you know, the second Poison Fang will do even more damage, but this is very calculated because this Lickitung is very little HP to connect with the Body Slam here, but it could be a bait. Actually, no shielding, a potential Power Whip. My goodness, Nerves of Steel.
Yeah, Roger making an amazing call there. Here comes the second Body Slam from that Lickitung, and here comes the shield. Now that Nidoqueen is at such low health, you cannot take any chances. But that Nidoqueen also almost at the Poison Fang. Does not throw it in.
没有，是对面发招，对面发招。
哇，结果是 Lickitung gonna Power Whip away this Nidoqueen. What an incredible first game here as Nidoqueen faints and Valiant Vish takes game 1.
最后被出到招，我还以为R杀先出招，结果对手先说哇，真的，那个心脏真的太大了，那个。
Roger was trying to go
for it.
He absolutely was, and that's the thing here with the fast attacks as well. That was a 1-turn lick versus a 2-turn poison jab. So 1 lick, and then the charge attack triggers on that 2nd turn, which means that just as that poison jab was finishing, the Power Whip is already getting queued up.
Yeah, that's some incredible speed from the bulky Lickitung. You can see why it won the North American International Championship, and why it's taking such an incredible show already here at the World Championships. going into game 2 now, you know, Roger was able to bring that game very, very close, despite the fact that it felt like he had a disadvantage as soon as that Ninetales came out onto the field. And I'm curious what the adjustments are at that point in time, because you want to keep the Stunfisk around. I think you want to keep your Lickitung and Nidoqueen as well. Maybe it's just a matter of fixing how you align these Pokemon.
As we look at this team here for Valiant Fish, he
可
has
是如果他第三，
excuse me, there's
大舌头
no
看第二
counter
次那个
user on
骗到
that
盾那边
team.
是不是？
So
那个是
essentially,
丢
if
太阳吧？
steals
应该
can
没
come
有
out
记
to
错
play
吧？
here.
还
You
是他
are
丢两个
worried
强
about
力
the
鞭打？应
Swampert.
该
You
不是
do
吧？
not want to face that Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
他重点是那个强力鞭打哇！如果那个
with those rock slides that do deal
太压可能还撑得住，尼罗后可能还可以残血撑住来出招。强力鞭打直接没有悬念啦。
Swampert would be an incredible adjustment, especially if it's running Hydro Cannon and Earthquake like we've seen. I think a majority of the Swampert here run, as that would allow the Swampert to hit that Galarian Stunfisk for super effective damage. Also manage that Nidoqueen a bit better as well.
No, you're exactly right. That triple resisted poison versus that ground and steel type Galarian Stunfisk is a really tough matchup. Shadow Nidoqueen really needs to land an Earth Power to deal any meaningful damage, and that takes a long time to gather enough energy for that charge attack. So I definitely think the Galarian Stunfisk will make an appearance, but if it does meet that Swampert, that water and ground type will definitely get the better of it.
Yeah, it's so interesting to have a matchup where the Nidoqueens almost have to go for that Earth Power, because we've seen so many Nidoqueen this weekend go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang. You know, it's such an incredible move. It's very fast. It's able to drop your opponent's defenses, guaranteed. But in this situation, it's almost like that puts you at a disadvantage, because you want the more damage, you don't want the defensive drops.
No, you're exactly right. You do have to kind of play with your energy a bit more carefully, and then also kind of anticipate what your opponent is trying to do. It feels so bad to shield up a rock slide, because that is resistant damage as well on Shadow Nidoqueen. But here we go with our lead matchup. Yet again, Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus Galarian Stunfisk.
At least the Stunfisk gets the opportunity to switch out when it wants to against this Ninetales, but until then, it's going to be taking so much damage from these embers.
And we do see the rock slide getting queued up here. We know the Shadow Kanto Ninetales can survive at least one of these charge attacks, but an early protection gets ripped away here from Valiant Fish. Do we see a switch out? No, staying in with the Galarian Stunfisk. If a Weather Ball comes through, it will KO.
That was an amazing catch by Roger yet again. The Lickitung does not have to shield this Weather Ball, as it's at full health, and it's such a bulky Pokemon. That just does no damage. Shadow Nidoqueen now taking the field to try and power through this Lickitung. It's time for those defensive drops to hopefully pay off.
Here comes the Poison Fang. We're going to see the old foes here, Lickitung and
他有没有可能是个换人，是想让他把尼多招出来，然后用增强拳打过去。
Going for the body slam and still no shield.
What an incredible call by Valiant Fish, not using the shield on the neutral attack. Does have another Poison Fang available, but takes a couple extra turns to get some more energy there, which I think is going to be important, as that makes the Earth Power so much easier to reach after this attack.
No, you're exactly right, and we do see there that Nick
你也这么觉得吗？我也这么觉得，我也觉得他跑下来。
Nidoqueen does win the charge of priority, but here comes the Stunfisk. The Steel type is on the field, and what does it decide to do? It throws a rock slide here, and like you said, the Earth Power is almost queued up. If Nidoqueen can hang on, I think it gets there.
It will, but Roger still has both of his shields available to him. But the Nidoqueen is just knocked out. All of that energy, unfortunately, going to waste. This does give the opportunity for Valiant Fish to send in the Swampert against the Galarian Stunfisk,
然后丢完应该就走人，恰雷姆开始叠攻击了吧
He absolutely can, and there are also 2 shields still on the board, and no shield.
Boom! 漂亮
A lot of damage there. We do see the Medicham coming in here, trying to continue to apply some pressure. We see a Hydro Cannon getting fired off here as well, and finally that first shield from Roger Chen.
Yeah, I think you almost have to go for the Hydro Cannons at this point in time, because your opponent has so many shields. You need to get those shields away so that you can deal the damage to get those KOs.
对手还有个过热哎，哇，这个又是一个心理战的时候了。
If you can just throw enough of those to put that shield pressure on the field, your opponent's just out of shields.
Oh, maybe sensing the potential overheat. We do see that shield on the Medicham. Queuing up an Ice Punch as well. This is resisted damage. I venture to say the Shadow Kanto Ninetales can survive this attack. Oh, it actually decides to shield as well. Going for a double Weather Ball strat, perhaps.
OK， 这边
2发。At least you know that with that one shield, you will survive this attack. Unfortunately, Roger had a second Ice Punch remaining.
哇，没 有办法，没有办法。
哇！
过热要来了。
Turning up the heat. If it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. Here comes the shadow Ninetales roasting its way through that Medicham.
And now it's just the Galarian Stunfisk left. And even though that Kanto Ninetales will be knocked out shortly, that's
谁比较快呢？谁比较快呢？谁比较快呢？哇！输在 CMP 哇！
Gets the charge move priority and
太可惜了。
Valiant Fish the 2-0 victory against Roger Chen.
If Swampert was a car,
哇，阿莎真可惜了，输在 CMP 啊！哇，不然前面其实打得很漂亮啊。可惜了。精彩精彩 ，GG。
Yeah, a very decisive victory. Also, incredible play of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. I think it just goes to show how powerful of a Pokemon it is. Probably one of the best Fire-type Pokemon in the format. In a format where there honestly aren't that many Fire-type Pokemon. You know, I think we've seen the talent play and the Ninetales, and that's honestly been it so far this weekend.
因为这一次我印象中是双淘汰了，所以他应该还有机会，还有机会。
And a lot of these Pokemon that are very key and very prevalent in the meta, for example,
心态稳住
they have Earthquake
没事
and
的
Rock Slide
很漂亮
Earthquake respectively,
你
which
今
makes
天
it
技
very,
术
very
都
difficult
很
for
好的
Fire-type Pokemon to thrive in the current Open Great League meta.
待会
With
心
that
态
being
稳住
said, we are going to end our
就可以
Go
扳
Battle
回
League
来了
Season 11 in a couple weeks, and Season
2场的
12,
踩
who
点
knows? The
哇
new
真
Go
的
Battle
很
League
极
season
限，
always
真的
comes
很
with
极限啊！
adjustments and shifts. We might see some more Fire-type Pokemon kind of rise up. You know,
已
Heat
经看得
rises
出来
in the room.
对吧？他真的超认真的。
Yeah, well, it would be
我觉
the
得重点是
perfect time
我
for
觉得
the
刚才他
temperature
可能
to
那
get
个那
a little
个
bit higher, so to speak, as at least in the
九尾
northern
对到那
hemisphere,
个
we're
恰
heading
姆那
towards
边
the
有没有？
fall, and that's when you want things to get a little
好
bit
像
warmer, a little bit cozy.
Of course, right? You want your pumpkin
对哦，
spice
他那
and
边
your
丢剑强
pumpkin
烈
boost,
好像
right?
也会压到
Always,
CMP，所以好像也是躲不掉那发过
But
热
that
哦。
was such an exciting match, and I cannot wait to see just
阿莎还有
what
场
other
次吗？还有，
Pokemon
应
are
该还
going
有，
to stand out and
因为
shine
他
here
是
at
双
the
淘
World
汰制，所
Championships
以
because you know that
他应
Ninetales, you know,
该
we saw it do well in Vancouver on
会
Cindy's
在
team,
败
and
组
now
那
it
一
seems
边
like we're seeing it
去
do well
往上
here
爬
again
这样子。
at the World
只是不知道
Championships.
大
It's
会还会不会
definitely a
播到他
meta
的场
call,
次
but。it's working out so well for those
阿莎也
trainers that are deciding to play
阿
it.
莎虽然说你现在可能没有在看直播啊，但心态稳住好不好？你今天操作很漂亮，真的。加油，稳住。
Oh yeah.
He defined the meta for the entire season. We saw Cindy, Elite TM, her Shadow Kanto
阿莎就
Ninetales
结束，
to
没有吧？
Ember,
应该还有
a
还有
two-turn
后半
Ember, and then
败组
that
对，还有
became
败
the
组
meta
啊，对吧？
definer.
我应该没有讲错吧，各位？
We've seen one other Fire-spin Shadow Kanto
他现在应该会到
Ninetales
败
yesterday,
组那边去
but
往
the
上
Ember
打
is
吧
just such。
如果
a
败
great
组
finesse
再输
move.
才
And
会
the
才
reason
会
that's so
拜拜
critical is
吧，
because although Ember does generate energy a little bit
对
more
吧？我
slowly,
应该没有
it
我应该
does
没有
give you
理
that
解错他的
two-turn
规则吧，各位？
fast attack, which a lot of Pokemon like Swampert, like Medicham, like Sableye, with their Mudshot counter and Shadow Claw are all the
阿莎
same.
真的打
And
了
when you have a three-turn fast attack, it's a little bit
OK
more
OK 好，
difficult
他
to
们又开始
maneuver
讲
around
话
the
了，那我们
battlefield. We see
又
some
换到
Shadow
我们
Kanto
我们的
Ninetales
时
being
候
more
了。
flexible here at the World Championships as well.
安安安安。 真的很少看阿莎眼神如此严肃，哇，可能很紧张吧？哇，在那个场合，我觉得他没有手抖就很棒了，是我一定手抖到可能连手机都按不好。好了，阿莎加油，还有机会，还有机会。败组如果赢，一样可以拼冠军吗？ 我不是很确定我不确定他最后败组的冠军能不能去打赢的那一组的冠军这我就不是很确定火花伤害比火焰漩涡高，是应该是，因为我记得火花的有吗？因为我记得火焰漩涡是蓄能比较快一点啊，所以从这个逻辑来推的话，火花应该是伤害要更好吧？不然的话不然大家拿火焰漩涡就好了吧，对吧？哦，感谢威廉，可以是吧？败者组冠军打胜者组冠军 ，OK， 了解。我们先预祝阿莎拿到败者组的冠军啊，好不好？再扳回来，加油！你今天技术很好的。好，来吧，顺风咯。难得顺风，不要再切错脚了，1、2、3、4、5、 6、7、8，这边顺位要拉住吧，不然感觉如果他外面还有另外一只缸，那我们可能就不太好处理了。地震漂亮，3、4、5、6下而已哦，不要给我塞一发地震哦，塞地震我检举你哦。岩峰 ，OK。应该会恰 M 回来吧？1、2、3、4，可以丢到2发的水流位。不过我们看能不能丢到咬碎啊？咬碎可能伤害会更高一点吧。啊，不行哎、欸！不要贪一些有的没的、啊。8、9、10、11，他不走，那后面会是什么？12、13、14，不成龙耶！GG 了啦！不要再挣扎了，我不会放你上去的，不要挣扎了。好，规则应该就差不多了。哇，还是有点太多了呢。然后这边就丢地震吧。哇，漂亮啊，早王，你太棒了，早王，爱死你啦！拜拜，今日首胜啊！大顺风，3只都康合到对面。哎，没有，哦，我们第5场忘记记了，算了，没有关系。尾巴鱼，不成。泥巴鱼、胖嘟嘟和盔甲鸟可行吗？是可以啦，但这样遇到巨藻先发是不是会有点难处理？因为你要换上去的话，一定会换盔甲鸟上去嘛，对啊，那盔甲鸟好像也打不赢巨藻怪吧？我印象中，对啊，所以这样可能会有点不太。如果你是遇到很多格斗先发，比较少巨藻先发的话，你这样配是可以啦，是没有问题啦。有看过不按的影片吗？有点过1-2部啦，但没有常来看的。是可以硬打，只是我觉得打巨藻怪齁，如果我是遇到那种很会算能量的对手，对啊，是我自己是不太喜欢啦，因为，等一下他们是不是要开始了？好，我们速速解决逆风，好的，而且是一个非常难打的逆风。1、2、3、4、5。哇，他怎么猜到的？太扯了！速速解决，好的。如果来不及，我们就退掉，没关系。2、3、4。哦，他们在介绍角色了。 OK， 如果待会他们开始，我们就直接跳回去了啦，好不好？我们就直接把画面切过去。开始了，聊天室叫一下。他那边是不是快2发了加农水炮了？放盔甲鸟好了，2盾全部给那个大王。加农水炮。3、4、5，拜托，要么开盾，要么就给我收掉啊！开盾漂亮。不知道他最后一只会不会是飞起？ 1、2、3、4、1、2，快点，快点，快点，收掉它！ 哇，好像是个 CMP 哎，好像输了。哇，真的呢，而且还没有收掉哦，这个血量扛不住哦，扛不住欺诈。OK。 那我们切回，赶快切回来。看来今天的猎斑鱼大家都说，对啊，很奇怪，大家怎么都会知道猎斑鱼啊？走了吧？我昨天打得很顺哎，但今天真的没有办法。直播魔咒。原来我也是有直播魔咒的人。
Both of your A slots sharing the same weakness, so if you lead your Venusaur into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, you cannot switch out of that matchup. You have to stay, take a Protect Shield, do as much damage as possible, and then let your B slot Swampert take care of that opponent. Maybe that Alola Ninetales or the Glaring Stunfisk is your last Pokemon.
我们以为要来不及了，结果还是赶上了。
What are the odds, though, that you would lead a Shadow Swampert against a team that, quite honestly, feels very comfortable leading a Lickitung? I feel like the Shadow Swampert, you know, again, it's one of those Pokemon that I think is a great lead in the format right now. But with 2 Lickitung available, someone's going to bring it. I mean, again, it's one of the bulkiest Pokemon we have access to. It's won an incredibly difficult tournament. It certainly is a perfect opportunity to do it again. I just don't think you lead the Swampert in this situation. So maybe you make it like a, is there like a AV line or
那我下周主题会有点尴尬呢。
with different letters. Because why not?
我本来下周想要拿皮卡丘出来当R4什么的，所以不想在3000分附近。
But here we go. But I think that's an incredible point to make as well.
但这个分数看起来好像不太妙，
I think there's a higher chance.
可能3000分回不去了。
We see the Lickitung safe switch from DancingRob because as we see on RicFlareon's team, there is no counter user on that team. There's no fighting type Pokemon with the fastest counter, which makes the normal types and steel types very safe against that team. So maybe DancingRob anticipates that. Maybe he thinks that he can lead that right into that Lickitung and just square up his fighter against that normal type Pokemon. But we'll have to see, right? A lot of mind games going on in each of these sets, and these trainers maybe have even played each other before.
Yeah, I think these trainers have definitely played each other before. If not on an actual tournament in person like this, definitely on the Go Battle League ladder, because I feel like once you get up to the top, not that I've been there yet, I'm working on it. You know, you do end up seeing a lot of names. You end up, you know, recognizing some of the people around, and maybe then you shoot them a couple friend requests so that way you can.
我们已经打了7场了，
No, you're
你
exactly
是不是
right.
刚来啊？
When you get history,
我
when
们
you
会
get
在
experience against these battlers, you can start to
他们
identify
主
their
播在讲话的
tendencies.
时候
Maybe you can
切
pick
去
up
打
on certain things.
对
Maybe
战，
they're
就猎斑
uncomfortable
鱼，
leading that
然后
Lickitung.
他们
Maybe
要
they love to
开
lead
打的 时候我们再回来看对战。
Exactly what to expect. So as these trainers have prepared for the World Championships, maybe they've relied on their local communities. Maybe they've really turned their attention to the Go Battle League against trainers that they don't, probably won't meet in person and probably won't compete in the World Championships. Either way, they're trying to get enough repetitions in, enough experience, so they can figure out how to manage these teams. We have a couple of lock-ins though, and there's no more speculation. We're getting right into the action as we take a look here at center stage. We have some leads on the screen for you as well. Shadow, Walrein, and there's a Lickitung. Great call.
Okay,
all right, well, there is that Lickitung lead. Those power whips certainly will hurt the Shadow Walrein, but it's up to Rick just how much he wants to wait until he switches it out, as it will take that
有看到啊，长毛有你太晚来了，他刚才打得很刺激啊。
But the Walrein throwing an earthquake exactly when the Lickitung gets to it.
Yeah, both Pokemon throwing on that fast attack alignment there. The charge move priority will go to the Walrein, so it does go first, and it does land that big attack. But here comes the Lickitung. Do we see an early shield? I mean, you want to keep that positive momentum going, and we do.
You do, because I think Rick also attempting to switch into his
大舌头
own
也是毒瘤行列的呢，
Lickitung
大家都
after
很
that attack
热爱大舌头
that attack from the opposing Lickitung. Instead, though, it looks like a Lickitung and a Medicham swap now.
我记得恰雷姆打大舌头不会没有到占优呢，55波而已，可见大舌头有多恶心。
Medicham is just pounding away at that normal type Pokemon. But I'll tell you what, these licks are dealing a lot of damage over time. Without a fighting charge attack, this
这个应该是打算要么拿对，要么就把你大舌头解决掉。
Rely on those fast attacks.
Yeah, but it will use the Psychic, which does more damage than an Ice Punch and brings that Lickitung down into the red, possibly able to knock it out after a couple more counters. This Statastan will be allowed to connect first and should be enough for a knockout, but that Medicham holds on.
Oh, Medicham!
被反杀了，哇！
Actually not a tough
恰雷
situation
姆
because
格斗系之
come
耻，
with those resistant licks and lick down,
这
gather
不
some
太
additional
夸张。
energy, and now you're queued
格斗
up
系
here.
支持
Shield
会太
advantage,
夸张
bit。of energy, but pretty low on HP. We see that Needle Queen
Okay,
come in, and the
Needle
switch
song
timer is not
line
up. Lickitung cannot escape.
Yeah, Lickitung cannot escape, but it can at least throw one more body slam to connect with this Nidoqueen for some damage. RicFlareon holding on to that last shield. DancingRob has 2 shields available to him with this Galarian Stunfisk. I have to imagine you're thinking about using it. You know that this is going to be the Poison Fang, but DancingRob going for the shield, the defenses go down, and that means the next attack is just going to hurt a lot more.
That is really, really tough.
这怎么大家都这么喜欢骗啊？胆子都很大呢。
But the mud shots are really dealing the damage, and we see a no shield as well. What a great call! And here comes the Earth Power.
大家都很爱骗呢，哇！那你现在要吃亏啦！不好好丢地震。
Fast move attacks from this Galarian Stunfisk will be enough to knock out that
DancingRob
Nidoqueen, and then it's just going to be the Walrein. But RicFlareon swapping in the Walrein himself.
暗影的话，好像半血的话会被岩崩收掉吧？
From this rock slide, but if Walrein has an earthquake
可以吗？可以哇，就是一个赢 CMP 啊，又是输在 CMP 了。
You're exactly right. There's no protect shield on the board. No protect shields remaining. Earthquake absolutely craters the ground. Galarian Stunfisk is knocked out, but the Lickitung is not done yet. Trying to put up a fight here. It's going to throw its weight into this body slam.
It will, but will it be enough damage? Is the question. Walrein able to hold on. Going for those powdered stones, and looks like it is able to knock out the Walrein.
反正没有弄到也是输的，还不如拼一把，搞不好就弄到。怎么大家都很喜欢骗？大家有没有发现？每个人都在骗呢。这不会是高手对局吗？
calculated play as well. We did see an early on earthquake, CMP
大舌头像是更硬的卡比，现在卡比好像已经绝种了，在超级联盟基本上看不到卡比。每个都用大舌头，有够硬。
You know, I really liked that Lickitung lead, as I think it does give him a lot of flexibility. Unfortunately, though, it just felt that Medicham didn't quite get what it was looking for out of that matchup. You know, Medicham is the best answer to RicFlareon's own Lickitung, like you were just saying. But it doesn't have the fighting type charge move, and that Psychic just didn't really do a lot of damage at the end of the day. And as nice as it is to have that tight matchup sort of sorted out, you know, the fighting type against the normal type Pokemon, if DancingRob has can deal more damage to that Lickitung, or maybe
败者组的第3 round 哦，有机会回到那个败者组的冠军哦。伯安也加油啦！虽然说没有你的转播我没有办法看到，但伯安加油！
Swampert with his own Lickitung or possibly some of the other Pokemon that he has access to. But if you make a bit of a read and just hope that you can find, you know, the opportunities to just get that Swampert against the Lickitung so it does enough damage, I think that would be all that you need. It really was a close matchup. Medicham just needed a little more.
You're exactly right. Medicham was very close. That Psychic typing really betrays it when those super effective licks start to add up. And this is interesting as well because we saw the Wall Rain and the Galarian Stunfisk making an appearance there for our team on the right. It's going to be very difficult to kind of manage how this Altaria fits into the equation. Do you think we see Altaria here in game number 2?
I mean, I want to see Altaria.
火箭队雷达要怎么拿？
And if you're expecting your
打火箭队的手下，
on the Medicham once again, that is
然后他就给你那个碎片，
Same thing with the Venusaur.
然后但是你包包要有位置，这样你打完火箭队才可以领到碎片，然后累积6个就可以换成一个雷达。
As the Altaria finds itself led against the Galarian Stunfisk on Rob's side of the field. We have the Shadow Kanto Ninetales in now.
Comes in here, but I don't think it's going to have the same opportunity to turn up the heat that we saw in the last set because the Shadow Swampert is happy to meet it here on the battlefield. We see the Weather Ball get queued up here, some resisted damage there. The Swampert takes that easily and farming up extra energy. Look at all this energy. Swampert finally throwing the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, I love how that Swampert took the extra time to get those Hydro Cannons ready to go, as it only takes a couple of turns for it to get access to those moves. And with Altaria coming in and that fast Dragon Breath attack, you want those charge moves good to go. They're going to be resisted, but at least you do some nice chip damage on the way out.
And this is a critical show of skill as well. I mean, if you throw that Hydro Cannon as soon as you get it, there is a very low likelihood that you get to the 2 Hydro Cannons here. And only time will tell if this chip damage is going to be instrumental in a victory for DancingRob, or if RicFlareon can overcome it. He finally does overcome the Swampert though, but that Galarian Stunfisk is ready to meet him. Switch timer almost up. Does he reach for it? No. Gonna stay in here to really awful matchup.
Well, the Altaria has a Sky Attack and a Moonblast available to it, so RicFlareon possibly trying to catch this attack, but misses the opportunity to switch. It just lets the Altaria go. This Rock Slide is going to do a ton of damage. Barely missing the knockout. Does get the switch at this point in time, but that Altaria is in the danger zone.
Now this feels like an old Western. We see 2 of these Pokemon with attacks that could absolutely KO them if they land. And we see the first Protect Shield come out as well. Nidoqueen for RicFlareon blinks first.
感觉那个 Rick 那边
even though it wasn't
翻不回来了。
it was a rock slide. You're just at such low health overall. You need every opportunity you can to keep this Nidoqueen healthy. Unfortunately, this Poison Fang isn't going to do damage, and it's going to take a while for these defensive drops to make a difference. But here's the Earthquake from DancingRob. Will RicFlareon shield this?
Oh, a great shield call as well. Nidoqueen gets to stay in this battle a little while longer, but it still has a tough hill to climb. If the switch timer is not quite up yet, maybe another charge attack coming through here any moment, and we do see another bait, and he takes the bait. DancingRob's Galarian Stunfisk shields.
Yeah, this Galarian Stunfisk, just like Nidoqueen, is so important for DancingRob's win condition. You have to invest those shields, but now this Earthquake will be allowed to connect with the Nidoqueen. We know it's going to do some big damage. Altaria does have the opportunity to come in and throw one of these attacks, but they're both going to be resisted. It's not going to be enough damage.
Wow, and the mud shots are all that was needed. Again, speaking to that resistance and triple resistance, typically ground type attacks would not do any damage.
大舌头硬到可以只发太压打赢可以对，很扯，超扯的。盔甲鸟虽然技能有抗，但2个实际打，大舌头一顿情况会赢诶，超夸张。好像都他其实在打，差不多啊，好像都有人。目前好像有看到一个是那个什么暗影大蛇花吧，我有点忘记是谁带的，少数蛮有趣的。然后还有什么？昨天有看到一堆赌篮球，然后我就没有想了，剩下的好像都差不多了，对吧？国安有参加，有哦，国安是参加那个青少年组的，然后好像没有转播。不过你可以在那个赛程表上面看到，倒下那个青少年组的那个。
Yeah, Galarian Stunfisk is such a powerhouse Pokemon. 这是淘汰赛吗？双淘汰吧？对吧？我不确定中文是翻译应该是叫双淘汰，就是好像你打输之后就丢掉败者出去再打一次，然后如果再输，等于是输2次就拜拜这样子。哦，暗影大争锋，对我们一开始看暗影大争锋也是蛮有趣的，少数比较不常见的。而且大争锋好像在一般的那个超级联盟也没有到很常出现，可能重启的技能真的比较有限吧。而且如果你要打，想一下超级联盟的重启能打角色2系嘛，超能。那超能的话，大概也是升代欧吧，相信大概是升代欧吧，偶尔会出现克雷啊。但代欧他技能途径就可以先逼大争锋两个盾，这大争锋这样算顺风吗？好像有开算吧，对不对？然后2系的话，2系那个伊布那个靠坦度就可以先拿1盾了，对吧？对，大争锋。我觉得他可能只有在打那个特殊杯赛的强度可能还会比较好一点。如果你是以 Meta 的这个标准来看它的话，变大蛇田反而降职成冷笑。啊，说到大蛇田，我那个时候，大家记得那个吗？之前不是蛮久之前的吧，有一个。那个就是发5张团战券，然后让你去启动在某段时间打，然后那个时候不是打大蛇头，然后有色尾，还可以进化成大蛇田啊那个特殊那个什么，太阳吗？是绝版的，反正某一个绝版的吧？对，我有没有？所以我那个时候打完大蛇头，然后色尾太高兴了，然后我忘记进化，所以我现在手上没有大蛇田。哦，我会按一球 ，OK， 所以我现在手上没有大蛇田。没有办法拿出来玩，然后我一直等不到复刻。夏雷打输大头征服大头，连盔甲鸟都输了。这张盔甲鸟是不是也该叫做飞行之啊钢系之石？重启的遭遇就是不远看，对啊。尤其现在那个什么钢系泛滥。重启真的没有办法，而且我觉得比较亏的是那个大争锋，它的小刀毒气没有办法对钢系造成太多伤害，然后反而他的那一下冲转，虽然说可以打，但是好像也解决不了对手啊，主要是小刀打不出伤害啊。那整个压迫性就差很多。大争锋是技术角，是，肯定是。但是对虾皮来说，每一次应该都信手拈来吧。暗影大东可以跟暗影巨啊杀起。我怎么感觉好像在讲我那次巨牙杀的影片啊？哦，大蛇点绝版招是太阳哦，那我刚才没有记错啊，太阳。OK。月一能赢大蛇田，我不知道哎，应该可以吧？大蛇田少招蛇田吧，打不出伤害的话，月一感觉能赢。OK， 来哦，第2场哦，哇，又是尼多打大蛇头，这个画面我们看了好多次啊。 And we already have a Poison Fang. This game is moving very quickly.
Absolutely, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we just see the pressure start to pile onto this Lickitung. Its formidable bulk, though, will allow it to stay in this matchup. It does go for the body slam, and again, continuing this trend of not shielding Nidoqueen against potential power whips.
Yeah, RicFlareon's confidence in this matchup is key, and I love how this Lickitung is just trying to stay on the field as much as possible, but no shielding this Poison Fang after one defensive drop already. He has to be preparing a switch, otherwise this Lickitung is just going to get knocked out. But it's Rick who switches and gets the Lickitung to catch the body slam.
This is very critical as well because we saw RicFlareon in the late game of game number 2 with shield advantage, and that really helped carry him to victory.
这边是被看穿了吗？这个是否被看穿了？还是单纯是因为恰雷姆刚才被收掉的关系？
Yeah, DancingRob has been favoring delivering those rock slides throughout the match, but now going
哇，那这样子反而大舌头
earthquake. This Galarian Stunfisk
对下一幕产生了一点威胁，让对手不敢换呢。
Almost at full health, not going to take a lot of damage from the power whip or the body slam.
你觉得是预判哦？我原本也以为是预判，但我觉得他是因为怕换恰雷出来掉顺位呢。大舌头太压迫了。
As it almost is, but not quite. Lickitung gets to one more body slam. It's resisted, and Rob knows it. No Protect Shield in play.
Yeah, Rob just dismissed that Protect Shield prompt almost immediately, wanting to save them, probably for the Medicham at this point, as the Lickitung is down into the red. And this Medicham has a fantastic matchup against RicFlareon's Shadow Wall Ring, which also just took the field. Will use another rock slide on this Galarian Stunfist first, but no shield, and that just does so much damage.
Super effective rock slide. It's not the same type of attack bonus, but it does apply so much pressure. We do see the Wall Rain fighting back, but the whole team for RicFlareon has been revealed, and let's see how he reacts to that third Pokemon coming out here for DancingRob, as it will come any moment. And here comes the Medicham counter swap into the Nidoqueen.
This is a very dangerous position for the Nidoqueen.
这边直接揍下去就游戏结束啦。对，要带回家做纪念了呢。
coming in, the Shadow Nidoqueen able to knock out the Lickitung at the last second, and then throw an Earth Power into this Medicham. But all Rob has to do is go for the counter to pick up that KO. It's just the Shadow Wall Rain now. I saw one Icicle Spear. I don't think I saw two.
I don't believe that Wall Rain is ready for doubles. Let's see. The Medicham does use that final Protect Shield, and we do see the counters piling on. Two shields in the bank, but the counters do not stop. And we see the knockout from DancingRob.
Yeah, DancingRob also having those charged moves available as well, but just very confident
我觉得主要是大舌头没有把柴姆调出来啦。
Recognizing that the Shadow Wall Rain had no charged moves available to it. As a result, you have
恰雷你巴里打大舌头比较好打。对啊，就是因为我们那个什么，前面有一场不是恰姆被大舌头给反杀吗
？Headed to that secondary bracket, but he is not out of it yet. Let's see.
所以丢恰姆出来可能怕顺位掉吧。
I'm really interested though. We saw that Shadow Kanto Ninetales and the hard team.
去找没有江水炮推荐哪个招式？
Really kind of put RicFlareon on his
对，一定要加龙水炮，加龙水炮差很多。
In that game number 3.
It would have been, and that's just the importance of, I think, making those reads and knowing how to play in terms of predictions.
掉出来才有机，所以我一开始才会觉得说，为什么 Rick 不换？
This game that you don't necessarily get to experience on the Go Battle League ladder because you don't.
而且最后发现
6 Pokemon and pick 3 to.
离多后的血量真的太少了吧？
So we have a little bit of time.
少到没有机会做死。
Couple of matches, and I believe this is something that we just touched upon briefly earlier, but we were talking about it very situationally. In this situation, I would do the AVA where these Pokemon would.
我是觉得打到那边应该还
But if you're just building a team up in general,
不至于放弃吧那边。
picking your 6 Pokemon to compete at.
不过我也想不通为什么他不带队就是了。因为如果他的计谋真的是要掉恰姆的话，那你没看到恰姆出来，那不是应该 全力去保海狮嘛，所以我那边其实也看不太懂他为什么要那个。那边很怪。OK， 我们又要回来打对战。
A lot of Swampert, a lot of Sableye, a lot of Medicham, and sometimes, especially at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, we saw Iomero versus kiengiv.
等一下，我重开一下游戏哦。
Identical. The only difference was that kiengiv's Wall Ring was a Shadow variant, whereas Iomero's
他的目的是把盾 all in 给你多后吧？
When you have the
是你
same
多后血量很少
you really need to manage your energy. You have to approach your opponent a bit differently. Maybe you kind of play more
而且这样他是猜
more patience.
猜什么东西？他是猜他压后面是什么东西，不然他为什么要放给你做？我怎么看都觉得海狮不开盾超怪的啦。OK， 来吧，咱们继续开打。来，不要再给我认识猎斑鱼的对手了。今天还没送对手惊喜过呢。Serious。哦，他想要电磁炮后再走吗？没关系啊，那就给你电磁炮啊。OK， 电磁炮，好的。1、 3，这边我们可以抢回 Switch 哦。4、5。OK， 他也拿一顿了。6、7、8。好，我们 CMP 会赢。9、10、11、12，有 CMP 到吗？哎，有哦，没有，这个没有，这个应该是，这算有吗？因为我出招了，这样算有。好，然后可以讲上去把它弄下去。3、4、5，找啊，莫去找啊 ，Weekend 又逆风。哇，2、3、4、5，我不知道早王的坦度能不能打得赢玛丽耶？梅顿情况能赢吗？6、7。行啊。8、9、10、11，拜托要收掉啊！哦，可恶，差一点！玛丽又是你，这毒瘤！是怎样？是怎样？给不给机会？A7，当住啊！当住，勾魂，玛丽，啊！哎，早啊！虽然我们这边已经快晚上了，有啊，3只都主流。你需要暗影的早啊，暗影的很贵，我真的很穷哎。我现在，大家没有发现我最近都越来越不太敢玩暗影的吗？就因为它真的太贵了，我心成穷鬼啊。是说大家不会习惯看我们打逆风了吧？怎么每次直播都在逆风？到底？暗影巨藻，我原本的对逻辑来说是不太行啊，但，他们要开始了吗？还是感觉我们这可以在一场对吧？以刚才他们的调调来说，大家觉得呢？在一场还是切回去了？各位，要在一场吗？在一场打个+1好不好？不然我们就切回去了。好，这一场速，我都配对到了才切回去。来，顺风啊，机会来了。1、2、3、4、5、6。我不知道他两盾跟那个谁会赢呢？1、2、3、4。开始了，要切回去吗？好啊，做善事哦，那我们做善事哦，我们切回去喽。
Earthquake for a specific reason. ItsAXN picking Earthquake for the same reason, but you gotta wonder if these trainers are still thinking the same exact thing. Now that all the shields are gone, both these trainers going for the Earthquake, but ItsAXN able to catch it on the Medicham.
This is such a high skill play because ItsAXN did recognize that his wall rain was not going to win that charge with priority. It would go second, so he switches in the Medicham, but this is tough because now the Trevenant comes out and there are no protect shields to save the Medicham from an attack.
The Medicham will have the opportunity to throw an Ice Punch into this Trevenant, which is going to hurt, but it will not secure the knockout. As a result, Trevenant able to Shadow Claw down this Medicham and bank all of this energy for the Shadow Wall and Shadow Needle waiting for it in the back of the party.
There are no protect shields on the board for either trainer, but oh my goodness, Trevenant has so much energy and it strikes with the Shadow Ball. This is going to deal an immense amount of damage to the Shadow Needle Queen, but it will probably hang on, and it does.
It does, but for how long? Should have enough time to get one Poison Fang, maybe two, but instead a Seed Bomb will connect with that Shadow Needle Queen, and you know that's going to do more than enough damage for the KO.
I just want to mention here, this is a pivotal moment because this wall rain comes in, it does Powder Snow down that Trevenant, and this is team information that might be gleaned here as ItsAXN's wall rain is loaded up with energy, and the Mandibuzz is waiting in the wings. Do we see the Dark Flying type Pokemon come out here? And we do.
Mandibuzz is at a type disadvantage for these ice type attacks, but it is at full health. So this will have the benefit of taking some of that energy away from the Shadow Wall Rain. It will have the opportunity as well to take an attack really for this other Shadow Wall Rain that just swapped in, but ItsAXN already has enough time to get back to the Earthquake, and you know that's going to bring that Wall Rain so close to a knockout. It just barely.
It does, and look at ItsAXN fighting hard to try to get momentum back into this matchup just through the second Ice Spear here. It needs to a third one, or the Mandibuzz will deliver a decisive blow. Can Wall Rain get there?
All right,
It's
just a split second faster that will beat the Shadow Wall Rain to another Icicle Sphere, and Kujira able to take game one in this winner's round 3 set.
ItsAXN fought so hard to bring that matchup back, but that Mandibuzz's bulk was a decisive factor as it barely escaped that matchup. Kujira stealing away that game one.
It was such an exciting matchup too because
因为他如果拿那个大声咆哮，可能就不会这么极限。但是他好像是用空气斩嘛，对吧？我应该没有看错。
Arguably one of the best ice type Pokemon users in the metagame right now.
空气斩好像慢一点，要5下。
Manage that energy, you know, we saw that Mandibuzz take an attack for the Wall Rain, leave the field, and come back just in time with just enough energy to hit that dark type attack. Going into game 2, you know, I would love to see the Mandibuzz again, but it just was so precarious for it. You have to wonder, is it worth bringing the Mandibuzz for your Medicham matchup when you just barely held on in that game 1?
I would really love to see some Trevenant play here, but if you look at the team,
不然正常来说，如果没有特别细的话，是两下暗影海狮的冰锥就下去了。
I'm very interested to see if these trainers will decide to use
对，那我才是毒瘤。
because once those protections
这边都毒瘤在内战，好不好
almost hopeless for its
？R杀比了吗？
比了。
前2场比了。
Mandibuzz's story in game 1, it did not win by virtue of typing. It won by virtue of its bulk, its stat product. It could stay in that matchup, deal neutral damage when it counted, and edge out that victory for Kujira. But can he get that fortunate in game number 2?
哦，对，是说那个什么
This is exactly why
DC
I'm holding on to my Volibee to try and trade with some friends to get my own Mandibuzz. It's such a powerful Pokemon, but for this game too, more powerful Pokemon. It's another Wall Rain versus Wall Rain standoff, but will we see the perfect mirror like we saw in game 1?
It was absolutely picture perfect in game number 1, but these two Wall Rains might change things up here. Actually, the same teams from both trainers doubling down on these team compositions. We do see the Icicle Spear, Will Lightning Strike twice. It looks like ItsAXN calls this one.
ItsAXN remembering what happened in game 1 and not protect shielding the Icicle Spear, and now throwing the Icicle Spear of his own, but Kujira goes for the shield.
Kujira does sacrifice that early protect shield, but we've seen this trainer come back from very tough deficits before, reaching for another bait here, going to double down. It does this time.
All right, so in game 2, I believe the second charged move was the Earthquake from both Kujira and ItsAXN. This time around, Kujira going for a second Icicle Spear.
Kujira 要挡吗 ？Kujira
throwing the Earthquake. Will Kujira shoot
it?
Let's go!
Earthquake comes through and does secure the knockout onto that Shadow Wall Rain.
Kujira 这边心脏弱掉了。
The Trevenant and the Shadow Needle Queen to match it. How do you think Trevenant actually goes for the Seed Bomb? Answer the question before I could even ask it.
I was going to say, you know, Mandibus has that bulk and can do some decent damage against the Shadow Needle Queen, but you really don't want to be stuck with those defensive drops, knowing that the Shadow Wall Rain is there as well. It's just unfortunate. This Trevenant is going to be taking super effective damage from the poison, or decent damage from the poison phase. That's even after the defense drop.
上来弄哦。
Mandibus finally take to the skies here.
他应该是想说，看能不能靠能量优势把海狮给打下来嘛。
pressure here, and I think the value of MetaCham is really going to shine, but it has to contend with
还是他猜到要留朽木了。
doing its best to set up its teammates with a poison fang. Does it get to another one? And it does. No, it does not.
That Mandibus is able to keep itself safe for now, but unfortunately, ItsAXN still has a shield available, and I think very wisely saving it for that Shadow Wall Rain, as it has such a great matchup against Kujira's remaining 2 Pokemon.
哇，这边他把能量丢光，那海狮又要上来发挥喽。没有多拿能量很亏哦。
That first one, it looks to take another. It reaches for the wall right now.
海狮来了，毒油来了。这边应该会弄到极致吧。
Taking those powdered snows and now also taking an icicle sphere as well. While Kujira could go for the shield here, there's just no point. That Mandibus has such low health. The Trevenant needs it, but Trevenant too already in the yellow.
OK， 这边海狮看起来没有问题啊。
And this Icicle Sphere is going to deal so much damage and remove that final shield.
Trevenant is spooky, but it is brittle. It does not want to take
these
super effective powder
血量撑住 OK。 返回成1比1。
Very, very closely losing the game 2. ItsAXN bringing us into a game 3 situation. We saw both these trainers bring the same team, bring the same lead, and almost have a similar start to the game 2.
哇，我觉得那个库居瓦的那边
thing,
电盾失败跟那个没挡到地震太亏了，亏大了。心理战输掉，真太亏。如果比大师联盟就更好，大师联盟就更就永远那几只了呢。
Will they do the same in Game 3? I really think the value of this Metacham is going to shine here for ItsAXN.
大师联盟基本上好像也不会有其他的那个角色出场了吧
？But it could have an opportunity to do that in Game number 3. Would you agree with that?
I think so.
哦对，好，刚才说那个 DC 对，我 DC 呢最近加了一个那个等级系统，对不对？我看大家冲等级冲得蛮高兴，我没有想到大家冲这么快。 哦，对，重点是，如果大家有想到还有什么好玩的功能的话，可以讲一下。如果有空，然后我觉得不错的话，我再把那个程式写进去，我们再加点其他东西。如果大家有点觉得可以让 DC 更有趣一点的想法的话，对，那如果大家没加 DC 的话，可以从资讯栏点连结加好。哦，又是一场内战，不腻呀。
They do have different movesets, though. Look at this moveset on the right. We have Power Up Punch and Psychic for Kujira.
Yeah, and that's a Psychic already being thrown into ItsAXN's Metacham is going to do a nice chunk of damage. But those power up punches, I think, is something important for us to note, as both these trainers have their wall rains and their other similar Pokemon from the previous matchup in the back.
They absolutely do, but this Psychic does have a chance to drop the opponent's defense, which can make this matchup a little more manageable. It does not actually trigger. These Metachams are pacing at the same rate, but the Ice Punch gets delivered first. Can the Metacham hang on?
It's going to be close, but Kujira certainly thinks so, not going for the shield, and is able to hold on and throw that Psychic back. ItsAXN letting the Metacham go.
ItsAXN playing here for energy advantage. He knows the Metacham will faint, but he knows that coming here with that Needle Queen or Wall Rain, gather some energy and position himself to face this next Pokemon from Kujira.
OK， 海狮上来，
well, it's going to be the
蛮有趣的，应该是想说海狮农能量的话。
importantly, it's actually
印象不会
getting
输吧？
enough energy already to be at an icicle
但也不
sphere.
确定到底是不是猜到后面有一只
Kujiro's
球，
own
也有
shadow
可
wall
能。
rain. ItsAXN going straight for the earthquake.
When you're ahead on energy, this is a
心脏够大颗吗？
very often, and it does get read here
挡
perfectly
对
by
了。
Kujiro. He knows the earthquake is coming, but for the third time in 3 games, Gabby, we
压
have
力
a
换到另外一边
wall
来
rain
咯。
mirror on the screen.
This must be so stressful for the players, as it feels like every time this mirror happens, it plays out just a little bit differently. ItsAXN though shielding the icicle sphere from Kujiro. So now these trainers both down to 1 shield, and it's another. This time it is the earthquake, and ItsAXN calls it.
And even though ItsAXN had that early energy lead, we see the trainers reach charge move priority on their charge attacks. But the difference here is that ItsAXN.
哇！但是这边要骗，这边骗成功的话，局势又回到另外那个什么 ItsAXN 这边哦。
The last possible second using that protect shield. Both these trainers are now out of shield, and it's just these 2 wall rain going at it.
We do see the wall rain delivering an
Okay, 那海
earthquake here from
狮，库居的海
ItsAXN.
狮应
Will
该就
this
下去
fail the
了。
wall rain and escape the matchup? And it
然后
does.
这边因为还有一点能量优势，哎，
Down to his
有机会吗？海狮？
It is going to be that
有。
Trevenant, but unfortunately the wall rain is able to get to that icicle sphere just a
哇
split
，GG
second
GG，
faster.
又
And
是
with
海
no
狮一
shields
枝独
remaining
秀
on
啊！
Kujira's side of the field, it's gonna hurt.
It absolutely freezes out the grass type.
啊，刚才最后那多能耐一下，有没有？地震存到地震都多能耐一下，哎，刚好可以让那个海狮绰绰有余的对朽木要丢个冰锥啊！哇，那一下真的蛮赚的啦，那一下。多能耐一下，很赚。
Very stressful. All that stress kind of piles on.
哇，这一场他们两个对手是一直在镜
You
像。
gotta take a moment to breathe, especially when these matches are queued up so quickly. If you have a couple of seconds to be able to reset your mental energy and take a little break, I think it really helps center and make sure that you're ready for your next game, because you know these trainers are in winners round 3 of Worlds. They are progressing through the bracket undefeated on the top side of the bracket. You want to keep that going as long as you can.
台湾啥时打？已经打完了，算打完吗？打过了。然后不知道他会不会再挑到阿萨尔那一场来播。对，好，我们继续等他下一场直播吧。来，我们继续回来打对战。
Yeah, we'll just have to see how this is going to play out, and it's also really exciting.
台湾选手是谁？ 阿萨、Roger Chen 啊，还有博安，博安是青少年组的啊。我们来看一下博安现在打到哪里了？哇，博安在败组第3回合输掉了，哇，可惜了，可惜了。止步于这个应该算半决赛吗？还是哪里？哇，可惜了博安。阿萨有赢吗？没有，他第1场输掉了。 OK， 来吧。哇，也7点，也播了1个半小时了，也是开始有点累了。打斗没想过去参加，没有哎、欸，因为我其实是一个很懒惰的人，就是觉得要报名要干嘛就觉得很麻烦，对。 对，主要是我很懒惰啦。对了，来哦，好的，开始。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。我刚才发现，直接切猎斑以上就会打不赢高魂焰。 所以这边要稍微给它消磨一点。8、9、10，他没有做好莱门哦。10下，11、12 ，OK。然后我们挡一个。 对，然后待会他偷刀就给他偷，没关系。我们现在重点是要把他2吨给他逼出来。我想起昨天的那个熟悉的节奏了。2、3、4、5，然后 应该是可以直接弄下去。1、2、3、4、5，哎嘿，自投罗网，嘿嘿。对手傻眼啊！3、4 ，OK， 这边出招了是吧？没关系，因为我们待会的，好，先上去吧。勾魂眼吗？还是尼多？啊，勾魂出来也好了，这边可以直接把它弄下去。那我们直接上来地震就结束了。我们好像终于让猎斑鱼表现一次了吧？终于钓到朽木妖了。好，感谢指教。会想尝试爆炸头水牛吗？他招式有什么啊？尾巴射击。还有什么来着？有点忘了。阿萨阵容我没有记啊，我没有记他们的阵容啊。阿萨强吗？很强啊！刚才他那个操作跟鬼一样，好不好？啊，我们又没有记到了。哦，这一场是中里的，对，这场是中里的，所以然后。很多，然后勾魂眼跟朽木，哦，这是个双优哦，双优阵。OK， 终于打出一场符合咱们猎斑鱼的潜力的一场对战啊！然后刚才那个朽木妖的自投罗网。来吧，下一轮。地震超级角旗踩踏，哇，这能量需求那么高啊！踩踏能量需求多少？它应该是里面最低的，对吧 ？OK， 这场打完好像差不多咯。这场打完应该就可以跳回去了。还是各位觉得现在就可以跳回去了？因为刚才我们中里耶。好了，不然我们还是配到对手了。赛程上好像阿莎正在打，好，我们祝他顺利。哎，不是啦，怎么又是刚注啦？他不换哦，那我就继续弄哦。他不换我就继续弄哦。1、2、3、4，咬碎，看能不能拼个降法吧。没有，5、6、7 ，OK。他应该会想开一顿，说这一顿我们是不是赶紧打过啊？好，先把他盾拿掉吧。2、3、4、5、6，又是一个 CMP。猎斑鱼攻击也算不错的了啊，都可以赢 CMP。OK。然后这边找王，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9，感觉这场好像有机会哦。10、 11、12、13。哇，那好像丢不到油鸟，那只能丢了。啊，其实也不用啊，对，逼他出招，他不出招，那我们就对，然后我们再上去丢地震就好。看一下换冷却还没到。1、2、3，别让他出招。进嘞，对战要开始了，早王给力啊！ 他应该想要挡切，这边换他上来的意思就是，对，稍微停顿一下。3、4，如果我们撑得住蒸汽弹就赢了。Boom， 拜拜，我们可以回去看比赛喽。
Those meta Pokemon, those popular
赶上了
Pokemon that have the high stat totals,
我们怎么
that
每
have
次
those incredibly amazing
最后都
moves
打
in
得
order to
很
power
紧
you
张这样。
to the World Championships. We are still in winners round 3 now, so these trainers currently undefeated. They need to have these victories in order to carry them through to top 8 till tomorrow's competition to that final stage. And you know, again, what better way to do it than using what's been consistently doing well?
Exactly right. Consistency is key. Zarddy looking to
最近感觉停顿防挡切还是会整个停住。
没
没有啊，我刚才是故意整个停住啊。
Qualifiers, we do see the Azumarill
因为 OK， 待会再解释。来吧，我们先继续看。哦，这场大顺跟大逆啊。
Will get access to play rough, but an adjustment from both of these trainers. Statastan sending in the Swampert and Zarddy sending in the Walrein to meet it.
And we do see this
哇，我觉得这
icicle
场
spear get fired
目
off.
前看起来好像
Swampert is very threatened by the icicle spears, but the
会不会
regular
被完全压
Swampert
制啊
not so much. It can comfortably absorb that first one. Going straight for the earthquake though. This is same type attack bonus, and the Walrein is about to
没有挡哦，没有挡哦，没有挡哦 ，Boom！
It almost knocks out the Walrein. That's just how
可是
powerful
海
these
狮
earthquakes are in
动了地
Statastan,
震
making
搬得回来
a
吗
great call there that Zarddy would not
巨
go
藻搬得回
for
来吗
the shield. Statastan forced to shield this icicle spear as it would have done enough to knock it out, but that Swampert is almost at the second.
好像没有办法哎，看这个泥巴射击的伤害，哦，这边漂亮压一个 CMP， 巨藻怪伤攻击比较高一点。
Recognizing that the Walrein will lose CMP to the Swampert, but the Walrein's going to stay in this matchup.
OK， 这边还是要拿顺位哇。
But Statastan actually tug of war
这样对那个什么 Statastan 这边哦不太好处理喽。
Interesting matchup because I would assume that Statastan
哎，可以耶哇，好猛啊，巨藻！ 巨藻太神了！
Go just so that the Swampert can throw a Hydro Cannon into this Azumarill, but that's going to be resisted, and it's so bulky it just doesn't do enough damage.
We do see the Alolan
不过他这样抢应该也算对的啦，因为你头巾遇到那个玛丽的话，真的是完全没辙，所以换一下确实也蛮合理的。只是虽然说我们看上帝视角的关系啊，所以会觉得说他抢了抢的不错。但从那个 Zarddy 这边的队伍来看的话，因为其实有机会赌一下他没有在泥土后面两对球位的方式。虽然说这场我们知道后面挺多话，所以没有办法做。但如果还不知道的情况下，看起来有机会赌一把，但没有办法，这场真的没有办法。
Luckily, he does, as it does go right through that Protect Shield, and we do see the Alolan Ninetales now on the field, and a Poison Fang getting fired.
Yeah, that Alolan Ninetales is not going to appreciate catching this Poison Fang, as that should be enough for a knockout, and Zarddy takes game 1.
感觉停顿防抢就长得挺粗哦，那个没有啦，对我在讲那对，我刚才就说我全部停，我主要全部停住是因为他换刚速上来。 他就是一定要切的意思啊，对吧？那既然他都要切了，那你就好好的停住等他切啊，对啊，反正他一定会切嘛，对啊。
if it had aligned against that Obstagoon, hypothetically,
他那个比赛是怎么选的？不知道啊。
so much damage, but Zarddy
也不知道他到底是怎么挑的，就是。
those Pokemon away from the field, bringing both
只是我在猜啦，他会不会是尽量挑那种不重复的？有没有可能？尽量让每个人出来露个脸之类的，我不是很确定啊。但 青少年组没有播吗？好像没有哎，我好像找不太到。 哦，你的意思是对面也停住，但实际上对手丢到是吗？那个好像我之前也有遇过一次哎，但我不知道那到底算不算 bug 哎，就是我不知道那到底是怎么回事啊。但确实我也有遇过1、2次，然后对面实际上是有他能量上是有丢的，对，这真的很怪，我不知道这是发生什么事情。就这个也很莫名其妙，这个我也不知道，也不知道是不是 bug。
But we don't see it on the field here.
Interesting. I mean, I think that the Obstagoon for a Mandibuzz swap is a very interesting team build choice, but you know, you still get access to those incredible dark type moves, and I don't think we've really had the opportunity to talk about this, but obstruct, you know, the new Invi move for Obstagoon does boost your defenses, which is something that I don't think players have typically really used in the Go Battle League just yet. Maybe he was hoping to catch his opponents off guard if they're not familiar with those damage calculations.
No, you're exactly right. And it's a great typing there.
不知道他之后自己的频道会不会
normal type Pokemon,
不知道会不会
especially
拍
against
拍
ghost
个记录
types.
之类的。
They just have no way to hit that Obstagoon very hard, but it does struggle against Pokemon like Alola Ninetales and that counter user like a Medicham. It's very, very tough in those matchups. But Gabby, we might have a caster favorite lead here from Zarddy on the left as we head into game number 2.
Oh man, they're just giving us exactly what we want. The Deoxys defense form finds perfect alignment against the Registeel. Statastan going to stay in for a couple of seconds here, but should be forced to pivot if he wants this Registeel to be available later on in the game.
You're exactly right. This Deoxys defense form does have the fast attack counter, but it is not a fighting type Pokemon, so it does not get same type attack bonus. And you can see it just kind of chunking away at the Registeel, but not too quickly.
重点看降攻后的双倍凤凰打不打出伤害吧。
As its namesake would imply, is known for its defense, but not its HP.
That Zapcannon brings the Deoxys defense form down below half of its health and will drop its attack one stage as well.
但是这一场我们上帝视角看起来是要抢顺位的啦。
But Zarddy able to use that
会抢吗？
Thunderbolt first. Statastan has to
都是
sacrifice his
ABC
shield here
阵
if he wants, but the Registeel he just lets it go, but it's able to hold on.
Registeel with 1 HP reaches for its own
这个
electric
刚
attack,
住
and it's going to
太毒瘤啦
defense from Deoxys. But we see a Protect Shield coming up. That tells us that Zarddy really values switch advantage.
He does. This Deoxys
但是他拿到顺位了，这样
has a double attack drop. Not going to be doing a lot
哇，
of
巨藻上来，巨藻这边一定是农耗农满啊。
long enough to throw a Psycho Boost, which is such a powerful psychic type attack.
It is, but after these debuffs, the Registeel's impact is still being felt.
debuff 2次不会痛了，然后途径又降2次嘛，4了，这完全没有伤害的吧？
I really like this play from
直接打对折啊
You know, you lose one of your bulkiest Pokemon on the team, but you end up with a Swampert with like 3 Hydro
不
Cannons
过
charged
巨藻
up.
这个血量已经在
So much fast
杜
move
兰
pressure
熊
on
的
the
狩
field
猎
for
范围内
Zarddy
咯。
right now. It's great to see the Obstagoon,
哇
but it's
哇
going to
哇
take
哇
so
哇！
much
这边直
damage
接来
from
大
this
的啊！
Earthquake.
Same type attack bonus, Earthquake coming through here. Obstagoon is going to do its best to weather that bumpy
也还好
ground. But here comes the Scrafty, and the counters are adding up. Now the Shadow Nidoqueen is on the field, but the difference here is
哇，
that there
这
are
边
two
的话，这
protections
边尼
remaining
多后
for
的
the
血量要
Scrafty on
控
the
制，
right.
要处理
Yeah,
好，不
Scrafty
然
has plenty
如
of
果你
time
到时候
here to figure out the winning
半人冷
strategy
却还没
for
结束，巨藻又会上来
Statastan
拿能量
in
喽
this。game. Will shield the first Poison Fang, which is unfortunate. So Zarddy only has to
但
get
是
one
那个
more shield
Statastan
out of
那边好像看起来
play,
是打算
but has to think hard about whether
保
or
住
not
头
you
巾
shield
是
the
吧？
foul play.
I think situationally, I think Statastan recognizing this double foul play might be the key to victory here. But the oh my goodness, Nidoqueen
不会，他想要完全
Poison
保
Fang,
头
not
巾。
even swiping all the bubbles because Zarddy knows that that Protect Shield is coming up, and we do see it connect to that shield.
这个
Scrafty
血
can
量
strike
应
back
该
here
是
with the
撑得
foul
住的，
play.
只是
Yeah, and there are no protect
尼多不
shields
把头巾
remaining
解
for
决
Zarddy
掉，
as a
杜兰
result.
熊
This foul play will do its
没有
full
办法哦。
amount of damage to the Nidoqueen, able to hold on and
可
possibly
以
get
吗？
to
可以吗？好像
another
可以哦。
Poison Fang. just in time prior to the KO.
但是这个血量巨藻又可以回来拿能量啦。
Such low health overall. If this Swampert
冷却结束，那赶快换，赶快换。
later and it does.
哦，没有办法，还是没有办法。那边巨藻拿太多能量了。戴欧那边被拿太多能量了，巨藻直接喷烂对手啊。
Energy management once again the key strategy here for Statastan as we move onwards into game 3.
巨藻拿到能量真的很猛啊！
尤
尤其你遇到那些会压 CMP 的哦，巨藻的威胁超大。
Get all of those mud shots in, get all of those Hydra cannons, those earthquakes just charged up and ready to go. Statastan was able to put on so much pressure without the Registeel that it just made up for it.
No, you're exactly right. And some Pokemon really do rely on their typings to.
这样看起来独蓝熊作用还是很低，也没有啦，主要是因为巨藻真的拿太多能量啦。
Grass type attacks and no
所以
grass type
那个也不是独蓝熊的锅啦。
So I think in the second game, Statastan made an adjustment. He said, if I bring that Swampert,
巨藻农漫蛮可怕的吧？对吧？
I can put it whatever
他应该都体验过吧？就是尤其是如果你的角色 CMP 还输巨藻的话，然后如果你有打到可能2000、2900、3000的场的话，对手会算 CMP 的，哦，那个真的无奈啊，真的只能左上角挡切了。
I was going to say, in terms of the Swampert, it feels like Zarddy's best option here, other than just hoping you get
哦，对了，各位知道那个暗影的巨藻怪啊，他喷那个熊喵，一发降龙水炮可以喷1半的血，所以你只要有办法喷到2发熊喵，也不一定是巨藻怪的对手，超猛。所以我蛮喜欢暗影巨藻怪的。因为我有一个，我之前可能有在留言的时候讲过那个我的爬分队 Meta 爬分队。 是暗影巨藻先发，中间月亮一步，然后压轴是盔甲鸟。 我觉得这队蛮好用的，大家有爬分需求的可以参考一下。2发水炮如果没有属性优势的情况，不是啊，虾皮你这个实力还要超吗？虾皮你世界第2你还要超吗？如果没有使用哪个会比较痛？我记得降龙水炮是 DP 比较好一点吧，所以应该是降龙水炮吗？ 冰游是，抱歉，那个我那次真的觉得很抱歉。那次我只想说，我只要分享一下那个社群日观众跟我讲的那个队伍，只有14只，一只巨藻就打爆了。哦，这个又是一个大顺大逆啊！勾魂眼，哇，这个又是另外一个。可是报恩砸到的话，勾魂眼好像不一定会输哦。我印象中。 重点在于报恩哦。
The first Night Slash does not get shielded, and that is for good reason because it could trigger a boost, and then the second Night Slash.
哦，直接来真的。
But Sableye striking back
with a return, so that's going to deal a ton of damage, and Zarddy does not go for the shield, scratching his head.
OK， 那这边勾魂有机会扳回来咯。会想扳回来吗
？This is so tricky because the lead and the switch in are favorable for Zarddy, but
哦没有呢。
Can't play around with the matchup. Actually, no shields. The Sableye there, and a
哦不是哦，这个。 哇，这个时候看到布斯，绝望吧？哦，不过也还好，这边有个头巾可以马上瞬间把它敲下去啊。OK， 没有出到10只 P， 那还可以，还 OK。赶快换，赶快换！哎，不换吗 ？OK， 囤一个招再换。
Azumarill has such staying power in these matchups, and it's very tricky to deal with. It's going to throw the Ice Beam here and pull away a Protect Shield from Statastan. I think Statastan really kind of on the back foot here as Wall Rain hits the field.
Yeah, that Wall Rain loves to be opposite the Swampert as it will not take a lot of damage from this Hydro Pump, but Statastan did have the Earthquake available, so trying to bait away one of those shields and gets it.
Yeah, absolutely does, and it looks like the Swampert will
完蛋了，我也觉得这个应该是没有办法，这应该都被压到了，这没有办法。
One Icicle Spear worth of damage, but not 2 that will secure the knockout. The first one comes through. Statastan needs to make the most out of the Water Ground type here.
He's charging up to a second Earthquake, and this time just goes ahead and immediately throws it, but Zarddy does not
然后没有打。
This just got a bit interesting because Swampert will pile on a lot of damage here, and that Scrafty is still relatively healthy, but it's at a severe typing disadvantage against the Azumarill. A shield comes up actually. We've seen Swampert take down Walrein before. Can it do it twice?
It's going to be close, but if Swampert is able to fast move down this Walrein and bring an Earthquake with it into the next matchup against the Azumarill, that is going to be so key. But Scrafty coming in to take the Icicle Spear from this Walrein.
You can barely even see the HP points on the screen, but the Walrein suddenly, somehow, gets off that Icicle Spear. We do see a foul play coming through here from the Scrafty. Again, resisted damage.
这边起到一发洗脑把头巾给干掉。
Yes, but he does still
之后泡沫
have two Pokemon
把巨岛点下去应该就可以了。
essentially won. I mean,
应该
that
不用多
Walrein
弄
has
了。
such low health. You know it's going to go down
对吧？这
almost
场应该继续。
immediately
头
when
巾
it
遇到
returns
玛
to
丽
the
真的
field.
没辙
And
了，
does
完
get
全
the
没有机
opportunity
会
to
了。
throw these foul plays into the Azumarill, and while they're not very effective, you know, all this damage is really starting
为
to
什么还
add
继续
up.
推
And？ as we see here, Zarddy gathering additional
应该不需
energy
要吧？
on the Azumarill. He recognizes Statastan's win condition is to bait with the Hydro Cannon, land an Earthquake, and then mud shot down the Walrein. And that is tough, but he is going to eliminate that option as the Swampert comes out. And it just
OK，
doesn't
他
have
是想要
enough
保
HP.
险一点
It
是
goes
吧？
straight for the Earthquake
原来
here.
是这样子啊！
Alright, there's the Earthquake, and there is the shield from Zarddy. That Azumarill is one bubble away from knocking out the
哇，
Swampert.
刚才没有拿回
Just
顺位，没有办法
to
啦。
play it 100% safe.
Zarddy said
玛
this
丽真的
match
太
is
硬
too
了，不过
hot.
巨
I
岛
need
巨
to
岛打
cool
玛丽
things
每
off
顿
here
也
with an
也
ice
不好
beam
处理
to
啊，说
secure
实
that
话。
final knockout. And
阵容
Zarddy
被
with
压
a
制的
fist
太
bump
严
there,
重了。
loving the energy up on the stage. Our trainer from Brazil,
我最近在用
That was such a
S9
close
尾
matchup. Yeah, I can
奇
see
奇
why.
关
You
才
know,
觉得还
sometimes
不
you
错。
just gotta
OK，
let
哎，
that
各位
energy
那个
out.
世界
You
第
know,
2
you
名的
mentioned it's
高
actually
手
last round, just
报
kinda
名
play
牌
back
啦
and，relax.
暗
You
影
know,
9尾
sometimes
奇奇
people
跟
just
死
like to
神
get a
官
little
啊，
bit
觉得还不错啊，
celebration.
各位吵起来
And
啊！
that's what you need to do. Your mental game is so important at long tournaments like the World Championships. Being able to just express that energy in a
对啊，
polite,
刚刚要抢
respectful
顺位
way
才
after
有
a
机会。
match
不过我
is
们
always
上第
very
4角嘛，
important.
我们
Of
也
course,
没有办法
Statastan
那个
not quite out of the
对
tournament
吧？他
yet.
当事
The
人不知道
local
啊。
Londoner will look to bring things back as he
奇
will
奇
fall
是
to the
谁？
secondary
卡普
bracket.
奇
But
奇，
Zarddy very impressive there with the Obstagoon. No
一
obstruction
个
in the
水
moveset,
水压妖精
unfortunately,
的那一个
but he was
卡普奇
enough
奇
of a。barrier to stop Statastan from advancing.
OK，
Yeah,
我
that
们
might
我
be
们又到
something
我们
worth
答对战
talking
时，
about
对
a
对
little
对
bit。later. You know, the different move options for Obstagoon and why these trainers are going for stuff like Night
重看一
Slash
下
over
游
the
戏啊。
Extract. But in this matchup, you know, getting that Night Slash and getting that attack boost as well just really, really paid off.
It's very intimidating because there is a low chance that that occurs, but when the Obstagoon gets boosted, it's just additional pressure that you're applying to your opponent. And we did see
高
it
级还
defeat
是
the
超级？
Sableye and then get beat by another Dark-type Pokemon.
虾皮，你说应该是超级吧？应该不是高级吧？
And it was helpful, but it was more kind of a show of dominance, if you will.
I definitely agree. So, speaking of the show, we
最
are
近
going
回
to
国
be
没关系
taking
啊，
a
你可以
quick
可以
break
跟别人
after
换，
this
跟你的
as
朋友们换，
it's
而
time
且
to get some more
如
trainers
果
queued up, and I think we're
卡
gonna
普
swap
奇
some
奇
casters
要
as well, do a little bit of an
打
ally
超
switch.
级的话，
Thank you all so much for
会
watching.
需要
Make
换
sure
到
that
一个
you're
蛮
staying
低的
tuned
体
and
质。
hanging out with
OK， 虾皮说超级，对对对，超级。不是啊，这一队可以 XL 哎，XL 可以上去的。OK， 来吧。嗯，他等一下他好像有点顿顿的，我再重开一次，等我一下。他游戏感觉顿顿的，稍等。如果常见的气象球角色剩2种9尾，而且现在是不是那个戏谑9尾已经绝种了？现在每个都撒娇9尾，没有什么那种戏谑了。今天不是可以打5场？对啊，对啊，对啊，没错。但我们就尽力打嘛，能打多少算多少嘛。OK， 来吧。啊，怎么感觉有点顿顿的啊？到底是我的问题还是？没关系，总之游戏不要卡就好了。有观众场吗？不一定，看情况吧，看我的体力吧。对啊，各位是不是会觉得荡荡的？对吧？1、2、3。放电，猛扑，猛扑！哇，放电！ 卡对吧？好吧，那我等一下那个投影的直接重连一次好了。我这场打完之后重连。3，各位忍耐一下，待会重开。1、2、3、4，哇，真的很卡哎，连我这边手机都在卡哎，是发生什么事了？哦，我有点看不太下去了，我有点想要直接重开了，各位，我们这场直接退掉好了，连我自己这边都卡的受不了了。等我，各位，还是我干脆连手机都一起重开好了，我全部都一次重开，好不好？各位等我一下。等我。我把投影也一起先关一关，全部都关一关，然后整个游戏重开。啊，那不然我们先来看这边了。哦，结果这边也在广告是吧？好吧。可能戏雪打海之双抗的关系，有可能呢、而且那个什么冰九尾是不是他角色其实也跟海狮有一点微妙的一个，应该说海狮他好像有个地震，他可以打钢系，比起九尾来说，大家应该会更倾向于拿海狮，对吧？跟九尾相阿莎出局了，真的假的？今天啊 gay。哇，真的哎，2比1输掉了，好可惜哦。哇，阿莎可惜啦。不过你第一场打得很漂亮啦，对，你第一场那个技术真的很棒，真的很极限。感谢阿莎帮我们带来了2场非常刺激的对战啊，好不好？阿莎不要太气馁，没事的。哇，我们的喜欢，没关系啦，多给阿莎一点鼓励。等一下，快重开完了，再等我一段时间。希望这样不会卡啦。我不知道是不是因为可能都要开2个小时，我之前开过2个小时以上啊，那为什么这次会再卡？好奇怪呢。OK， 我们放回来，然后。OK， 高手在民间，对吧？真的高手在民间啊！没事，阿莎还是很强的，他的实力我们大家都看到了，都打得很好，真的。OK， 顺了，各位，神关哦，知道怎么打，死人关蛮坦的呢。2、3、4、5、6、7、8，哦，不出招。哇！结果说到阿莎输了，聊天室直接砍半，剩一半的人了。 原来R杀是流量密码是吗？爱引球，1、2、3、4，把它放掉吧，不然又要被喊了。1、2、3、4、5、6，不出招，那我就跟你压 CMP。可以放掉是吧？马力，2、3、4、5、6、7。OK， 骗到一轮8。我感觉他应该会怕早王。9、10。我在猜有没有可能是钢柱那一类会用蒸汽弹的。11。哦，不是哦，1、2、3，然后这边还要再多弄一点哦。哦，拜拜。2、3，刚他好像4下还5下是吧？4下还5下。OK， 1、2，会冰光吗？哇，嬉闹，好，拜拜了。1、2、3、4。哇，刚才那个没有挡到，他居然。哦，我以为他会丢冰光的，没有办法了。早王，你太棒了吧，早王！你今天第2次残血发招嘞，早王！水哦，早王。哦，没有，这个是。当然有一场卡嘛，我们就直接退掉了。哦，这一场第一只是死神关，然后中间有什么？玛丽跟猎前鹰。猎剑鹰，阿莎真的没机会了吗？对啊，2次输了就没了。对，可惜，你差点就要带一顿做纪念了。没事，我们早王老师就把他搬回来，不怕，有早王就不会输的。锁血大神，早王。OK， 好的，开始哦。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。巨藻上来，应该跟勾魂眼一样，先稍微磨掉他一点血吧。没有磨掉，好像我们后面2只上去都会被他收掉。好，1、2、3、4、5。 哇，这样他还会再出招哎。2、3、4、5。地震吗？碎啦。1、2、3、4、5、6啊，他好像还可以再一发地震呢。哦，他要放好，1、2、3、4、5，哎嘿，这是自投罗网吗？哎，他怎么知道？他怎么又知道了？他怎么什么都知道？ OK，CMP 好，哇，这次 CMP 可以赢到朽木哎，那攻击算真的很高哦。OK， 先拿好能量再下来，然后这边浓到极致吗？ 好像也不用到极致啦。哎，这么快就丢招了？嗯。不是吧，早王，早王，你真的很猛哎，早王，早王，你太扯了吧！ 3度锁血，太扯了，早王！这应该是种子炸弹而已吧？对，没错。早王真的太猛了，早王！我们今天主角根本是早王吧？ 太扯了，太扯了！哎，3胜，我们今天终于3胜了。哎，等一下，我们是不是又少记了？怎么会这样？坦克，然后巨藻，朽木。 那感觉我们应该是中间少了，哎，感觉好像我们切回去的时候是不是少记了什么东西？所以应该是要这样 ，OK， 好的。 假如撒豆雪比一样冷门到底吗？我是觉得我没有强到可以站到那种台上啦，好不好？我还没那么强啊！而且你6取3你都被看到了，冷门直接被打爆吧，对不对？很好的空气黄伴随着很烂的坦度，是啦，对啦。又残血嘛，对吧？对吧？大家都很爱找王啊，练一只吧，练一只不亏啊。这一只好像很烂有，不是消极，你那句话讲出来，我会有点觉得怪怪的。被世界的第2名说最强，然后怪怪的吧？ 看一下身体啊，烂的。哎，我们还没打完哦。哦，我以为我打完了，那我们刚才没有记错，好吧？有点神志不清了啊，好像很少恰雷护城哦。对啊，因为这样对我们来说是顺风啊，所以当然会很少啊，没错啊。这是直播魔兽啊，不好抖啊。 来说恰雷姆就来了，顺风开局哦。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11。我觉得Switch要被拿走了，因为海狮上来我们没太多能处理的方法了。试一下，一阵，哇！1、2 ，OK， 那就放给他吧。我有点想放了，3、4、5，我有点想放了，还是真的好烦哦。然后应该是钢之类的吗？哎，没有哦。我就不信你还骗，我就不信啊！我就不信你再来一发地震，打脸啦，脸肿肿啊！这位都直接来真的啊！我觉得凉了啦。海狮真的太烦了，这队遇到海狮 Switch 就有点棘手啦，太棘手了。是啊。然后叉怎么上场去？没了。恰雷，我们不会打逆风场了，我们已经被系统练到不会打逆风场，连个 Switch 都保不住。哦，他们聊天聊完了吗？还在聊是吧？好的，那我们继续吧。难得分数加喽。好像快开始了，这场打完就可以切回去了。卡布奇奇。1、2、3、4、5下冲浪，我不知道后面会不会有朽木希望不要了。2、3、4、5，他放钩魂眼出来，是不是跟玛丽那一队一样后面双优啊？6、7、8，是不是双优嘞？3、4、5、6、7，好玩吗？我可以欺诈是吧？好的。 完了 CMP 哦，没事，不慌。很好，放掉。1、2、3、4、5、6。我希望最后一只是阿嘎之类的东西吧。7、8、9、10、11，可以撑住吗？小王老师是否还会再带给我们奇迹呢？没有奇迹了。6啊，没切到，完了要被弄了。阿嘎，还真的阿嘎，但是那边有个月亮之力啊。2、3、4、5。哇，刚才如果有挡切到的话，我们这场就不一样了。哎，有2发水油尾了吗？哦，他们开打了。哇，这一场好新鲜哦。可恶！哎，没有，我们刚才擦一下。好，我们赶快切回来。这一次有很多新鲜的角色哦，这一场。
Yeah, this is going to be kind of tough because Marto gave up switch advantage now, and if you look at the back line, this is going to be a little difficult with the Nidoqueen that could lock into the Zumro and the Araquanid leaving with a Bubble Beam as well. Dank making sure that there was a Bubble Beam ready before swapping to this Diggersby.
Yeah, I would say alignment is in Dank's favor because the Nidoqueen is in the back. I think that's a shiny Shadow Nidoqueen in the back. Wow, this is an impressive team as the Seed Bomb comes through in these Shadow Claws.
今天拿到一只大师好像蛮强的吧？可是大师问我也不是很准哎，我不打大师哎。
Yeah, and we see a shield
有没有打大师的要分享一下长想强吗？
as best as he could here too. And I like that Dank just threw on charging priority on the fire punch because if you throw on charging priority, typically speaking, it might not be the best situation because you can't farm as much. But if you do throw it, your opponent can also not swap out before the charge move lands. That's exactly what happens. Even though Marto's switch timer's up,
OK， 大师很强是吧
？Get rid of this Trevenant to maintain switch advantage.
And can
哇，他都说强强强哦，
counter down this
该练了那个
it gets to a fire punch and look swap into the bubble beam onto the Toxicroak. This won't be enough, and you double resist the infestation. So how much energy do you bank up before you throw here? No, just swapping to the Zumro. Gonna try to bubble down an Araquanid. I don't think you can do it, especially against infestation.
那这是地图霸是
You know, this is a matchup.
死缠烂打，不是那个，不是虫咬的，这蛮新鲜的。
We have an infestation Araquanid throwing bubble beams at a Zumro
还可以
here
再丢一
to
个泡
keep
沫吗
buffing it and
可
setting
以
it up for the Nidoqueen. This is what the 5th
好
or
恶啊，
6th
地图霸。
charge from the Araquanid in just one game.
Yeah, and look at this. The bubble down does happen, but half the timer is already gone, so you might be able to swap out. And here is the Ice Beam into this. It is the shiny Shadow Nidoqueen, and the first one is Protect Shielded. There is no Hydro Pump available, so you'll have to go straight Ice Beam. You're already at the next one, but I believe this is double debuff, so it will not do nearly as much.
It will not do nearly as much, but it is still super effective against this Shadow Nidoqueen, still taking out half its remaining health here, and going to throw this Poison Fang as soon as possible because you want these Poison Jabs to really start adding up against the Zumro. But Marto has a ton of energy still on the Toxicroak and the shield, and swaps out here for the snipe down with the Mud Bomb. Is this enough to knock it out?
我们刚才应该早点转回来的，没有看到毒蛙的能量怎么来的。这场就好像比较没有感受到这种刺激感，对不
对 ？This is resisted as it gives a little wink to the camera. Sludge Bomb that Diggersby. Marto's famous for that.
Yeah, Marto known for his.
哇，我觉得我们应该早点切回来的。
这
场看得很没有 sense 哎。
Maybe a little bad mannered, but I think Marto
我下次
have a little fun, put on a show, put on entertainment. I think it deserves that one, given how dominant that end match was, going for the Sludge Bomb resisted against the Diggersby. But what a game there too. You know, Marto didn't really have the alignment that he wanted. Obviously, the Toshok is not too bad against the Arachnid. You have to worry about the Zoomer onto the Nido Queen and the Diggersby into the Trevenant. I think Dank's mistake and misplay there might have been swapping to the Arachnid. I can understand not wanting to give the Toshok so much energy there, but at the same time, you end up giving the Toshok still a lot of energy, they still counter down, and then now switch locking yourself in a bad matchup.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, the more interactions there are in the game, the more complicated the game becomes. So this was a very complicated game. There were so many choices to make for both trainers. Because you are running that infestation Arachnid, you're just throwing so many bubble beams, you have to figure out your dimensions, figure out your win conditions, and it gets complicated. You know, like you mentioned, you don't know if it was the right thing to do to come back in with the Arachnid just to double beam the Toxic, right? Maybe you want to try to get some mud shots through, but I mean, once you play a more fluid style, which I really like how he's playing the Infestation, he's playing the Shadow Shiny Nidoqueen. Maybe we'll see some Mag Cargo, but I mean, the more interactions you have, the higher level you have to play at. So I'm excited to see Dank's adjustment in game number 2.
Yeah, you know,
后面怎么有R杀和kiengiv 数
How many more sludge
啊？他们就台湾选手啊。
I think you know what? I'm gonna make the prediction, and it's probably gonna be 0 because what a highlight moment that was. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to do that. Like, these games are so close. That's just, you know, putting a little icing on the cake for that victory because he already had it won with the combo. He banked so much energy, and he was allowed to bank so much energy because he double resists those infestations. The bubble beams just aren't doing enough. And so he was able to dance around and just bank energy on Toxicroak, bank energy on Zoomer, and then utilize that more efficiently down the line. So really smart play, and here it is. Once again, it's the Arachnid to the Toxicroak.
又是一个第一组霸对毒蛙了。好，我们现在终于可以来解答到底哪一个是比较有利的那一方了。
Either trainer plays it a little differently. This is going to be
really interesting.
You know, if it plays out exactly like last time, there might be a sludge bomb by Diggersby real quick here.
Yeah, and we'll see if Marto decides to pivot again. He will throw the first sludge bomb, as you see here. Excuse me. The sludge bomb is going to be coming through.
这一下应该就能知道哪一边是比较有利的一方了。
Lowered the attack enough, but we saw later in the matchup.
哦，还可以哦，大概丢3发就可以收掉，所以
later we'll see if he does that again.
Yeah, you know, I think and going for the Bug Buzz now here from Dank. This is an interesting call. Bug Buzz is resisted, but might do a little bit more than Bubble Beam.
那看起来毒蛙好像比较占优呢。
Make it still a little bit tough for this matchup. Now going for another Bubble Beam, but not before this Sludge Bomb comes through, and now the Sludge Bomb is still only single debuff here too, so forcing a shield from Dank now as well.
Yeah, getting a Protect Shield there, and you're almost at another Sludge Bomb. Once again, what did
you see? Maybe
he's going to try to use it on a Nidoqueen later, and here's that Nidoqueen. You are ahead on energy. If you're the Zoom roll, you can take this poison thing, and then the Ice Beam already forces the second Protect Shield from Dank.
Yeah, you know, this is going to be interesting because we're going to be playing this matchup a little differently than last time around. But Azuma is going to throw this Ice Beam when we do, as you predicted, see the second shield come up right away. But this might be in range for a Poison Jab down.
OK， 要拿顺位，哇，那两顿劣势怎么追呢
？Wins charge move priority. He banked the Mud Bomb. He's gonna he was one counter away. So the Poison Thing is gonna be coming through. He's thinking his options. He's like, I can live this Poison Thing. I could probably just let it go. But
心脏不够大颗啊！
Maybe it was the Earth Power.
好多人都这样啊。
No, he doesn't go for it yet because he got one more counter. Really great precision by Marto there.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting position here. That Diggersby is in such a commanding spot, and Marto's Toshiko does not have energy at this point, so it can't really handle the Arachnid very easily here.
Okay, 这边要怎么处理？这边两只上来都不好对付。
Oh, and this Arachnid has a lot of energy here too. This is going to put Marto in a really tough spot, and this Trevenant is not going to want to see this Diggersby.
Yeah, and Marto is getting close to losing his MVP. The Toxicroak is very low health.
上来，朽木打。
Here we go again. It's a Diggersby versus the Trevenant.
这朽木有一盾哎。
does still have some life in the back.
看起来是朽木会赢嘛？如果这个种子炸弹的血量有过半的话
，attack bonus and the fire punch is not though.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But Diggersby super bulky.
Whereas
Trevenant is definitely
打不到一半
on the frailer
那绝地
side. So
兔
these fire punches is really going to start adding up.
能用
But
坦度来
Marto
翻
not
盘吗
shielding right away, knowing that the mud shots are not enough after one fire punch. But we'll probably have to start.
那看起来是很极限哦。 可能
And look at this next
这边看起来，目前看起来朽木要可能会快一点。
knock out the Digger speed, but this might be a charge move priority for the next move. I think they're both too. Oh no, so this is the fire punch which will get protection. And I think they're both 2 fast moves away from their next move. Is it gonna be swapped on? The timers are not quite up. Is it gonna be charge move priority? And no, Seed Bomb got there first, but he's still.
哇，他真的很赶这种时候还可以算到那么准，真的很赶
Really calculated. They're charging up extra energy, knowing that's still gonna win that charge from priority, throwing right when the Digger speed has that fire punch.
聪明要来了吗
？But now going for the bug buzz here. This is going to be super close. You have double resisted infestations now.
最后回到毒瓜跟低猪霸的对决啊！低猪霸这么久还没死，真的是也是蛮恶心的。
It's a race, and it looks like the double resistance on the top.
哇，结果是毒蛙比较强一点。
So a decisive 2-0 victory from Marto there. That was a really interesting matchup because. Yeah, both trainers running the same
杀什么时候比？他已经比完了。
Playing out very differently there.
Yeah, you heard the
瓜牛头烧进很爽。对啊，不过现在我觉得现在自从系统改成那个必定偷刀之后，大家有越来越注意那个发招时机的问题啊，所以现在我觉得很难偷到招哎。虽然说我不确定是不是因为我都可能都活在2800、2700那附近的关系，对吧？ 现在好像也很难被偷到招吧，大部分都会算得好好的。台湾选手都输了吗？对，没错。国安好像也输了。可惜没看到瓜牛，我也很期待那只瓜牛哎，但那只瓜牛就是没有出来。
Yeah, how about that Toxicroak? That's a Pokemon that we haven't seen featured almost at all.
Okay, 我们可以继续回来打对战。
Some other fighting types as well, except for Metacham, but it has that poison subtyping and it has those mud bombs, which are super effective against another common poison type, the Middle Queen. But Toxicroak looked amazing there.
我又忘记我们刚才打哪一场了。后来是谁？熊喵在我以往经验是很坦的，哇，熊喵还好吧？ CMP 是怎样知道会赢？最简单的方法就是去查那个 PV Poke， 它会告诉你一个具体的数值。那如果你要用一点比较没有这么精确的方法的话，就是基本上攻击越高，坦度越差。所以如果它坦度越好，通常它攻击越低，通常 CMP 会输，大概是这样。 你就比坦度啊，如果两个都差不多，那种可能就是要靠经验的，稍微背一下了。对，大概是这样。我狂被偷，看你要检讨，要检讨，对，要检讨。现在被偷到要检讨啊，真的。毒蛙是完胜低猪吧？真的假的 ？P Poke 是这样写哦。因为我刚才看他们对战，好像那个泡沫光线的降防好像还是没有办法弥补。 污泥炸弹的伤害，感觉他们毒蛙比较强啊，但可能还是要 PV Poke 模拟稍微比较足一点，对吧？来了，17场，哎，是不是又卡了，又掉了？认真吗？3、4。 各位，我学乖了，他们会知道。又卡了，对吧？我待会再重连一次。1、2、3、4、5。我们这一次先骗盾。我感觉我待会我不能让我的手机按下来。哎嘿，6、7。 哇，好卡，好卡哦！拜拜，不！什么叫做朽木氪金？好不好？猎斑鱼，朽木杀手啊！2、3、4、5、6。哦，要不是这场很卡，不然我直接剪成精华了。 为什么我手机屏幕关掉，它就会开始那么卡？好奇怪哦。6、7、8、9、10。哦，它弄到100能喽。 各位忍耐一下，因为这场看起来我们能赢，我们待会再重练，好不好？12，好的。然后上来直接吃伤害，连手气都阻止爬分。直播魔咒越来越厉害了。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。哎 ，OK， 假设他一开始打了2下，然后因为卡了我没看到，那哇没挡到啊，亏大了。1、2、3、4、6、7。好卡，好卡，好卡，卡爆了！不要阻止我。Boom， 对手没挡啊。然后这边好像是个 CMP 哦。到底为什么会有这个问题啊？好奇怪哦！为什么我手机合起来之后就会开始卡？太诡异了吧！哦，没有 CMP， 还要农，你农不下去的呢？按左上，按左上按钮回路手机卡顿，这什么邪教吗？好啦，我会让你上去的啦，这又不是什么2900的分段，对不对 ？OK， 赶快来，待会重练。不过各位，我有在想，台湾选手都已经输掉了，那我们还要继续看下去吗？还是我们在这边把它打完就好了？各位怎么想？觉得要继续打下去的，就是觉得还要继续边打边看的，打个+1吧。如果觉得没有必要，那我们就打个+2，就单纯在打对战就好了。没有关掉吗？哇，是不是人都不见了？哇，只有马奇一个回+1吧？大家都不见了是吧？OK， +1，好的，所以是要边回去看的意思吧？OK， 好，要回去看，好的。
Pretty much knock out the Trevenant, so already the first protect shield of the match.
我又切回来晚了吗？那我这边有那个哦。
StoneCollection here. You got the Samurai sandwich between 2 dark types here too. Really protecting that Samurai as much as possible here, using the Sableye to either take out the Trevenant, or you have the Umbreon too. And we do get a shield though. Shielding the Seed Bomb is going to be a great shield bait by Kujira here.
That's the way you can flip the matchup. This now
他们右边那个 StoneCollection 就是打败R杀那个。
Because Sableye would have lost this, it would have got knocked out.
看一下他是何方神圣啊
！But you already had to give up 2 protect shields. StoneCollection doesn't have any left.
Yeah, StoneCollection knowing that matchup very well, not even throwing the Engie here, and now it's going to start throwing these neutral foul plays that are going to really add up. Unfortunately, Sableye is in knockout range from Focus Blast and Zap Cannon here too, and with 2 shields down, this is going to be a tough situation for Sableye. So Sableye's going to do as much damage as possible. It's going to be very interesting because there's a meta champ in the back. We don't know. I don't remember specifically what the moveset is. No, it was the Power Punch Sidekick moveset.
Okay, and here comes the Zap Cannon, and it's swapped on.
Wow.
Lock on is one of the hardest
哇，这个很敢欸
to count, and you swap on it into the Zap
StoneCollection
Cannon.
很敢欸
Probably take the Meta Champion. Oh no, you want to bank some energy. This is really smart because if you're expecting the Samurott in the back, you can bank a Zap Cannon and maybe use it later.
这边也
Here's a swap
反
of
击
his
咯
own. Kujira on the foul play.
Yeah, I think this is still a solid
Kujira 也
position for
反击咯
StoneCollection because the foul play is still going to be neutral on the move to go, but still saving the health on the Registeel as much as possible and still having a shield remaining there too on the Registeel. It's going to put it in a good position here. And like I said, this is the Power Punch meta champ, so this is going to be much more difficult against the Umbreon and also for the subsequent matches because now these counters are going to do even
哇，那
more
他这边把
damage
攻击
against
叠
the
起
Sableye
来，
and the Samurai.
而且还有一个盾，哇，这是恰雷蒙可能不太好处
on their
理哦
fast。moves here. The foul play does get no protect shield. One snarl away from the next foul play. Do you cut it off with a power up punch? No. The next
我突
foul
然发
play
现
is going to be coming through.
StoneCollection 这个蛮有趣的，有大剑鬼哎。
Now, are you going to try to get up to a psychic? A psychic
还有是大石花
will do well against that Registeel because you are boosted up. And here comes the Sableye cutting that off with a foul play and devoted another protect shield.
Yeah, this is going to be huge though because if this Metchamp stays in, it's going to take a lot of damage. Instead, swapping to
OK， 又换回钢柱。
going to throw a move, but you know what's going to happen in the back, right? We saw this Samurai put in so much work.
StoneCollection with a swap of his own, taking that focus blast on the Sableye, unleash the Samurott. StoneCollection. He's
哇，
going
然
to
后
be
大
able
剑
to
鬼上来
outpace the
喷
Hydra
两
Cannon
发
and
江
maybe
水
get
炮
to。another Hydra Cannon against the Meta Champ as well. And here comes the Samurai. It's so quick.
大剑鬼速度很快的啦，而且还连斩呢。
It's gonna bank some more energy. Look how beautiful it is.
Dude, the sword is unsheathed
哇
and
哎
it's ready to
，StoneCollection 很
start
强
launching
哎。
Hydra cannons. And the problem is the Metachamp does not have enough energy to take out the Samurai. Samurai is going to go to town here. No, it does have the Psychic
哦
ready though.
这边很有趣哦，先增强。
Knowing that the Psychic is not enough damage, it's going to be a
大剑鬼的弹度没有好到， 可能没有这么好哦。
It's just way too
谁
quick.
比较快呢？
The Psychic is almost there. He tried to swap on it.
哇，
maybe
那
tried
这样
to
就是
get a
比
little
CMP
fancy.
了吗？
He
比
already had the
CMP，
Hydra Cannon bank.
大剑
Knowing he
鬼
was charged with priority. Look at Samurai. He's showing off a little bit. The Hydra Cannon is surely gonna knock out the Meta Champ for StoneCollection.
太帅了吧，大剑鬼！
Little flare there, knowing that Samurai is still going to
我们下一期影片来玩大剑鬼。
maybe trying to catch a Psychic on the Umbreon.
大剑鬼冷门角4，
What I mean, the flare
它虽然说有社群技，但没有人在用啊。 就跟
胡
胡迪一样啊，有社群技，但没有人在用啊。
What a great set! I was a little nervous for StoneCollection.
看到冷门角气氛了，哎，当然，而且这种赛事对不对？能拿出来几只，是不是？
Really maneuvering around really well in that matchup.
暗影大石花拿老大雷打假手下，哎，没错，可以去刷他那个手下。虽然我是没有被刷了，但可以试一下。我是觉得自从那个飞叶快刀被削弱之后。 伤害被削弱之后，他的没有这么强了啦，但我觉得，但至少还算好用啦，我觉得。对，没有到底，但是还是不错。尤其是当你遇到那种玩那个角那种坦度偏弱的时候，哎，咻咻咻，快刀直接把对手干掉。我玩冷门怪最讨厌要这种家伙，单点型的。 而且大剑鬼是排名本来很前面，本来他好像一直都蛮前面的，只是可能有一个去找的关系，大家都把大剑鬼给挤下去虐他这样。
Regardless of his shadow victory comes out, is there ever a game where Samurai is
他昨天第一场的2场 MVP 都大剑鬼。
So far, it looks like no, Samurai is back in it.
大剑鬼，
他
大剑鬼玩要出神入化是吗
？Safe swaps it. Wow.
OK， 看一下。
Okay, he has probably been in this matchup so many times.
这边要在电磁炮出来之前出招啊，这样比较不会降
Before you get debuffed by the Zap Cannons, I don't know. Can you just 2 shield through this?
You might be able to letting this first Hydra Cannon go.
伤害还不错。
3
发的话，所以这边我要抢顺位喽。
wants to maintain switch advantage. That first Hydra Cannon was probably the best one to shield.
Yeah, and do you want to give up both protect shields? I know you did it last game, but you want to do it again, and you're already at
2发的江龙水炮。
Like you said, he's just unleashed here.
OK， 钢柱这边也发现他应该是想要抢顺位了，所以把比较痛的招挡下来，蛮合理的。但是再来一发，好快啊！大剑鬼，哎呀！
The Samurai still in the green health bar here and doing a ton of damage to this Registeel, and this is such an easy shield for StoneCollection.
他开得很果断所以真的是可以抢赢顺位的吗？
Mostly go down one shield, maybe even able to force his final shield here.
But the thing is, I don't know if you get to
好像可以耶，好像真的有机会。
But you do have your timer back up. That's one of the benefits of these Pokemon that can spam out so many charge moves. It does delay the timer, so you have your timer back up. You could try to swap on the Zapcan.
哦，没有办法，没有办法。
哇
！Oh my gosh, catching Zapcannons in back-to-back games.
扯了吧
！Super clutch here. I mean, this is still a great Zap Cannon.
锁定挡切太扯了。
Now coming in with the Mana Bus. The problem here is Mana Bus not getting a lot of value here, especially if you see the back line there. The Registeel can tank these foul plays pretty well. And probably going to go straight for an air/down, but this return is still going to hurt.
Yeah, and as you saw, Kujira decided to switch.
好猛哦！我真的看到讲不出话来，好，真的好猛哦
！Sack swap later, but wow, StoneCollection with these amazing swaps and Sableye does go down. Some of his StoneCollection just went down on Sableye, but here comes the foul play, and like you mentioned, this energy isn't going to go anywhere. So how much do you bank up? Do you undercharge a move because you know this Mandibuzz is switch locked?
Yeah, that's a great question there too. I mean, we still have the meta champ to deal with here, and Shield Sound both.
我到现在还是没有办法从刚才的震撼中
and then there's still Registeel that you could potentially catch here. And
缓过来。
Registeel is doing no fast food damage here, or very minimal, and this Mana Bus actually putting this Registeel so low that it's almost in the red.
Yeah, and the timer is back up already, so you definitely don't want to undercharge because the Mandibuzz could probably just leave, so you go for the Focus Blast. But now this Registeel is pretty energy dry here. You do have the Samurai that has a little bit of
undercharge.
Undercharges it, does decide, but does the Mandibuzz
也很准欸
just get out? No, looks like it's gonna just be going for the lock on down. This foul play won't.
哇，又来一个挡切
into the Samurai.
Wow!
StoneCollection just putting on a clinic here with these catches. This might not be enough, though. This still might be a really tough spot because this Metacham is in such a good position. But you almost have the Zap Cannon when you get two high to take out this Metacham. Then you're going to have a lock-on down mirror matchup with the Registeel. It's going to be really close here.
还要再压低一点，这个血量。 电磁炮好像不太行哦。
The power-up punch is going to be going off. It is super effective. A lock-on goes through here. I don't think this is enough to knock out the Registeel. You need some more lock-ons to get it. Do you try to swap on the Zac?
Okay.
There is no swap.
刚好一半血，跳雷木。
On the Metacham, this is going to be very close to enough.
Everyone's on their edge of seats right now. Which Registeel? Oh, not enough to take it out. It looks like Metacham is actually going to finish off this Registeel. So. We didn't get the lock-on mirror match that we were hoping for, but still leading into a very exciting Game 3.
太精彩了啦！这个太精彩了，哇
！Honestly, I was counting the Mana Bus out a little bit, but that Mana Bus put in so much work against that Registeel.
哇，真的好猛啊！这个
almost took out the Samurai by landing
鸡皮疙瘩都起来啦
！Samurai, it just can't tank a lot of damage.
Great adjustment by Kujira, like you mentioned.
大见鬼专家
matchup of the Mandibuzz into the
我也想玩大见鬼了
so much to the Registeel as well, and I feel like Kujira maybe adapted a little bit to StoneCollection's
玩什么猎斑鱼？是不是该来玩大见鬼了？
Fast-paced playstyle I think I've seen all tournament. He is just bouncing around.
好猛哦！我觉得阿萨输给他，我觉得
ton of Hydro Cannons getting back
我觉得也
timer moving around again. It's really impressive what StoneCollection is doing.
太扯了，太扯
You
了。
know, think about this some more. StoneCollection
对，好，
has a
洗完
really
挑再来，好啊。
You have Samurai.
大剑鬼弹度也不太行，对吧？他刚才那个秃鹰吃那一下欺诈，哦，半血吧。
does a good chunk of damage to counters, but also has great charge.
想说我们有大剑鬼为什么玩起来不一样？你需要先练好挡切，他那个挡切，我真的觉得用能在一 turn 小招，双方都是一 turn 小招挡切的话，这真的是太鬼了啦！一 turn 小招要挡切很难哎。对他那边失误应该就是超级脚，他应该做超级脚，感觉上啊。
Into the Mandibuzz. Once again, Say Swap Samurai. Registeel comes to meet it.
一样的局哦，一样的局哦。
Interesting now too because there isn't really a reliable registry.
哇，我加到 CMP 也太扯了吧。
Kujira here, and Kujira actually making the adjustment, and it's going to shield this Hydra Cannon. Kujira's like, I'm not messing around anymore. I know how powerful the Samurai is. I've faced it twice, and I'm facing it a third time right here.
OK， 这次那个 Kujira 蛮聪明的哦，知道那个 StoneCollection 好像要抢顺位了。也不是抢输啊，就是会想要逼迫那个钢柱血量，所以然后第一下降水，然后就开盾了。
to knocking out the Registeel before the Registeel gets to a Zap Cannon. That can knock out. Here comes the no protect shield, and you would have to think StoneCollection is going to continue to protect shield his MVP Samurai.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if one of the strategies here for StoneCollection is forcing 2 shields from Kujira as well. Here's the thing. The Mana Buzz is really strong against the Sableye, but the Registeel on StoneCollection side is strong against the Mana Buzz and the Wallrain is going to be in huge threat territory from that Zap Cannon on the Registeel.
Fantastic call, Caleb. It's not the Metacham anymore, and that Wallrain can get knocked out by the Registeel in the back.
OK， 这边先稳定，
and I believe he is
提前
on
逼
his
一盾，
way to get those
一样的
protect shields down.
把
Really
局面
smart
拖到
strategy.
没盾。
He might have to try to swap.
不要来神器了吗？可是 Kujira 也知道这件事啊。哇哇哇！这边果然一样的事情不能做2次啊，会被识破啊。
Yeah, this is a very curious spot from Kujira here. Maybe just trying to absorb the damage here, but this focus blast is going to one-shot knock out the Shadow Wallrain here, and now here comes the Registeel. Now this is going to be really interesting. This is not going to knock out StoneCollection's Registeel, and Kujira's Registeel is so low that it might be
但是这样子，但是对面准时出招还是比较快哦。
StoneCollection is here, and StoneCollection going for the focus. The focus blast is not getting so much energy on this Registeel. Now going to debuff this Mana Buzz here, and Mana Buzz has nowhere to go. It cannot clear this attack debuff. And even the Sableye can start threatening this too.
My goodness, StoneCollection with this fast-paced playstyle. Kujira could not keep up, and now the Mana Buzz is low health, is gonna finish off.
这个真的已经达到一个细节决定成败了，这个真太猛了，这个。
About 70% health left, so this looks like StoneCollection's game, and of course,
大剑鬼回来收尾了，
he brings in the Samurai.
超级角击，中性的伤害。
To knock out this Mana Buzz and take it 2-1.
StoneCollection taking a no out of MartoGolde's book here. What an incredible set from both trainers here.
大剑鬼专家。
We got we're 2 for 3 on battles.
太神了啦！太神了，真的太猛了。
3 for 3 on showcasing the Samrods, and I think 3 for 3 on high.
如果你对到你有自信会有，当然不会。连一顿小刀都可以算那么准的人，怎么赢？
Tournament run from Kujira there too. You know, being on stream both times against ItsAXN.
不过对手也很强啊，对吧？对手也很强，这两个都很厉害，这两个。
And looks like StoneCollection came out on top. And
我突然想玩大剑鬼了。该天一次了吧，各位。
Has there been a game where StoneCollection hasn't brought Samurai?
我们要不要待会把猎切那个猎斑鱼拿掉换大剑鬼啊？
To bring that Pokemon onto every single game.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the high entertainment value. I heard the applause from the crowd, and you usually hear that for the fan favorites. I mean, StoneCollection is becoming a fan favorite here in London because of his fast-paced playstyle. I haven't seen anyone else play like this.
大家都开始找大剑鬼了，大家都被他感染了。 大剑鬼编号几号啊？我直接找编号会不会快一点？大剑鬼是第几代的？
Moves out again, tries to swap on something, and I think Kujira is just like, this is going so fast. What is happening? Just brings in the Wallrain, and that was the biggest mistake because the Registeel outpaced it and got the focus blast.
哎，我有个 GBL 第1名呢。
Samrod stocks are definitely going up after this.
要不要练起来玩？ 各位。
Really putting Samrod to work here, and it's very fun to watch because those Hydra cans.
各位，我也是第1名呢，要不要练起来玩？猎斑鱼爱会消失，对吧？不是啊，是因为刚才那个真的太猛了，那个大剑鬼专家超猛的这怎么能不被感染，对不对？要不要练起来？要的加1，我们就直接把猎斑鱼丢掉，来换成大剑鬼啊？还是大家比较喜欢猎斑鱼，想要继续看猎斑鱼打个+2吧？ 好，大家都要来看大剑鬼是吗？哭了猎斑鱼，没事，猎斑鱼我们会出影片，好不好？猎斑鱼会出影片，不慌不慌。大家都在那边帮猎斑鱼默哀。来，哎，还是那个聊天室有没有人有玩过，觉得有不错的队伍的，有没有要推荐？那个大剑鬼的队伍有没有要推荐的？还是大家都没玩过，大家都很好奇。没事啦，你就想成你的大剑鬼可以赢 CMP 就好了。虽然我不认为会有人拿大剑鬼上去有机会 CMP。他刚才从连斩跟超级角击对吧？来，跟上大神的脚步啊！大剑毒蔷薇青鸟，那我们可以把毒蔷薇换一下，是不是该换一下标题？换，我们都换，笑死！猎斑鱼直接被抛弃耶，猎斑鱼觉得很荒谬。幸好刚才大家有叫我们继续回去看那个，继续回去看那个对战，真的，世界很大，真的世界很大，真的。好了，我改标题改成大剑鬼了。看一下哦，还有什么？对不起，猎斑鱼，但那个大剑鬼教主单元台，他真的太帅了，那个真的太帅太猛了。来了，组队，对，我们要先组队。哇，幸好今天有50场啊，我们又有动力给那个啦，又有动力打起来啦。要先发吗？刚才那个教主是用拿来当 Switch 嘛，对不对？但是因为他们是6取3的关系，各位觉得先发好还是 Switch 好？重整后猎斑鱼再见。看一下哦。好，我们学教主，我们把它当 Switch， 然后，可是这样有朽木妖呢，普通超级有朽木妖呢，这样用暴风雪会比较好吗？想一下，还是我们就目前这个配阵，然后把早王换成要怎么换呢？要怎么换好嘞？坦度不开过，对啊，他坦度不开过，可是他出招很快啊，对不对？他出招很快，收残应该不错。收残的话，放先发是不是好一点？立的好吧，有2、3个说立的，那我也觉得我们就立的。那他打不到，大概就青鸟吧。所以后面肯定要海狮哦。我连海狮吗？应该有吧。后面肯定要海狮对吧？这样就双水嘞。还是有更好的选择。各位还有想要想法吗？我的海狮嘞，有海狮。然后接下来还有个什么问题？还遇到什么会出事？不会出事的。 还是很强，不会出事了。要不要玩山水镇？这是一个不错的想法。双人玩，要吗？双人玩，我觉得会翻车啦，绝对会翻车啦，双人玩。会，但我们先想一下这个队伍该怎么配会比较好一点。我们青鸟的问题解决了，要放只缸吗？要放一只缸吗？可是这样后面会很弱格斗而且大剑鬼的坦度好像没有好到可以处理格斗齁。大家这么赶吗？要用双刃玩吗？啊，我的双刃丸嘞？我的双刃丸，双刃丸。那这样子海狮放先发会好一点哦，对不对？这样遇到草系的话，我们后面那个双刃丸出来掉草系。然后海狮回来把草系绝掉，然后大剑鬼收头，听起来不赖吧？等一下，又开打了，我们煮太久了。
Don't have the power-up punch available, Reggie still can win this.
Yeah, you know, definitely gonna have to start spending some
shields from JBYang
side. If JBYang wants
to
maintain switch advantage, and looking at the back-end matchup here, you definitely want that because the Reggie does not want to be locked into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales too. Building up a lot of energy here and finally throwing this first Psychic.
If JBYang wants to keep alignment, he will have to protect shield the next Zap Cannon. We'll see if he does decide to do it.
这边我们刚才切过来的时候，他应该是刚开始，所以他应该是不知道哪一方的力的先发输了，就是先发，然后换了不知道钢珠或者charge，应该是先换钢珠这一方，所以就是不知道对面先发会是哪个。
Or potentially preserve some of the health on the shadow.
这场是不是好像结束了
You know, something I like to say is if you don't have switch advantage at this point, you're not getting switch advantage ever in this
这场感觉很吃顺位啊。
Sometimes it's best just to leave both shields for your last Pokemon and try to sweep 1 vs 2.
And that Psychic is double debuff, so didn't do too much. Looks like the Ninetales is going to try to get the Ember down, but another Psychic is coming in. Now this Ninetales is quite low, but like you mentioned, it's not that useful. So looks like Godon is going to save his shields for the Shadow Wall Rain, but the Shadow Wall Rain is going to have to make its way through the Altaria.
Okay,
the Red Shield. Here comes the Red Shield swap in.
哇，可是这边钢柱降攻不好处理哦。直接来真的。钢柱开盾吗 ？OK， 开盾了，哇，亏。
Proper call by JBYang, and here comes the Zap Cannon. You know you have to protect shield this, even if it's the Focus Blast, but can Godon also get back to his timer? Maybe he's going to be able to play out this matchup, win the matchup, get back to the timer, and have a very healthy wall rain to face the Altaria.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point here too.
感觉他这边应该会丢完之后，丢完地震之后，弄一发冰锥，然后换海子上来丢气象球，然后他就赢了，应该是这样。应该是一个极限反杀，三钢特也反杀了一个阵容的操作。只是对手会知道这件事吗？哦，对手没有那个哇。
The combo move into the weather ball here. This Altaria is easily gonna finish off this Ninetales, but I mean, one Icicle Spear is double super effective against Altaria.
哇，那没有办法啦，这个三康特成功反杀对手啊！
And this is a Shadow Icicle Spear from a Shadow Wall Rain. It's going to do so much damage. A double super effective against this Altaria. Even if it doesn't take out the Powder Snow, should be enough. And it is going to knock out.
这场也很精彩呢。
Really great battles and really.
果然打到这边的人都不是什么省油的灯啊。
Not having switch advantage and having bad alignment in both the lead and the counter swap, but still making something out of it and winning.
It looked like JBYang was so far.
为什么觉得直播和影片我的声音不一样哦？ 其实我不是很确定，因为可能是直播的时候比较有在讲话的感觉吧。然后录影片的时候，我每次把我的那个什么电扇什么关一关，然后让周遭声音比较安静的时候，每次一坐到麦克风前面，就会突然觉得怪怪的。对，就我也不知道弄了2-3年了，好像还是没有习惯对着麦克风讲话这件事情。
Yeah, but the problem is how do you deal with that cancel 9-tails?
这应该是个原因吧，我猜啦。
I would say that first battle.
你这个阵容极端弱电，
textbook precision play.
应该也没几只电吧，也还好吧。电蜘蛛也快绝种了吧？应该也还好吧。
For the earthquake, even when there's a shield on JBYang's side, understanding there is no reason to bait in that situation. I still come out on top. I'm not going to risk throwing an icicle spear.
录影音质会下降。
A lot of very experienced trainers recognize is there is no
其实我不知
lose
道，因
condition for
为
me
我
if
其
I
实
play
说
this
实话，我的
perfectly.
耳朵其实听不太出来
Recognizing that and doing
音质的那个差别，就是
JBYang there in the end
除非啊，就是你真的很极端，一个很烂的，就像是大家有听过那种就是那种电脑荧幕内建的那种很烂喇叭嘛。如果拿那个声音去跟那个比较高级的音响比，这个我就听得出来。但如果是平常那种耳机等级的，我其实真的听不太出来。我听得出来有差，但我不知道到底哪个算好。
So you deny that momentum by getting it low health. You do save a weather ball, and you, and most importantly, save 2 shields for the Pokemon that has a chance.
等一下，那个谁，怪你，我看到你大胆的想法了。波加曼先发，双刃丸跟大剑鬼。你的波加曼是不是打错了？波加曼要50的吧？
2-1 advantage with the energy on the wall rain as well there too really made it.
大家，这个系统没有这种程度吧？我去的是一直逆风啊，但是系统会这么针对吗？应该不会这么扯吧？如果有就直接拿直播去检举啊，就说这个你这个系统是不是公平性在哪？
What could JBYang have done? You know, you don't want to give up switch advantage, so you have to shield.
遇到电灯怪会被推，没事啊，没有看过电灯怪，没事。
But at the same time, you know, you couldn't have played that out any better. If you throw a focus blast or zap cannon, doesn't matter what you throw there.
洗脆顽皮蛋。大家是怎样？大家都觉得会出现电系，是不是？
The cancel 9-tails there too. You don't know when they're going to swap, and you don't want to swap to your Altari into a wall ring either, right?
请问台湾选手有吗？没有，都输了。对，但有直播出来，R杀有一场打得很精彩，你可以之后回去看一下，对，很精彩。第一拍用蜘蛛把我打爆，没有办法，我不进他暴雪王，我也是被暴雪王打爆啊。应该说我当时完全没有想到第一拍他，因为我记得那个时候暴雪王跟电蜘蛛2个都快绝种了，所以我在组队的时候完全没有想到这样子。 结果当时第一拍阵容一公布，哇！我直接哭晕在厕所啊，真的。
Absolutely. So this is definitely a tough matchup for JBYang. You know, we saw JBYang.
第一拍会来吗？你要问他哈。
So definitely has skills.
公平，从来没有过。
我
总感觉大家已经很习惯看我逆风了。
Godon is running the Ember Shadow.
我突然想到一件事。
I wonder if Godon was already onto this strategy, or Godon was watching the Vancouver regionals and picked up the strategy from Cindy here. And I think this is so interesting here when we're in London at World Championships. Everyone's worlds colliding, you know? It's like saying like, hey, I was watching you a few months ago, and this is why I brought this team, or you know, I've been watching you or battling you from remotely and stuff, or in Go Battle League, and now we're here in person. And it's such a cool little mesh of the community all in one spot.
That is amazing to think about, that, you know, a talented trainer from Korea could be tuning in to the stream and see Cindy just dominate with the Ember 9-tails and say, I'll try that out, and then master it yourself and then bring it here to the World Championships and just doing a lot of work with it, even though last match he completely sacrificed it. Because it ran into literally the one bad matchup that it has. I think otherwise, it's just kind of insane versus JBYang's team. It has really good matchups across the board. The only thing it is threatened by is Altaria.
You know, that's actually a really good point you brought up. That was the best situation for JBYang. And
逆风
still
打
made
死
it look easy
论
there,
的
right?
不
So
赢
what
逆风盘
do you
而已。
adjust if you're JBYang there? You already had the best matchup possible. Like,
我承认啦，我承认我最近是真的不太会打顺风了啦，这我必须承认啦。不过反过来讲啊，我每次在拍影片的时候，他都给我一堆很好的素材，都给我逆风，然后我都可以极限操作，就变成一部很棒的影片，听起来超棒的吧？缺点就是分数上不去啦。
A day and age where there's ice Pokemon everywhere, especially with wall rain.
你的5C 等皮神呢
？Yeah, it is a tough matchup. Like
皮神还在休养。
Kind of in a linear situation and just play for a line that you probably don't have.
马吉有试过3电是吧？
It was your best case
暗影轮琴猫，自爆10怪，落雷兽，很凶哎。
Put a little StoneCollection in your game, get a little more fast pace, get a little more fluid, and try to move.
暗影我记得落雷兽伤害很痛，他还有一个是过热吗？ 那个炸到泥巴雨直接拜拜。我觉得他好像不用暗影就可以很杀了。对，那一只嗜血的各位可以试试看，我觉得很不错。逆风已习惯。哦，热风是吧 ？OK， 热风。热大。 影片拍起来很赞，超级是吧？一堆逆风，对吧？所以像我之前那个什么，像我之前那个，我记得有一次我忘记是哪一部影片的时候，然后因为我自己的习惯通常会是尽量让顺风、逆风平局，稍微把它平均一点分配。然后我有一次我打不到顺风的素材，然后我那时候就很慌，我想说，惨了，我打不到顺风，难道我要全部都放逆风吗？我那时候还曾经担心过这件事情。你就知道系统多狠，都不给我顺风。
I can't wait to face that same team again and see if I can find a win condition there, because it makes it more exciting, right?
Yeah, and that's a beautiful thing about Pokemon Go PvP. There are so many decisions that you can make, and they happen so quickly, specifically in the in-game. And yeah, even if you don't have a win condition, you can still play out, memorize. Okay, how much is that fast?
等一下，到底是有没有啦？有人说有人说没有，到底有没有人可以去 PvPoke 查一下正确的？
Now you have that in your memory banked, and you can utilize it to win a matchup. And it looks like these trainers are still debating what they're going to bring to their matchup, but we are going to have game number 2 for you shortly.
Yeah, I think a really good mental exercise is whenever you lose, sit there and think about it, right? Maybe you're frustrated, so let it simmer a little bit and just think, is there anything I could have done? Right? And I think that's a great example of the last matchup. Is there anything JBYang could have done differently there? I don't think so, right? I think JBYang played exactly as well as he could have in that situation. And unfortunately, just based on the team composition they ran into, there's just no way to win that, I think, right? Unless Godan makes an incredibly weird misplay, right? And I think those are the times where you're not going to win every battle, right? You're going to lose some and you're going to win some. The ones that you lose that you could have won, those are good ones to reflect on, but it's no...
好了，我发了一个
sweat the losses there, right?
And that's the advantage of these show 6 right? Because yeah, maybe you could play that match out differently that you locked in, but you could have maybe brought a different line and then played something differently. So, unlike Go Battle League where you lock in a team and that's your team, in these tournaments you can change.
等一下，你们这些投3电的，你们在干嘛？
So it just puts another level on it, another level on the competition.
Yeah, I think preparation is always a very big part.
你们这些投3电的。
For those that are looking to join in on any of the regionals or international competitions next year, definitely take.
太扯了吧，各位！3电的投了60%啊，是怎么样？
Really key. There's no way StoneCollection was like, I'm gonna just
太夸张了吧！60%，
right? That person really thought it through.
这么相信这个系统会给我这么多逆风。
Pokemon on how to construct and protect that Samurott so that he can feel comfortable bringing it into every single battle. I still don't know why the Shadow Victory Belt's there, but I'm sure there's a reason.
And you said you encourage trainers.
不是啊，那个什么主3电用来撞的，搞什么鬼东西
？Be at these events too. They're so much fun. And if you are,
我感觉大家也被系统养坏了哦，好像来看我直播没有打到逆风，好像就有点不对劲，有没有？浑身觉得怪怪的，好像就是来看直播就是要逆好逆满这样。
location-based events, right?
重点是3电的那60%，随着票数的增长还没有减少，到底是怎么回事啊
？Or extra Stardust, and that's really fun. I highly encourage you to compete because that is amazing. But also, come check it out. This is like the best place to play Pokemon Go right now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we were talking earlier too. not only are there a lot of in-game activities, you know, a lot of cool spawns,
结果送赢暗影大
a lot
使
of raids, a lot of Pokestops, a lot of nice
哇
Pokemon
这
spawning
个
around.
这个也很
Also,
不妙啊，暗影大
in-person
使花也
events
非常
too.
不
We're
妙
talking
啊，
about
这
this
个
earlier. There's some side events.
我想一下哦，
And I'm definitely going to
双刃王可能勉强丢一个
you win some of the side events,
十字剑吧，
even them for some plushies or
然后
some
看能不
real
能
life
还是
awards.
丢两个
Pretty cool too.
冰嘴，
Yeah, and
不
the
然就
side
两个
event。of actually having a global event throughout the game of Pokemon Go because
他们
we
第
know
二场
not
也太久了
everyone
吧？
can
他们
make
在
it
干
to
嘛？
each event. So if you are at home, you still can participate in the festivities, still do a lot of what we are doing here and enjoy it just at your home or your local park or your
有
local
人看得出来他
community.
们到底现在在干
You
嘛
know,
吗？为什
speaking
么？
about local events there too,
这么久
we got the schedule.
我手上的大剑鬼已经按耐不住了呢。
Season 2 for Pokemon Go already a couple of days ago, I think 2 days ago. So definitely be on the lookout for that. Take a look on the website for Play Pokemon to see if there are any regionals or international championships near you.
还是要现在
There's
打，
a
不知道
lot
他们要
more
等多
for
久呢？
Pokemon Go for this
要吗？
upcoming year. And the first one starting sometime in September, I believe.
Yeah, mid-September. So, you know, just about a month away. And I saw on social media a lot of trainers already saying, like, I'm going to this event, this event, this event. You know,
好，那还是我们就先打，然
which
后
is just fabulous to see. I
他如
highly
果开始，
recommend
我
it.
们就
And
立
yeah,
刻切
go
回来，
check out the
如何
schedule and see if you can attend any.
不然我
Yeah,
们在
that's
这边
actually
等
kind
也
of
是
wild
蛮
to
无
think
趣
about
的。
here. After that event in September, there'll be at least one player that already knows that they've qualified for World Championships in 2023. Almost maybe 8 months later from then too. So just think about that, right? Maybe you're that person.
好啦，我们先打了，我们不等了，我们不等那个主播了，好不好？我先把这个意见调查结束掉。哎呀，3电吗？没有这么衰的，没有再跟你3电的，没有，好不好？主播聊天时间比比赛时长，哎，我觉得他们主播很厉害，他们昨天不是刚开始就聊了2个小时，怎么这么有东西聊啊？9尾哦，1、2、1、2、3，好戏被调出来了，大剑鬼要秀喽！4、5、6、7 ，OK， 给他吧。哦，不错哦！哎呀，这家伙有早亡的基因呢、啊，扛得住，没有问题。啊，现在应该10下还9下了吧？10下9下，双扫，没那么衰，好不好？没那么衰，没有这种事。种子炸弹，1、2、3，好，1、2、3、4，哎嘿，气象球，好的，1、2、3、4、5、6。哎、其实蛮痛的，气象球有点痛哎。OK， 对手要挡，好的，有点教主的力量吧，教主，我会将你的大剑鬼发扬光大的。1、2、3、4、5、6。看起来大剑鬼 CMP 会赢哦。待会我们提早一排，不然他会猜到要挡切。1、2、3、4、2，哎嘿，这是什么？勾魂眼是吧？哦，3、4，哇，这个血量很极限哦。 哇，没有办法，哇，哇，我的海狮不够毒瘤啊！哎，我家的海狮有点烂哎，怎么会这样？九尾，对九尾。朽木，这还是双游哦。狗混眼，海狮不够毒。对啊，哎，我的海狮跟别人的海狮起手程度有点落差哦。哎，好像差不多了，对不对？没有松草差评。到底
How does JBYang
没有逆风就怪怪的是吧
？Cancel Ninetales without the Altaria, I feel like you have to bring the Altaria every single time.
你用海狮可以用象牙珠吗？
Yeah, I mean, you have to because it's the only answer.
可能会有点落差，但还是可以用啊。
Tag team the Ninetales and do the best you can, and this is not where the Altaria wants to be because it's met by the Registeel. You do see that Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the back. What do you swap into? You say swap the Metacham, and it's instantly met by the Altaria.
You know, this is an interesting position here too. The Metacham does
他
have
最
that
左
double
边下面
super
熊的，
ice
所以他
punch.
这
It
边
is
看起来
going
是
to
真的在
resist
掉
counters
青鸟
here.
了。
So the Altaria can
而青鸟也真的被掉出来了。
shielding at least one of these ice punches, but you also have super effective sky attack, and these Dragon Breaths are really adding up against this Metacham.
Yeah, I mean, it's double super effective. Look how much it did. You have to protect shield. Looks like, once again, JBYang is going to try to go for the alignment. And if you could match up the Altaria versus the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, maybe that is
不过这场看起来也是那个右手边这个阵容压制哦，所以顺位不掉的话，左边这个可能也不太好逆转啊。
That Ninetales is going to be really well positioned in avoiding that Altaria on JBYang's side.
Yeah, and the next Sky Attack is going through, and it's another Protect Shield. Once again, JBYang really trying to knock out this Altaria, so it doesn't have to have his Altaria versus a Registeel, and instead on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, which he is expecting. But the Ice Punch is going to be here. You can't filter down. It's going to be a race between Ice Punch and Sky Attack.
Dude, you gotta look at this too. You're throwing resisted counters against the Altaria, and Altaria's throwing neutral Dragon Breaths, and it's almost
很快的及时切角。
Come in with a Registeel though, and this is exactly the matchup that Godon wants for the Altaria here, wanting the Registeel locked in, and that way you have to avoid it.
I really like that play by JBYang though, knowing that he was going to lose the matchup. He tried to go Dragon.
看来去了，我也觉得去了。我觉得右边这边应该，可是也难说啊，因为刚才那个极限反杀也是有可能会出现嘛，对不对？其实也难说。
Until it throws the next one.
Yeah, you know, and this is looking very bleak for JBYang, but I think there is still a potential here to win. And throwing the Sky Attack right on charge room priority here is the CMP. If it's CMP, that's going to be absolutely huge for JBYang.
And we do know that this Altaria is still switch locked. So do you undercharge this? This is gonna be a skillful undercharge.
这是不是滑的有点少了？滑的有点少了。哦，没有，是滑多了。原来是滑多了。
And this is gonna be interesting, actually coming in with the Metacham here instead of building up energy on the Trevenant and now leaving with.
OK， 这边切角很快，所以左边应该是没机会了啦。
Energy quickly, the Shadow Ball doesn't get to it, and it is going to be throwing it on charge room priority right when the weather ball is reached, and that's the difficult part with Ember. It doesn't generate energy as quickly.
可以吗？九尾。
So much, and it almost knocks out, but Godon.
残血发大招了。九尾要找王基因啊！残血发大招。
Oh, and let's not forget, and it's a simultaneous knockout there, unfortunately, and Godon playing really well.
哇，
but
这个
super close there.
差一点，九尾这是 MVP 啊，九尾。现在人人都在残血发大招啊！谁家的宝可梦不会残血发大招就通通送博士啦？ 现在宝可梦世界也是很竞争激烈的，扛不住伤害就通通去找博士啊！怎么感觉这样场好像都是阵容上的被压死？而且我发现他们两个好像都用那个 都用那个 ABC 阵欸，你都没有用到 ABP 对不对？9尾之呼吸。OK， 来，继续大剑鬼啊！我们大剑鬼的旅程还没结束啊。来了。暗影9尾可以扛地震，这有可能吗？你说的是满血的吗？9尾有这么猛哦？好啦，系统你赢了，我放弃了，爱怎么逆就给你逆吧。这什么东西啦？你连这个都出来了，你这我不知道该说什么呢。6下，7。刚才是不是应该要打有没有3草阵这样子？这是什么鸟东西啦？以后在这个时候拿到早王基因好不好？被多弄一下。这边可以扛一下吧。好痛啊！1、2、3，我这边开一顿，看能不能弄下去。1、2，好像不行，那就只能丢了。我觉得搬不回来呢，各位怎么想？哎，谁那边跟我说最后就是电的？东鼠啦！什么鸟东西啊？太扯了吧！各位先知，太扯了吧！太夸张了啦！怎么可能？各位是不是通灵哦？这到底是什么鸟东西啊？这种奇怪的队伍怎么可能还出现呢？我不想打了，这游戏好难哦。好多先知啊！聊天室，这到底是什么？陈小姐在这边吗？是不是陈小姐用的？不是啊，做效果也不用做到这种程度啊，好不好？太扯了吧！打到哭出来啊！这游戏好难哦。我是不是以后应该先收手金盆洗手了？以后都收各位的投稿了。我幼小的心灵快被摧残的差不多了呢。这到底是什么奇怪的阵容啊？东鼠、坚果哑铃。好的，海狮。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。好，我们CP位移。好的。我发现标题好像怪怪的，没有哦，没有哦。你刚才是不是有中途离开一下？ 我们刚才被那个大剑鬼教主的技术给感化了，我们该来玩大剑鬼了。他这边会不会挡切啊？我感觉会呢。结果他不挡切哈？他在想什么啊？你追，原来是想片盾。2、3、4、5，很好丢招，因为我知道我们扛得住，我们有早王基因，不怕。哎，不是啊，不是啊，说好了早王基因呢？这边一定要把它收掉，这边不收掉不行。3、4，哇，好像收不掉哎。哇，7，对，2盾都挡下来。啊，要开始打了，哎，我们要赶快了。等一下，山水田园派是什么梗？等一下，抱歉，我真的国文很烂。山水田园派是谁？OK， 1、2、3，应该可以收掉吧？应该可以收掉吧？可以。只是我不知道熊喵那边要怎么处理我不知道加农水炮够不够1、2、3、4、5。OK， 6、7、8 ，OK， 漂亮，该赢了吧？2、3、4、5，关键就在于加农水炮收不收得掉朽木妖了。感觉有点多，肯定有难度哦。哦，不行，哎，不行哦，差一点。哦，朽木妖哦，就差一点了，真的就差那么一点点了。海狮，中间是谁？中间是谁？先切回来。
Yeah, you know, and it's kind of tough to bring that Scrafty, just like you said, because the low Ninetales is going to be doing a lot of damage to it. And expecting the Venusaur to show up in a lot of matches too, you definitely want to avoid that matchup as well. You can't.
我觉得超级角急，一发收不掉
Most Venusaur trainers know.
所以我才丢2发的加农水炮，因为他只有平伤啊，他只对恰一姆平伤我就收不掉，而且没鼠修啊，伤害也是会有点差的。
Not so much non-shadow.
小朋友的大剑我不是没原因的。布袋猎斑，哎，想起猎斑鱼了吗？
Resist everything from the Cresselia, is really good against Tapu Fini, pretty good against Walrein, can still do things against Dignity.
海狮体质问题。哦，对，我这只海狮当初为了要赢 CMP 还是什么，我有点忘了，所以我练的不是很好的海狮。
And against Nidoqueen, yes, you do have everything resisted, but you resist the poison yourself.
哎，所以刚才那个什么田园山水什么田园派那个梗到底是什么啊？我好想知道。
I will say the Tapu Fini matchup against Ready Steel is not as bad as it may seem. If he has
为什么不是互勾枪
really starts adding up.
我要相信教主。哎，对，教主打了 N100场，我们才打了2场啊。
But then there's forced to start shielding the surge when you start shielding, and then
我们经验值没有很多。
valuable after that.
先不要灰心。
if it's okay against Reggie, then Tapu might have some more play because it is good against the double dark type.
大家讲话真的蛮有梗的。他有一次有咬，所以水系不错，考虑一下嘛。
Neutral with the Alolan Ninetales, if it could pressure the Registeel, it only has to worry about that Venusaur.
大家讲话就越来越有梗了。
The thing is, you probably expect the Venusaur to be heavily featured.
现在猎斑鱼的诅咒回来了。如果刚才拿猎斑鱼。熊喵那是什么东西？都给我下去，对不对
？Pokémon Go PP for grass types until Trevenant made his debut, but definitely.
你是说大力二吗？我记得那个谁，蓝二好像也会，冰冻拳跟那个咬碎吧，然后小刀好像是水枪还是爬不忘记。
When your main weakness on the opposing team is wall rain, it might be a little bit better to have some bulk so you can take an icicle spear and get to that frenzy plant.
大家都开始怀念起那个猎斑鱼了。教主的大剑鬼不香吗？暴鲤龙，新欢暴鲤龙。哎，我发现一个很有趣的事情。我们打完5场了，但是我这边记到18而已。那我到底在记什么东西
？I'm just so happy that we're seeing 12 unique Pokemon on the stage here, which is pretty rare because I mean a lot of the teams have these high usage Pokemon like the Sableye, the Registeel. You see them all across the screen, but they're just.
完了，我觉得如果有那个有人要回来看直播的那个，看到我这个记录表格一定会崩溃。就想说到底是谁在记着什么？对这里的环境不熟。请问教主是指谁？教主是刚才那个这个比赛的那个有一个打败 R 杀的对手叫 StoneCollection， 它里面有配一只大剑鬼，玩得很好，玩得很强。对，所以我们就叫他大剑鬼教主。然后我们为了 respect 他，我们今天改玩大剑鬼。但是聊天室看起来好像对大剑鬼不是很满意。开始怀念起那个会2系技能的水系了。
It matches up here. We're gonna get into these games shortly. Just stay with us. We're gonna be talking about this match.
等到回头去看看，可以。那个真的很刺激，真的很刺激，真的。打赢阿萨不是印度佬吗？其实我没有在记他是哪个国籍的啦。
I didn't recognize him with the mask on.
Right.
Seeing that shirt.
猴子三家族，红腮 Henry 那个吗
？And I assume yours is too.
Yeah, mine I think.
可那猴子真的很丑真的认真说，我觉得那3只脚真的很丑。他那个人气排名对吧？好像最后一名是那个魔猴子。
I mean, look at that. He is on stage with that shirt, so that's really impressive. Thinking that, okay, I'm gonna play really well. I'm gonna make it on stage, and I'm gonna show off all these fellow trainers. So that's pretty cool from Lurigan Rocket.
哎，
对，刚才3空城那个没有被记到，对。感谢星皇。
Oh, that's true.
那个很经典，那场真的是经典，真的是第一次打别人打到哭啊，太经典了。那个叫什么来着？火爆猴。
Who knows? Do you see crested angels anywhere?
然后火爆猴，坚
果
哑铃。
Yeah, very excited to see how this battle shakes out.
东东鼠。
Yeah.
不知道是怎么奇葩阵容啊！怎么会有人带这种队伍出来对战啊？虽然说我好像也没什么资格讲这种话，但哇，这种队伍 OK 吗
？That buffs you and debuffs the opponent.
Yes. Yeah. There's a couple moves
such as
Ancient Power that will buff your attack and your own defense, but so there's chances of buffing 2 different stats.
请问有台湾选手吗？有啊，有2位，阿莎跟古玩。但他们已经输了。哎，说到这个，我资讯人是不是没有放上他们的频道啊？是不是该帮他们宣传一下了？马上改一下。不知道为什么他们现在每一场间隔都那么久啊？没有人可以跟我解释一下。有人有在听，仔细听英文主播在讲什么吗？R杀上场了吗？R杀已经很久之前就上场了，然后输掉了。对。
第
一次看影片应该是爱你去阿莎啊，那一部真的是已经走入历史了。现在海狮出来了，海狮出来之后，鲨鱼不太能处理啊。东东鼠一出来，你是不是心水妹？我眼角还泛出一点阵阵的泪光。半泪啊！可以打观众场吗？还没。我们现在还在蛮enjoy 这个看人家比赛，然后看看系统的针对性这样。
Is Beedrill can actually beat Talonflame.
No way.
Fire and flying Pokemon.
飘飘球，你别飘飘球1双2吗？不是水风球吗？是飘飘球吗？两个有差哦。一个很冷门，一个还好哦。
So, of course, I don't shield, and then they
take me out with just
poison jabs after that. They shield, and then they start taking me out with poison jabs. And now I'm losing to a Beedrill, a Shadow Beedrill with a flying fire Pokemon Talonflame.
Wow.
被东东鼠萌哭。
I didn't even know. That's crazy.
Talonflame didn't know either.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean,
不愧是。一天跑到 level 6的大神，讲话真的蛮好笑的。没有，我刚才一边擦眼泪，一边看着东东鼠，为什么在这里这样？我把阿莎他们的频道给放到资讯栏，好不好？喜欢的话可以去看一下他们的频道啦。虽然阿莎现在好像也蛮少在发片的，对吧？
Yeah, right. I mean, that comes down to the mastery that we've talked about.
是不是该督促阿莎发片啊
？Key in on these specific Pokemon because they think they have a good opportunity in the meta, and they just get better and better through repetition, through learning matchups, and they just improve. And these other trainers might not be prepared for it, and you can use that to your advantage. If you're using the same Pokemon everyone else is using, you might not have as big as an advantage.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right there too. Mastery of different matchups for your own Pokemon is a very key skill to have in Pokemon.
是说他后面不会每一场都要这种节奏在打吧？这我会没耐心呢。
Now we can see the phone screens. I think they are about set up. Oh, look, we see another competitor from the last chance qualifiers, Azure on the T-shirt there as well. Marcelo, look, a lot of these trainers have competed.
又是头点荧幕多差一点，没有，我刚才看到东东鼠，我就直接把那个手机丢在桌上了。
From the Poké Center, a beautiful shirt.
Yes, I believe Swedish Sheep did sign his name near the War Turtle because his favorite Pokemon is that Blastoise. So
怀念大师联盟，我没有在打大师联盟，对我不会怀念大师联盟。
So I just kind of went with wherever.
打大师联盟中那其实在打也是蛮 boring 的吧？
Bastiodon or Gyarados?
Oh, Gyarados for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, have you seen the pin today? My Magikarp finally evolved into Gyarados.
It is beautiful. I did notice that.
直播可以同时放两个，一个你的手机，一个他的直播。
And you have the
是啊，但问题是画面很窄。
It's probably the best personification of you. Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, some people are surprised. I am maybe
先打好了吗？好啊。
They think when they see me on camera, I'm not that tall.
感觉我们来看聊天台了，是我今天就是有做好这个心理准备来的，对。东鼠那场会剪辑出来上面吗？我不知道哎，我如果回去看发现我讲话的效果蛮好的，听起来蛮崩溃的，我就把它剪成 short 之类的吧，永远留存。我今天掉了150分了，搞什么鬼东西？这算顺风吗？1、2、3、4、5、6、7下咬碎。我看他后面有那个朽木哎。2、3、4。 OK， 6，换，先调一下。哎，他们开打了啦！哦，没关系啊，我们把它打完吧。1、2、3、4、5，还真的给我出现朽木。 系统是可以不用这么声控哎。6、7、8 ，OK。估计双草阵吗？我们有哈康特了吗？没那么衰了吧？9，他挡的话会有点麻烦。真的给我挡，因为这下会是 CMP。好了，我们给朽木啦，这个血量他应该是可以的。啊，不是朽木啦，大剑鬼。2、3、4、5，先给他，我们拿能量。来聊天室，来仙子们说起来，最后这是谁？有人说双草，有人说电飞鼠，还有吗？2、3、4、5，电龙，哇，这个猜的有点离谱哦，电龙。护城还差不多，对不对？2、3、4、5，哇，他那边还有一只那个哎。是不是要输了？是不是要输了？6、7、8，我们会赢 CMP 了。我们大剑鬼没有在跟你开玩笑的。巨藻，赶快给我下去！1、2、3，大剑鬼来了！什么叫1穿3？GG， 大剑鬼，水啦，大剑鬼。然后他们已经打到这边了，笑死！要冷门点才有戏剧效果。你是不是刚来的？我们刚才已经有很多的效果了，效果够多了。真的逆风就比在直播挡线。可是那个我们要讲啊，我们打逆风的经验可是远远大于打顺风的经验啊。处理逆风场的经验可是比较熟练一点。
You gotta think about this too. The Registeel had maybe 1 counter worth of health left. If Crescent Angel
我突然发现一个很有趣的事情，
any other time,
我们赢了就聊天室反而没有声音，然后输了反而。到底是发生什么事情了？
Incredibly calculated play from Crescent Angels there.
第一支是
the Venusaur into a Shadow Nidoqueen and then swapping the Registeel into a Nidoqueen as well, which is not a great matchup.
坦克，然后朽木。
That's a fantastic point because yes, it was literally 1 health. So if you're ever off on your timing of the opponent and they're not throwing a charge move the exact second that you swap, that swap will be useless. But
一发地震就下去了，但他没有丢出地震啊。
He made such a fantastic swap to take that power up punch in just barely, and it's
要下一场电脑坏透了，聊天室坏透了。 等一下，照这个逻辑的话，我们攻点那一天不就大家都在那边再逆一点，不够逆，怎么可以让傻豆赢？再逆一点。大家当时是不是这样想的？老实招来。
I completely forgot that there was a power punch ready. I was like, okay, the Scrafty's just going to get maybe farmed down from the Swampert.
比赛是单淘汰吗？不然阿萨比赛是双淘汰啊，但阿萨已经输2场了，所以也淘汰了。信仰足够痛，可以的，大剑鬼不错啊，大剑鬼不错了。所以傻豆要人气要每天输，我也觉得这很奇怪嘞，怎么会这样啊？我看他看我输，看得蛮开心的，到底是发生什么事情？好诡异哦！正常不是应该？这个 YouTube 玩的好烂哦，烂的这样子。结果到我这边反而相反吗？
to that Venusaur. So how is Lurgan Rocket gonna adapt to that style in game number 2?
大家都是好心想我拍素材，先够了，适可够了就好，对，够了就好。
Decent against the Venusaur there, but even after that,
对我的心态都怪怪的呢。
Still are in a tough spot. If you're looking,
可能这边影片都是赢的吧？啊，没有办法啊，没有办法就不是啊，他逆风又极限操作又赢，这听起来就很适合放吧。好了，没有啦，讲认真的，讲认真的是因为我觉得我的影片的性质有点不太适合放输的，因为当你前面讲了一堆啊，然后后面输掉，然后就会有人来呛你说，啊你输就输，前面讲一堆屁话到底在干嘛？有点类似这种感觉啊，对啊，我之前就是因为放了输，然后就被呛过，然后我就有点不是很高兴，然后后来就算了，对，可能要变成观众投稿的会比较才会有输有赢吧，我不知道我的想法是这样。
They could bring the Venusaur back in.
可以出一个戏剧效果特辑吗？我怎么感觉好像每个直播都会出现，都有出现不少的戏剧效果。我算是被眷顾了吗
？Mistiming the switch timers and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, excellent point because he got all the way back to his switch timer to swap out the Registeel and then use that at the end of the game as we get into game number 2 here.
Okay, 开始哦。
Shadow Nidoqueen into a Swampert, so pretty terrible matchup for the Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, and we see the lone Ninetales here too, and this is exactly what you don't want to see. A lone Ninetales, Charm Ninetales coming in. This Swampert is going to be in a ton of trouble. Even the Earthquake is not going to be enough here, and we might see Crescent Angels just no shield this Earthquake and just go straight for the Charm down, having energy for the Nidoqueen. That Nidoqueen needs shield. No, actually deciding to shield the Earthquake.
Yeah, Lurgan Rocket is really far behind in this game already as these charms
哇，其实我发现撒娇手上来当 Switch 也蛮稳的嘞。这边不挡哦。球位会下去吗？扛住了哇，顺位还是没有拉回去啊。
Thinking that the first Earthquake is probably one of the safest ones to shield here, and we do see
这边球位血量丢出2个的话，右边这位就棘手了。没有丢不出来，但没关系，去找再回来。没有挡切到，哇，3 counter， 无奈啊，摇头啊。没事啦，没有看到东鼠都算。 没事啊，没事，不慌。这小场面，小场面。气势皮带，怎么连气势皮带都出来了？没有比较，没有杀。这个各位这个小场面吧，对不对？我们看过什么大风大浪？
This might happen, Caleb. It might be able to water gun through this Venusaur. No, but just decided to let the Tapu Fini go.
Yeah, and I think this is a tough spot too because the Swampert has so much energy there.
还在气东鼠，超气。
Leaving as little farm as possible for that Nidoqueen. And look at how much energy Swampert has. This is such a tough position here. You need to have so much energy, and I think Lurgan Rocket is going to concede.
其实可以丢看大地之力拼一把，对吧？不丢白不丢，对不对？搞不好他真的没到。
Really well played from both trainers, but Crescent Angels definitely coming out on top, especially with the advantage there too.
Yeah, Crescent Angels got some good alignment there and played it precisely.
还有电飞鼠吗
Kind of pulled the wind out of the hat in game number 1, and then game number 2 just had that.
要宣传的门角肯定要赢啊，
able to match up against the Tapu Fini.
算是吧。
Take that
其实我不知道我不知道大家玩冷门角色的目的是什么因为我自己其实一开始并没有是要，应该说比较早期的观众应该都知道，我其实对爬分其实没有太多的执着，我就是反正有上去就上去啊，没有就放轻松这样子。然后对，可是我不知道为什么莫名其妙的，我好像就有能力攻顶了，然后就开始每一期都想要上来爬一下这样子。对，不然我其实对分数是还好，我不知道大家玩冷门角的项目是这样，是想要用冷门 打赢对手吗？还是说单纯 enjoy 这种拿爱角出门的感觉？等一下，怎么话题突然跑到那个什么？那个叫什么？那个剑盾的那个叫什么 ？VGC 吗？还是什么吗？哥，其实我有点忘了。怎么还出现好几个那个的名词？怎么都有点保险？
Yeah, I mean that's just tough. I mean they're both ground types, but Swampert just dominates that matchup.
有上去就上去，没有还是上得去啊。
It's unlike
玩了没有？单纯觉得都那几只很无聊。对啊，我其实一开始玩也是会觉得很腻，就是啊怎么永远都那几只在打，蛮 boring 的啊，对吧？就后来玩一玩，哎，居然玩到了一堆人来看，真是蛮奇特的啊。爱角还是想赢啊，可以啦，可以啦，对不对？我们这边帮你亲身做了个示范，对不对？逆风什么的还不是玩上去了，不慌不慌，还是可以玩到20，不慌。有玩剑盾没有？我没有玩 Switch， 但我会去看那个什么短裤小子他们的频道，我会看他们玩。但其实我不懂那个啊，对，因为我觉得那个蛮复杂，就是我只认了几个那种比较可能比较热门的道具啊，气势披带这种我也还记得，但他们可能功能或干嘛，他会配给谁，那个我可能就不知道了。对，就我单纯是个观众啊，这样子，嘿。运气不好的定义，1天之内让首发泥巴鱼绝种。你算上我们之前直播，现在泥巴鱼是不是不先发啦？叫傻豆哦，这个也蛮难那个的呢，这个也有点难讲啊。简单来说是，当时我高中的时候，然后我当时就想说，好，我要取什么样的名字这样子，然后我就找了我几个朋友，给一点对，就募集一点想法，然后他们就讲了好几个名字，然后都超烂的，但是它里面出现一个傻字，我就觉得这名字听起来不错，因为我的目标，我希望我未来可以傻过日子，就不用担心有的没的。就每天放空过日子就好了。然后我想说，好吧，那就取这个字好了。然后重点是后面那个字要放什么我不知道，我就在那边东抽西抽，然后抽一抽，傻豆听起来好像还行，那不然就这个了，这样子，嘿，就是一个组合出来的一个名字啊，对，是这样。我先用大中赢了讲，有信心以后又被教做了，没事，这个正常的，至少他给你信心了，对不对？比我好多了吧，是吧？有玩 Unite 吗？没有。我胜，可以先打观众场吗？没，我们习惯都是到最后才来打的，没错。等于下颌嘛。翻车是跟短裤小子学来的吗？我以后少看他频道好了。我不要太常看他频道了，一直学到不好的。啊！可是不得不说，每次他翻车的时候，我也在荧幕后面笑得蛮高兴的。朽木，好的，不慌，我们还行。3、4、5 ，CMP， 把这只草系拿掉，后面应该就应该不会，没有再跟你删草的吧？没有这种事吧？1、2、3、4、5 ，OK。没有啦，草刚刚啦，我觉得是草刚刚啦，我们哈康特吧。2、3、4、5、6。对，好，7、8，顺位好像还要拿一下哈。9、10，这边换大剑鬼出来是不是会比较稳的 ？OK， 好。我希望你可以撑住啦，双刃丸，不然就见博士咯。OK， 1、2、3、4、5。OK， 1、 给他。1，跑不了的熊木妖。嘿嘿，有一队是正确的。3、4、5、6、7，应该收得掉吧？大剑鬼，你应该没有烂到连护持龙这种东西都收不掉吧 ？OK 啦，这伤害漂亮的。各位要加入大剑鬼教了吗？他看起来蛮猛的、啊。1、2、3、4、5、6，好，挤2发就好。OK 的，大剑鬼很猛啊，漂亮。短裤真的翻车出名，绰号翻车小子。来，赶快输入表格，趁我们还记得啊！该打一波5连胜出来了吧？永木、泥巴、护城 ，OK。不曾使用打草节，到底到底多希望要草系？来，走起！能不能带起大剑鬼风潮就看你了。难吗？难，我觉得难。以我们目前的观众素养，要撼动这整个对战生态难度挺高的。1、2、3、4、5 ，OK， 给他吧。2、3、4，然后来压个 CMP 好了。哦，好痒哦。5、6，他不会对我这个小生物丢地震吧？7、8、9、10，越来越夸张了。护城龙使用疯狂福特，大家越来越夸张了。到底多希望看到康特？见鬼了！这不是鸭子当时那个社群日影片的梗吗？1、2、3，应该会直接来吧。好的，那我们就直接弄下去了。1、2、3。1、2、3、4。这边有一点不太好处理哦。5、6、7、8，哎嘿！1、2、3、4、6、7、8、9、10，哇，他这要帮我弄下去呢，这样有点尴尬咯。12，不太好处理啊。 OK， 神无尽撑得住吗？是不是有点难？然后对面有2下就可以出招了。1、2。对啊，哎呀，就差那么一点点，就差一点点啊！ OK， 我们就可以回来看比赛了。
Game plan will pan out as we get started with this game 1. It's going to be the Deoxys defense form versus
金属爆炸不是那个吗？
Queen for winners round
波斯可多拉，我只记得波斯可多拉有个金属爆炸。OK， 来吧，1、2、4、
kind of melt that defense form Deoxys, but actually opting to go straight for the Poison Fang and then the Psycho Boost on the same turn interval here. What that means is that this defense form Deoxys will likely draw away the first.
OK， 他后面是
because this first Psycho Boost will do the
他想掉格斗啊，右边那一位想掉格斗啊。
This is a lot of damage here, and we know ItsAXN knows the counts. He knows it's
这套打法很常见哎，这真的掉得到。对，他没带，笑死，他没带。
to enjoy being in front of this wall rain as those power whips will be super effective. Wall rain does have the opportunity to build up to 2 icicle spheres or 1 earthquakes depending on how Zarddy is.
赌来想会有蓝赌吗
？Forced to shield against the power whip.
我觉得难呢，他如果真的玩起一片天，我好像也不能干嘛，我只能帮他排手，我好像也不能干嘛。
And Wall Rain is going to start to deploy these charge attacks to try to chip away at the Lickitung, but it's a
因为我上次弄完之后看大家留言，好像发现说蓝赌可以在某些他打不赢的地方，帮他加了防御力之后，多撑一个大招，然后就会就得是要让队友多花一点精力在那只赌来身上，但好像很少可以达到反杀效果。
If ItsAXN wants to go for it, you just use that shield and then you are smooth sailing from here on out.
And we do see another icicle spear getting fired off.
大舌头没丢招，
Great counter there, throwing the initial icicle spear just before Lickitung had reached the power whip energy. We do see a shield here from ItsAXN as well, really wanting to pin down this matchup, but no way. Zarddy switches in that defense from Deoxys and
想上来把他揍掉啊
Here comes the Sableye.
Yeah, Zarddy possibly hoping to catch a charged move there, but was just a little bit too slow, and ItsAXN able to adjust. Now forced to throw the Thunderbolt, which is not going to do.
看来左边这位应该是想直接把他弄下去了。反正被丢到途径也不会痛吧
？You're exactly right. One Pokemon is fresh and ready to go. We do see a Psycho Boost getting fired off here. This is not a lot of damage at all. Not very effective as the screen there.
很贪，没错，你说对，我也觉得他很贪，但他后面2招踩起来，他这边不贪一点。
And it typically has a bad matchup against Obstagoon.
知道哎，
However, if you can land that
这样也算好吗？还算不好？
哦，
有转机了，事情有转机了。这个片段很珍贵哦。
Sableye does have a quick opportunity to recover, though, with the return. This is going to connect.
This is going to connect absolutely and deal a lot of damage there as the Obstagoon does kind of shrug it off, but it's now in the yellow in terms of HP. 2 very weak Pokemon, though. ItsAXN is down to his last legs.
这边你多
后
吗？
down to how much energy ItsAXN has.
可是这边存2招，你让他存2招就不妙了。哇哇哇！
But instead that body slam, an instant.
这是什么骚操作啊
？It will take out the Obstagoon, and now the Wall Rain is the last Pokemon remaining for Zarddy.
ItsAXN swapping in the middle of the counter that throws another ball.
这是什么骚操作
？Loaded on his Nidoqueen as well. This might be it.
This might be it. It's gonna be close. Wall Rain able to hold on.
谁 CP？ 哇，又是输在 CP。
Fired off first for the KO.
太惊险了哇！刚才那个大舌头那个骚操作太猛了。
Delivering a strike here with the Poison Fang to secure the knockout. ItsAXN absolutely.
哇！
Still on a
winning
streak ever since the North American International Championships. This is the winner's side.
太神了，太神了
ItsAXN has not lost a single set since that tournament.
有点抗超能没有啊？但是2系是双抗超能。
And with such a confidence
右边看那个应该是想说他农两个大招，刚好一发受一个，也不怕他挡切。结果左边那位他直接在第4下多的时候跳出来，丢个太压，哇，太扯了，太扯了。攻击才是王道。他再不丢手上能量都要带回家做纪念。他直接瞬间扳回战局，超猛啊！赌来球一招都没法入去。
Being a dynamic and diverse player, and we see this here a lot of late switches when ItsAXN typically likes to play for switch advantage. He plays more calmly, energy advantage. He tries to kind of maneuver through the matchup, and really kind of showing flashes of different styles in this game.
Yeah, and I think that's what it takes to win a tournament like the North American International Championships and possibly even the World Championships. You have to have that flexibility and that confidence, not only in your team, but in yourself, to be able to recognize the situations where your other styles of gameplay may put you at a disadvantage. So Zarddy, you know, I think possibly maybe expecting ItsAXN to follow some early switches and follow that kind of gameplay style. Now the cat's out of the bag. You know, he knows this is how he's going to approach that matchup, barring any adjustments on ItsAXN side of the field.
他现在这个是打到第几了？
going into
第4轮了。Winner 的第4轮，还有血，还有血。
You are just one loss away from dropping down to the loser's side of the bracket, and as we go into Game 2 of this set, it's
这应该是最后了。他接下来剩下就写 Day 2了。OK， 来吧。看一下这一局有什么骚操作呢
？This is a bit tricky as well because you recognize that the wall rain is the best answer to the Nido Queen, but you need to manage the Sableye, and you cannot reach for one of your reserve Pokemon because both of them will ultimately lose those matchups.
They will, but for now, that Sableye taking a little bit of chip damage.
右边那一位准备了一只死神官要来抓，你多厚啊
？Hoping to fake Zarddy out and get one of his shields.
但是这样他顺位要拿下呢。
Information is important. ItsAXN is probably already making some deductions. He recognizes that this wall rain is a stopping point here for the Sableye, and he will decide to shield it. He's going to test this water and ice type wall rain.
I am very curious to see if we're going to see a second shield from Zarddy as the return is almost ready. ItsAXN throwing a split second too soon there, but gets the shield anyway. Zarddy confirming, yes, the wall rain is the Pokemon I want to take out the Sableye, and it's only a couple of powdered snows away. Goes for the
要打到底吗
and it looks like ItsAXN not
？OK， 要勾文彦了。
Lets the Sableye go.
Finally, lets Sableye go. He's very content with the shield advantage. He's got a very bulky Lickitung to bring in here as well.
哇，还是真的超恶欸！
was secured by Zarddy there, which could be critical as the matchup plays on. We do see this first Icicle Spear get deployed. Again, Lickitung just kind of bounces around. Doesn't really mind the damage too much. It's going to need at least 2 or 3 more to knock out.
Yeah, it looks like Zarddy is also very comfortable here, just letting this wall rain go down. Wall rain got the knockout he needed in that Sableye, and now just going to keep throwing Icicle Spears for the time being.
哇！这边那只海狮弄下去，整支队伍就半残啦。
Instead, I think very smartly conserving energy for whatever Zarddy has in the back.
This is actually a pretty good setup here for Zarddy. If we kind of project forward,
右边学校教训不谈了。我觉得他那个也够了吧？他那一只海狮换了那么多人。
Where you're resisting these poison type attacks, after you strip away this protect shield, Kofagrius might be able to close out this matchup.
OK， 这边要保尼多了，但殊不知，左边想压 CMP 吗 ？OK， 但没压到啊。左边想压 CMP， 顺势退场的。
Because you know the Shadow Ball is pending, you throw that Earth Power, hopefully going to trigger a defense drop, and we don't get one. But here comes the Shadow Ball, but another Poison Fang piling on here as well. He actually is going to no bubble it. He does not want to leave. Too little HP for the Lickitung to farm down.
All right, well, that Poison Fang will finally drop the Kofagrigus' defense. Here comes the Shadow Ball. Will pick up the KO on the Shadow Nido Queen, but like you said, that Kofagrigus has a little bit of health left, and that's going to be very important energy for that Lickitung to get to the body slam.
Now, this is tough because that Defense Form Deoxys is very healthy. We see the HP trickling down, but that Psycho Boost is pending. Defense Form Deoxys goes up for it, and it's going to deliver a strike to bring this series to 1-1.
I love how Zarddy just threw that Psycho Boost immediately as it was available. It looked like ItsAXN tried to force a charge move priority to block that attack, but unfortunately did not tap that body slam in time. As a result, we're going into a Game 3, and looking back, Game 1 was such a decisive win for ItsAXN. Game 2, the Kofagrigus really was the star of the show, and that was the adjustment that Zarddy needed in order to win. In Game 3, how do you think ItsAXN responds to the Kofagrigus?
That's a really good question. We did see that Obstagoon come out there, for Zarddy. In terms of beating that Kofagrigus, though, on ItsAXN side, the real answers are the Lickitung and the Sableye. I think both of those Pokemon are very strong. We might see those come into play as well. But Kofagrigus is a little bit slower to his charge attacks than other Ghost-type Pokemon. It does need all 7 of those Shadow Claws to get to the Shadow Ball. And then being a pure Ghost-type Pokemon, it does struggle a bit against those 2 counters that we just mentioned. So do you think Kofagrigus deserves a spot here? Because it is such a good pair against that Nidoqueen.
I think it does. I also love the spice factor. Kofagrigus is one of those Pokemon that you don't typically see in Open Great League, but in some of the limited formats, it shines very brightly. And to see it bring Zarddy into day 2 of the competition here at the World Championships would be absolutely incredible to watch. It's going to be a tough battle, though. ItsAXN already locked into his Pokemon. Again, the confidence with his team is absolutely incredible.
You saw that. We have one trainer already locked in and ready to go, but another trainer is going to think things over for an extra few minutes, and that's fine. You can take these precious moments to kind of play out win conditions in your mind. Think about lead scenarios, what your opponent has shown you in terms of tendencies, how much they like to bait, how much they like to shield early on in a matchup. What do you think they're going to commit to? Are they going to change their strategy? And if you notice, we actually saw the same strategy from Game 1 and Game 2, and Zarddy was the one to make adjustments that paid off. I really thought that defense from Deoxys would have been left on the bench after Game 1. After Sableye came out and just countered it, loaded up with so much energy, and then deployed a couple of foul plays against the Walrein as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough call, but tough calls are what creates the next possible world champion. And again, I can't talk enough about just how much that title is on the line as we're wrapping up play here for day 1 of Pokemon Go. It really is just the World Championships, a few wins away for both of these trainers, and every single moment, every single thought counts when that much is on the line. I want to steal something that you said earlier. A lot of YouTube 他退群也有，你可以找一下，可能去巴哈或是 PTT 找一下，看可以找到。To get that crown, to get that title, to not only that, just to be the first world champion in Pokemon Go. And if that win for you is just a couple of seconds, a couple minutes more of thought away, you take that time.
Exactly right. And we do see the trainers again thinking things over. Every step forward is written in history, and you definitely want to make the right movement when it counts. And this is a decisive Game 3. We're going to need to see some hype in the chat, wherever you're watching, in the stadium as well. Let's get excited for these 2 battlers once they get queued up. We're going to take a couple more moments to think things over, though. Again, wanting to get every single thing right. Sometimes the formula is just a little bit off, so you need that perfect combination to win the match.
Yeah, and it's really awesome to just see these trainers taking their time with it too, because that means they respect it. They feel the weight that's on their shoulders, and they understand the importance of this moment in time. But the moment of thinking is over, and now it is time to battle as Lickitung and Azumarill are sent out in this Game 3 of Winners Round 4 of the Pokemon Go World Championships.
Decisive Game 3, Shadow Nidoqueen hard swaps and pulls out the Kofagrigus, but I think this is that Ghost-type Pokemon for the Lickitung setup. But does Nidoqueen want more? Doesn't want the knockout here. Doesn't want to maintain advantage.
Well, it's going for some big damage with that Earth Power, and it finds it throwing a Dark Pulse almost immediately in retaliation, drawing out ItsAXN's first shield.
That Dark Pulse just a little bit more costly in terms of, energy efficient in terms of cost, and he's able to get off that charge attack. But you see the Nidoqueen returning fire here with the Poison Fang and a shield coming up as well. This is a stress point for the matchup.
Yeah, Zarddy scratching his head, knowing that shielding the Poison Fang there was not the optimal play, but is going for a second charged move move of his own. ItsAXN shields it, and shields are down for him. He's just taking raw damage from here on out.
And we do see the Kofagrigus faint, and now a decision point here for Zarddy on the right. Does he bring in the Azumarill, try to bubble down, or defense form Deoxys and throw a charge attack? He's coming in with the Azumarill into the poison-type Pokemon. This damage is going to pile on quickly.
Yeah, but like we've seen so far in this competition, you don't need to shield the first Poison Fang, as the second one is going to do way more damage. But that Azumarill able to bubble down the Nidoqueen prior to the second Poison Fang.
And we see the counter-swap into defense form Deoxys. Lickitung actually going to stay here for a moment as we see that defense form Deoxys really trickle down. Here comes a body slam from the Lickitung. No need to go for the power whip. You want that same type attack bonus.
Body slam does a decent chunk of damage, but that Deoxys is catching up real quick, and here is the next Pokemon. It's going to be the Medicham for ItsAXN, coming in to take a Thunderbolt from the Deoxys.
That switch timer is not quite up yet, so we do see the Thunderbolt coming out here, despite the double Psycho Boost being loaded up. You don't want to debuff your defense form Deoxys and then get stuck, but now we see the Psycho Boost trying to pile on some damage. Both of these trainers are trying to manage their Pokemon because these are the critical make-or-break moments.
There's only a couple of seconds left on the switch timer, but unfortunately for that Deoxys, Zarddy just letting it go, not shielding after those defensive drops. This Psychic is not even enough to pick up the knockout. It gets to the next Psycho Boost.
Another Psycho Boost here. Defense form Deoxys, the third charge attack in the series, is going to land this attack, and it does not KO the Medicham.
Oh man, this match is so close.
但是玛丽上来了，冰冻拳，加减做个消耗。
A sliver of health left, but no shield on the Ice Punch.
Calling the Ice Punch here, resisted damage, wants to get another bubble, but the Lickitung is going to come in here just a moment. You need
哇，现在又要考验大舌头够不够坦哦。
First play rough. Azumarill is just a couple of turns of energy away from the second.
好像有机会哦。
The yellow, the licks are firing, and the play rough is hit.
This is going to be razor thin margins. Azumarill, all the energy, all the bubbles. Azumarill's trying to knock out the Lickitung. Can it do it?
Oh
Lickitung.
no, it misses.
撑住了，撑住了，但
Pokemon are going
啊，
the bubble connect.
他想丢那一招，看能不能多扣一滴血，哇！ 这个想法很棒。
Back against the wall. Incredible, incredible plays.
Yeah, what an insane
太极限了，太极限了。
matchup coming down to that final turn, but the bubble was just aligned
就差那么一点，太极
able
限
to。connect with that Lickitung.
OK， 来，我们赶快把今天的25场打完。
fired off.
Incredibly close. I thought what we saw there.
来，我们已经打到最后剩3场了，有点累了。 哎，没有，就剩2场哦。那我们又少记了是吧？笑死，没有一次记的是对的，真的是太荒谬了吧？OK， 继续欢乐时间。1、2、3、4、6、7，心理战。可以。8。 9，这次比赛各种神仙，哎，对，这次比赛其实真的很刺激哎，老实说，每一个人的技巧都很好哎。OK， 他要挡，3、4、5，稍微消耗了。逆风的时候大家都很欢乐，除了我，惨了，这帮观众到底是发生什么事了？1、2。 哇，慢一拍！好了，这边把它收掉，不然它有点麻烦。1、2、3、4，然后待会切个 CMP。5，哦 ，CMP 哦。 OK，CMP， 然后海狮上来收会好一点了吧？1、2、3、4、5，有一个 CMP， 然后这边我们摊一点，我们摊。哇，好像剩太多了。1、2 ，OK， 1、2、3、4、5，这个一发够吗？超级角击。哇，差一点点，6、7，要被 boom 了。看那结果怎么样？刚才不是我教学，被嘴了，被嘴了，笑死，笑死，马上就被嘴了。哦，要记，对。九尾，没有人是气完整的，没有办法哦啊，这个就有点懒惰啊。去扫来咯，朽木，1、2、3、4、5，我们要尽力取胜啊，好不好？至少再拿个3胜吧，你不能让那个大剑鬼的面子丢了，对不对？要证明一下他是可以爬分的角色。只是我不知道待会对手会不会挡切。1、2、3、4、5、6，哇，这个九尾真的很烦那个我们队伍没有坦度的，一直撒娇，到底7、8，哦，我发现这个好像是一个大剑鬼的一个弊病哈，他的那个。他好像，对啊，他遇到撒娇手也是没辙呢，他的坦度。OK， 要放掉是吧？好的。现在换谁上？朽木吗？朽木上来我们就麻烦喽。哦，1、2、3、4，超级角击。有点麻烦这好像凉了呢。5、6，这场好像没有机会赢马力太那个了。1、2、3、4。这场没得赢吧？这场怎么打？CMP。重点就看暗影爪可以给我们造成多少伤害了。好，没救了。挡切，华丽的挡切结束这回合。朽木。 哇，他双妖精哎，恶不恶心？玛丽。OK， 25场啊，打完了。这个你就不懂，旁边那表格只是装饰品，有空格才美观。我也希望哪天我们可以顺利的填满这25个、啊，好不好？OK， 来观众场吧，最后了，10点了，牵一把手好汗水水，冷门打毒瘤疯了，没事。好，先抓个勾魂眼，搞不好地上那只就是色尾。我还没有勾魂眼色尾，各位有了吗？虽然说这个好像大家应该蛮早就要有了，对不对？OK， 我们看打到10点10几分还是半，不是都可以。扯了吧？你那一招真的有用哦！你那一招秘技真的有用哦！观众规则，好的。是不是第一次直播那么久？是，没错。所以我现在很 respect 鸭子的那个什么好几个小时的台 respect。我想一下。今天有点没有灵感呢。哦，先发放这只，然后后面放什么好呢？啊，我有个大胆的想法，等我一下。我找一下，我应该有练那一只，等我一下。没有什么3电队，没有这种东西。我们不玩那套，的。我再找一下，快找到了。不是啊，我这个投影方式没有办法用输入法，真的是蛮痛苦的。我有点之后可能要换个方式来投影，不然每次找这个真的要找很久。等我快了，真的。有了。来，这就是我大胆的想法。我又是逆风啊！观众场也给我逆风，到底搞什么鬼？2、3、4、5。OK。红扑，十字主任，好的。哇，这是什么啊哥？ 这是鲜花哥，好疼啊！章鱼桶吧，响片，不要！为什么？为什么？各位看出我们这一队的制胜秘诀了吗？有看到了吗？是不是想逆点？没关系，我大概我觉得他后面是龙，我觉得他最后一只是龙。3、4、6，好。龙下去，2下3下，4、5，我觉得最后一只是龙，对不对？是不是龙？不要弄太多，不要贪，不要贪。刚才有人追我，不要贪，好的，不要贪，顺的收掉。水系是吧？珍珠贝，你练到50喽！哼，感受到了吗？今晚的噩梦，东鼠。不能只有我受到东鼠的制裁，大家都要给我感受一下东鼠的威力。好了，感谢指教了。珍珠贝，你灌到50等吗？因为那一只好像要 IV 100，然后要练满呢。毒针训练比较好还是毒击？毒针比较好。谢谢指导，感谢。所以你练到50吗？珍珠贝是猎斑鱼残留的磷压。别再记得那家伙了，对不对？我们放生就放生了，对。不要太惦记它。我想一下哦。好像我在群主爆了，对啊，他不是你下午有提吧，对不对？珍珠贝啊，我现在只有到50几颗叉了，还不够，还需要再累积一点。我想一下哦。这个的话，在这一队可能稍微微美塔一点啦，微美塔稍微啦，但应该还可以啦，应该好了，就这样。微美塔啦哦，微美塔。等一下，怎么了？怎么了？我重开，怎么了？我爆铁哑铃， 东东鼠不是铁哑铃啊，那个坚果哑铃啊，不是铁哑铃啊。这个组合拿去打超级可以打2800，可以。刚才那个对手好歹2700、2800了吧，对不对？他站在那边让你都已经到那边了，要2000分是一定没有问题的。铁哑铃就不行啊，如果你的铁哑铃没有打错的话，对，铁哑铃是不行的。啊，不过也难说啦，对不对？也难说。没吃宝可梦的无限可能啊，也难说。OK， 这个好像也是新面孔了。OK， 哦，选很快哦，这个看起来是有预谋的哦。泰拉斯特，十字图刃、十字剪之类的吧，对吧？哦，他有个草哎，我突然才发现他有个草系哎，我现在才发现他有个草系哎，他为什么能量球吗？不会吧？日光树，不，这完全触及到我的知识盲区啦！被 boom 了哇！太扯了！日光树连斩很快哦，我们给个尊重，给个尊重。哎呀，超能系的梦梦石，这是前面蛙哥，精神冲击。妈，这个太冷了啦！这个我完全没有想法哎，这个 OK 哦，是不是要被我们大剑鬼制裁了呢？精神冲击，哎，bingo， 1、2、3，哎嘿，挡切，哎。这家伙会垃圾特辑，我知道，所以我们不能那个、啊。1、2、3，哇，这家伙出刀真的很快速呢。然后这边要被农了，可是我们是电系啊，农得下去吗？看一下梦梦石的坦度怎么样啊？我也是第一次打的，哇，好像普普而已呢。对，通通倒在东东鼠之下吧。感谢指教，你的队伍很有趣，尤其是派拉斯特，我终于知道他有草系了，哇！直接被 boom 啊，直接被他 boom 醒了。你以前都没发现，对。所以我刚才还很纳闷说，奇怪为什么我连斩会打出一个非常有效的伤害？有趣，感谢，那个队伍真的蛮有趣的，有长一点新知识了。来，我看谁还要来倒在东东鼠之下？还有哪位勇者要来挑战东东鼠 ？OK， 又是一个新面孔啊！要改片名？又要改片名吗？要从大剑鬼改东东鼠吗？ 会怎么打好呢？OK， 然后中间摆一只，OK， 来吧。这个被 counter 到了。3、4、5、6。不慌，我们弹度很好。7、8、9。OK， 要一顿。OK， 好的。10。好啊，没关系。1、2、3。要脚盾吗？没放宝贝球之前我放弃了，因为我换人的时候也会出现。真的要哦？那你后面到底是放什么？3、4，这样7下吗？还是我数错了？东鼠又来啦！神鸟猛击 ，OK。9、10，又一发神鸟。究竟这位又会不会又被东鼠打趴呢？1、2、3、4，好的。2下吗？对不对？应该会偷一下。3、4、5、1、2，哎呀，这次是倒在风妖精下了。不是啊，你可以继续打啊。这么快就放弃了吗？无你吗？无你就换我凉咯。OK， 加农。OK， 感谢指教。你这队呢是双水队哈，你应该要主动切角的啦，因为你后面虽然说电灯怪打那个念力土偶嘛，是叫这个名字吧？打那个土偶的小招打不出伤害，但你不换的话，就像刚才那样，如果后面出现一只草系，那你就一定没辙。所以就是还是要换一下这样子，对，因为你双水你不换不行啊。OK， 下一场，感谢指教。然后现在已经有2位。2位、3位、2位，又是一位新面孔，倒在东鼠之下了。3位吗？3位倒在东鼠之下喽。我看谁还要继续挑战东鼠吗？好了，我们不要再东鼠了，相信大家也腻了。我换一个。 突然找不到了。OK， 然后看到没看过了吗？就我们上次打了1个多小时的观众场，我那一次已经几乎把我的宝库的东西都拿出来秀光了，我现在已经只能炒冷饭了。OK， 我剩最后一个人选了，快了。OK， 来吧。不卡。1、2、3，好痛哦！1、2、3、4、5、6。嘿嘿，7，开一顿吧。好，然后 CMP 漂亮。冰光8下，好，皮卡丘上来，9、10，开一顿。1、2、3、4、5。哎，对，你的马力没有满呢，怎么会这样？1、2、3、4。你是不是带错支马力啊 ？OK， 6、7，直冲转没关系，重点是路卡利欧爱你球要挡住啊。1、2、3、4、5，抱歉，我这只是火焰拳的。OK， 挡下来。1、2。收掉，然后再来。十字剪。哦，致命针刺哦！哎嘿，皮卡丘收尾，我就是在等这个，我刚才在等换人时间到。感谢指教，你的马力是不是带错支了？带到1300的。来，下一位。哎，果然我好像比较适合打观众场呢。 打观众场好开心哦，可以开心。放水啦，没有在放水的，没有，又不是爬分，对不对？没有在放水的。哎，今天好像都是新面孔扫到，对不对？今天大家手速都很快呢。又是993，又错误了。观众场刷新3观很棒。这都要怎么组呢？好了，拿一个蛮久没有出现的一个角色出来好了。OK。顽皮雷弹，这也不太好处理哦。1、2、3、4、5。哇，这是一个起手式疯狂福特吗？这么嗜血？1、2。哈哈哈哈哈！ Boom！ 3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。暗球，好的，我们扛得住。12、13，这边可能会吃到一个剧毒牙，哎，没有丢到招。 OK， 火系的9尾，3、4。所以这队的冷门角是一开始那一只吗？喜翠雷弹吗？对哦。来啊，要 overheat 就来啊 ！overheat 啊！ 3、4、5。哦，有在看影片哦。6、7、8。但我们现在有个问题啊，我们最后一次会被他压到啊。 2。哦，没有收掉，哑巴，哑巴。3，而且我还带到种子机关枪的，搞什么鬼？ OK， 谢谢指教。刚打的时候想开盾，再发个章鱼桶炮兵将攻，结果去按逆啊！你说的是第2发的逆鳞吗？我以为你要章鱼桶炮丢的时候，结果直接逆鳞把我收掉了。说的是那一块。 OK， 1、 也就993。今天聊天室很多高手呢，他都刷很快。然后再放一只，再放一只，查查。我们再摆一只 ，OK， 这都应该还 OK。搞不好你打的全都是威志的小号，哎、说到这个好像很久没看到威志了哎、威志那边偷那边用好几个账号来刷。OK， 他要换是吧？3大力2，暗影大力2啊！冰冻牙、江龙水炮。冰冻牙的话，我们应该是不用太害怕。这里可以把它弄下去吗？这么快哦，冰冻牙这么快哦，没关系。滑一点就好，等他应该不会挡吧 ？OK， 然后再浓一点。会是谁上来呢？2、3、4、5，这一场看起来应该是稳了。6、7、8，没关系，要就给你。江龙水炮，这里弄一个再下去。3，没关系，给你。我们盾留着给电子棉。不然他 CMP 输，然后如果对手又有乌尼波，哎，那事情可能就会发生巨变啦。过热，好的 ，overheat。好侮辱啊！哎，没有啦，没有，不要这样讲，不要这样讲。阵容刚好磕到而已，没事，阵容刚好磕到。OK， 感谢指教。咱们观众场目前是不是一直秉持这个连胜的战绩啊？哎呀，又是新人，3文你原来走993了吗？我其实也要出现993了。哦，来玩一个很久没，哎，可是我技能不对呢。算了，应该也还好。再摆一个，好，之后还会有预设吗？这么想玩预设吗？可以考虑啊，可以看之后哪一次就统一来预设啊。OK， 电灯过来是吧？ 10万福特。1、2、3、4、5、6、7。虾皮也想要打绿色吗？1、2、3、4、5。OK， 有档是吧？6、7、8、9，没有人要出招。伤害有点少呢。哪次不想了？10 ，OK， 但还可以撑哦。双弹瓦斯坦度看起来还行哦。2、3，哇，没有办法。4、5。哇，刚好被他发一发，好了，给他了。我们被大嘴服制裁了呢。counter 了，再开始 counter 了，报应来了。啊 counter 啊，报应来了。刚才太自满了，报应来了。抓痒咯，真的抓痒。不是啊，你们就不担心我再拿出东东鼠吗？你这对东东鼠会穿过去呢？OK， 谢谢指教哦。要不要做东施猫的影片？对啊，因为我觉得东施猫还好我觉得它的外形没有很对我胃口OK， 下一位。啊，我们开5个小时了，哇，超久啊！你会参加亚卡？哇，这个我们上次是不是有打过？幸运方块嘛，对不对？就是三文鱼哦，就是你哦，恭喜你刷到了。我领礼物上镜了，没事，下次搞不好刷到，下一把就是你们刷到，对不对？好，来吧，三文鱼，期待你会拿出什么样的阵容？虾皮也在抢是吗？滴珠霸哦。这我赶快跑啊！1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，在想什么？1、2，这不会是3重吧？ 3蜘蛛吗？3重，他也觉得是3重对吧？我也觉得是3重哎。OK， 要放掉。1、2、3。如果是3重的话，那我这次乌贼王不就带来搞笑的吗？乌贼直接上来不知道干嘛的，拜拜。还真的3重，5。哦，没有打。6、7、8、9。OK， 这边的话，看一下伤害，这么凶哦，这么刺血哦。2、3、4，改档了，超级角击，1、2，我在想，垃圾射击伤害会不会比较痛哎？3、4、6、7。这个应该比较痛吧？OK， 灰尘3，可以收掉吗？差一滴，不要出招啊！漂亮，灰尘3 MVP。感谢指教，对吧？垃圾比较痛吧？垃圾有暑修，而且伤害又比较多一点。DP 可能没有了，对吧？血流成河，这个乌贼造型的盾好用吗？不是我本来想说要来打带跑的，结果看到第一只就宠，我就啊，我被双磕呢！啊，我不然就按到重新对战，还是？然后是不是 bug 了？我重开吧。没按到角击，所以那个时候囤好了。哦，不过说真的，毒针真的是很烦。有哇，那幸好你失误了，让我们有一个反击的机会。好。OK， 新面孔。玩点什么好呢？哈哈，不带枪的啊！虾皮被我坑到了哦。没事，不慌，我们还有下一局，不慌。虾皮傻眼。我没有。这个属性这么缺人才吗？不是我没有，他没有其他属性了吗？结果我扫了一整晚，还是扫到小丑也没有了，搞不好下一局就你的啦，对不对？别这么早就放弃了。 属修是什么意思？就是属性跟技能的属性跟那只宝可梦属性有重复到，然后就会有加成。我忘记是 1.2 倍还是几倍了。OK， 卡比兽哦，退化版的大舌头。2、3、4、5、6。太压，对嘛？1.2倍嘛，没错。那我没有记错，那1、2、3、4、5、6，哎嘿，路卡挡切。2、3、4，他会流沙地狱、岩石封锁，应该收不掉我们了，没事，光。其实很少见，他小招是惊吓，好像伤害2，能量3，好像是这样，细节我忘了。哎，不对哦，他用的这个是，哦对，应该是惊吓吧？我没有看过惊吓的动画，把它上去好了，然后看能不能用浓的。我记得他的招都没有很好，好像，对吧？岩石封锁吧，这招应该是有岩石封锁吧？哦，还是丢流沙是吧？这么坚持。2、3。喂，暗影球，他有暗影球，哇！我直接被 boom 啦，哇！他有暗影球，他不是只有1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，这边要被舔烂啦！要被舔烂啦！换你惊吓了，物理性的惊吓，那个暗影球真的吓到我了啦！我直接把盾带回家做纪念了。他有暗影球哦，我没有背到哦，不可能吧？哇！感谢指教，我直接把盾带回家做纪念啦！太神了，太神了，死神版，太酷了，真的太酷了！来，下一位。不是啊，因为我记得我好了，事实就是我没有背到爱球，知识还不够多。啊，虾皮又失败了。哦，那是你哦，感谢指教。看来我们的知识还是不够丰富的呢。真的是世界很大，什么奇怪的东西都有，有趣。终于找到一个跟我一样会带盾回家过年了。冷门角还是要开个盾给出，但是当时我本来很相信我自己的资料库，结果被打脸，脸很肿。看样子冷门角不够了解，该检讨，回去该检讨了。这样好。OK， 来吧。不是啊，不是说禁毒瘤吗 ？Hello， 不是说禁毒瘤吗？怎么了？怎么了 ？Hello。电磁炮，相公，哇，这个敢拿钢柱出来，你后面2只要很有诚意哦，不然聊天室的各位会不高兴哦。OK。还是电磁炮啊！我觉得是东东鼠，没有那种事，没有这种事，好不好？1、2、3、4、5，给个尊重。虽然说我觉得是电磁炮啦。哦，没有我好险，我2、3、4、5。不是吧？怎么两只毒瘤了呢？你是不是带到你打超级的阵容啊？那我就想投降了呢。怎么了？怎么了？为什么我的投影的出现一个很奇怪的特效？这是发生什么事情？怎么突然不动了？对啊，3只都毒瘤呢，都变黄了吧？对吧？大家刚刚有看到吧？是发生什么事了？是我的手机要坏了吗？还是投影发生什么奇怪的鬼问题？对，好，各位不要再晚安 ，KK 晚安，不要再毒瘤啦，毒瘤，安尼无好算啦。OK， 新面孔啊，虾皮还是没有抢到，默哀。还有下一次，不紧张，虾皮不紧张。可能是违规警告，这个有梗哦，毒瘤警告，有梗，原来是这样子啊！我可以直接邀吗？直接作弊吗？好了，我们留一场给你了，好不好？如果你再没扫到，我们最后一场就直接用邀的好不好？就这个，把 bonus 了，好不好 ？bonus 就，对不对？看在你在那个我们攻顶那一次，对不对？指导了我们，拆了很多对手压轴啊，也算是帮助我们攻顶的一大工程啊，对不对？所以，对吧？给个观众场应该合理吧？应该我相信大家都可以接受了，好不好？瓦吉可以邀吗？先不要，虾皮专属，对不对？第一次用， 第一只的话，我想一下。哇，原来你功劳那么大。对啊，虾皮你现在才知道你功劳多大哦。你猜了好几场哎，我印象很深刻。哦，对，我之前有讲过这件事情啊，可是问题是这样子，我要记哪些人记过，哪些没记过啊，对吧？这样后来想有点麻烦，想说算了，反正之后再说，对。OK。虾米一直比较奇怪的阵容。不是，我发现大家好像自从上次那一次那个一个小时多的那个观众场之后，身上的某个基因被打开，各种奇怪的东西都开始想要拿出来秀一下。1、2、3、4 ，OK， 1、2、3、4，哇，撑不住啊，这一个很痛哎。Boom， 拜拜。那我们这边就只能跟他 charmer 到底啊，看谁才是真正的 charmer。原始之力不要 buff 哦，没有在做效果咯。哎，好的，漂亮，效果已经够了。嘿嘿，尴尬了，尴尬了，这边点不下去就换我凉了。2、3，不是啊，说好了毒瘤嘞，等一下，说好了进毒瘤嘞。大家有没有发现这件事情？说好了进毒瘤嘞。好，刚才那个 Meta 是你是吧？没事没事，下次那个小心点就好。对，没事，没事，不用太放在心上。哎，对吧？右上角啊，禁止秃鹰啊，各位要看一下啊。我傻眼，我真的傻眼。哎，我觉得这样子不太行哎，我觉得大家都没有在看规则，我觉得是不是应该要下次看到毒瘤我们就直接跳 game， 对不对？就直接不给机会了，不然还跟他打完是不是有点太那个了，是吧？好，我们再一场，然后来让虾皮秀一下吧，好不好？这个很熟悉，这个是不是有打过？对不对？这个很熟悉耶。就是六角鹿杀在超级还可以接受，但秃鹰是真的没法抖啦。哦，对吧？是小齐吗？对吧？是你吗？这个什么区 love 这个是你吗？对吧？应该没有记错，还是我记错了？是不是除了右上角3其他都可以？不可以，不可以啊！还是后面有点点点有这个符号啊。 知道带什么好呢？ OK， 波克其实坦度没有大师嘛？对啊，刚才他 Charmer 输，不对啊，他其实也不算输那个西施海了，其实差不多啦。怎么又是毒瘤？ 6、7、8。 OK， 9，你农超过了呢。10、11 ，OK， 水一步，好啦，这个算有创意了，好不好？花圈了，这样应该不毒瘤了，好不好？我们算不毒瘤了啦，好不好？ 算是有特色啦。虾皮别闹，你拿出钢束，我一定一面倒啊！很长吗？ 一部对吗？我觉得是一部。哇靠，水炮呢？嗜血哦。好，这里能满。我们现在是不是应该直接画一张图？就跟那个他们那个时候，他们不是那个叫什么？仙一，居然是仙一。别闹，虾皮别闹，你拿玛丽我也会一面倒的。2、3、4，不对啊，虾皮你拿出玛丽朽木加钢柱，这个稳输吧？这要撑一下哦，要撑一下哦。OK， 1、2、3，哇，撑不住了。 勾魂怎样？跃跃欲试哦，虾皮。好，感谢指教。好啦，还算有创意啦，好不好？我们原谅出现月亮伊布啦。花式队，来吧，虾皮，你直接寄给我吧。好，最后一场我们请咱们世界第2的大神来演示一下，看一下他冷门角队伍啦。 下次是戴帽子的庆典，所以是皮卡丘。高级哦，高级哦，高级！我真的没信心呢。向日花哥有做到4了吗？没有，对他到目前为止还没有。 哇，虾皮会出怎么招嘞？拿1500打2000，我就不算毒友了。我好像想到你，我知道你想干嘛了哦。啊，怎么组啊？这怎么组啊？也 许我只是腐烂哦，虾皮真讨厌呢，老狐狸。好了，不知道该怎么办的时候，就凭感觉组队吧。来吧。卡布奇奇，2、3、4、5、6，这是火花吗？火花喷火龙。7、8、9。OK， 10、11，开盾吧，开盾吧。哦，要放掉。3、4、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14。哇，算得很准哎。你不会后面，你不会是双火吧？还是双飞？还真的给我双火队啊！我2只弱火的、啊，我2只弱火啊！要被推队啦！我2只弱火的，没了，被教育了，真的被教育了，直接推队啊！水晶灯火灵，太凶了吧！嘣！感谢虾皮指教。不愧是世界第2，太可怕了，直接被教育一波啊！水晶灯就是你今晚的恶魔。不是我刚才一直想骗，结果你还真的给我双火，你只是拿空网出来吊一下的，也不是吊啦，应该是后面2只火系出来抓那个凯罗斯这样大甲。好了，那今天11点了，也差不多到这边了。今天开了超级久，然后，明天他好像还有 Day 2的对战啊，大家有要看吗？有要直播吗？大家觉得呢？如果有要看，我们就再开；没有的话就没有这样。我们开个投票好不好？我们用那个 YT 的那个来开个投票。投个票再走哦。明天要继续看吗？各位怎么都先拜拜？投个票啊！投个票！投个票！不是啊，现在才16票啊！大家是不是都走光了？100多个人都有16票，是怎么回事？先掰再投。24、30票，再来，看起来大家是怎样？大家觉得都不错是吧？好，那明天就再开吧，然后时间可能也差不多 我不知道哎，他明天好像还是4点多开吗？啊，总之会一样，可能中午之类的就先设个直播的那个出来，然后如果要提早开，我会在 DC 讲啦，好不好？就这样，大家晚安，拜拜啦。